Hearing the robot's words, Xiong Jiang looked at each other, but didn't dare to disobey the order, and got into the car slowly. There was no way. There was a thunder in front of him. How could they be willing to sit too close to this thing? One of the bodyguards was in front of the driver, but because he was too nervous, the hand-shifted car immediately stalled with a shake of his foot, which made the three people in the back seat even more nervous. "Brother, don't be nervous. Take your time." The robot smiled and comforted. That smile is as simple as a spring breeze. "Yes, I'm not nervous." The driver stammered. He felt bitter. There is a guy with a thunder and a gun sitting beside him. Can he not be nervous? The key is that you don't hold the thunder in your hand. Even put his index finger through the thunder ring and looked panicked, but he didn't dare to say clearly, so he could only start the car again cautiously. This time it did not turn off, and the car slowly drove out of the construction site. In order to avoid the uncontrollable trembling feet when driving fast, the driver drove very slowly, a few times a little out of control, and slammed the brakes. But the robot on the side seemed to have a very good temper and kept encouraging him and comforting him, just like a friend. Same, just a friend with thunder. This obviously a little wrong style of painting made the three people behind them look confused. Along the way, in order to avoid knowing too much and being silenced, Xiong Jiang's few people froze because no one dared to speak. Of course, the robots were not interested in paying attention to them, and the atmosphere was very strange for a while. Unfinished building construction site. "Brother, what should I do? I have no money." Seeing the robot taking Xiong Jiang away, Pai Chong said with a cry. Xiong Jiang was blackmailed by 20 million. He and others have no money. They are all from the Moonlight clan. Worried that he and the others would be silenced, even thunder would have killed someone in his hands. He was afraid. "Knowing that you have no money, stay here honestly. You can leave after we receive Xiong Jiang's money. Remember, nothing happened today. You are not allowed to talk to anyone about what you just saw or heard. Otherwise, we will find you again." Another robot stepped forward and said, "Although these robots have the same combat effectiveness, there is always a nominal captain who carries out the task to convey the main message." The previous robot was, and he was basically talking about it. Now that it is gone, someone will take over. "Yes, don't worry, brother. I will never say anything. If you dare to reveal half of a word, you will kill me." Pai Chong swears quickly. Although he had sworn countless poisonous oaths in his life, this poisonous oath was sincere because the other party would really kill himself. Thinking of this, Pai Chong is already thinking about how to cover up this incident. Anyway, the four subordinates have not woken up now, and they have to believe if they make up their own reasons. At the same time, they must quit drinking in the future so as not to show off after drinking. After the matter was said, then he was really dead, and the police could not protect him. "Well, I will change jobs when I go back, stay away from the city and friends, learn a craft. It doesn't matter if I get tired, just stay alive." Xiong Jiang's villa. Although there was only one person here, the three bodyguards did not dare to be careless. They couldn't afford this kind of force. Xiong Jiang tremblingly took out 3 bank cards from the safe, which was why he thought they would be taken out before, one with 9.3 million, one with 6.5 million, and one with 7 million. 70, a total of 23.5 million. If any two of them are not enough to make up 20 million, if all 3 are given to the past, wouldn't it be a sheep's mouth? These are part of the purchase price and part of his own. Now they are all gone. He is bleeding in his heart, but he knows that he is asking for it. If he doesn't trouble Tang Qing, no one else would blackmail him if he didn't find it today. You can't do bad things. Good guys, that's all. There are 23.5 million in it. Xiong Jiang handed it over and said truthfully, "There is also a note with the password for online transfer." The robot did not speak and directly took the bank card and glanced at each one. The note was also read, and the video information was directly transmitted back to the command room. Tang Qing hurriedly bound 3 bank cards and transferred 20 million yuan to the system. Since he said he had to do it, it was only a few million yuan, and his credit was not that cheap. Now the personal banking system is level 4, and 4 domestic bank cards can be bound, so he unbind all the cards except the card that Lu Qian traded with. Anyway, it's useless. If needed, bind them in a month. Come back. Although the transaction within the bank had been completed, the transfer information did not come in the evening. Naturally, Xiong Jiang didn't know that his money had been transferred. He only thought that the other party had already remembered the account and password and would withdraw it in the future. Seeing the robot staring at the bank card, Xiong Jiang hurriedly said, "Don't worry. The hero, I will never report the loss or transfer the money inside." "Well, okay. You can take it. Remember, you are not allowed to tell anyone about today's affairs. As for the chairman of the board, if you call, you will say that Tang Zikai has run away and is nowhere to be seen. You are still looking for it. Understand?" The machine said coldly. Yes, no problem." Xiong Jiang hurriedly agreed. The chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group had already known that he had discovered Tang Kai before. If he wanted to say that he hadn't found Tang Kai, he could only say that the other party ran away. He was at best doing errands. Disadvantage, it's not that it doesn't do nothing, it's just. The result is not much different. Well, I hope you are smarter and don't cause trouble for yourself anymore. If you dare to do something unfavorable to Tang Zikai next time, you won't have to waste the air in this world. The robot threatened. "I know the hero, I don't dare anymore." Xiong Jiang said in a panic. He knew this fortune was saved. Seeing Xiong Jiang's statement, the robot nodded, and then said to the three bodyguards, "Well, you three don't look like the enemy. Even if you don't have to grab it, I want to do something you can't stop it." This is naturally also an order from Tang Qing. Robots will not do such things. Tang Qing's purpose is very simple, to make Xiong Jiang learn more about current affairs. After all, except for Pai Chong, no one else has suffered tonight. Injury. None of Xiong Jiang's hair had lost a single piece of hair. He had to let Xiong Jiang know that even without a gun, it would be easy to kill you. After listening to the three of them, they didn't show a contemptuous look. This kind of person will never be boring and talk nonsense, so they are all ready to fight. And even the pessimistic view thinks that the other party is going to kill, but it doesn't look like it. Xiong Jiang on the side also became nervous, for fear that this was a prelude to silence. Upon seeing this, the robot smiled and said, "Let's go on together." As soon as the voice fell, the three immediately set up a fighting position. Obviously, the other wanted to fight, but 1 out of 3, do you think this is a movie? Really think we are paper? The robot put mine on the table. "I'm coming." After speaking, the robot instantly increased its speed to the extreme, which is the extreme of 200 attributes. The bodyguard at the front was punched in the face by the robot, and his brain was dizzy, and he lost his combat ability. After that, the robot crossed again. Stepping forward, the second bodyguard was kicked in the chest, and the third was swept in the shoulder and kicked out. All three fell to the ground at the same time. The sound of hitting the ground coincides as if it has been closely calculated. Less than 1 second before and after. Seeing the three bodyguards who fell to the ground in the blink of an eye and lost their fighting ability, Xiong Jiang fell on the sofa with his feet weakened, his forehead sweating, and an expression of seeing a ghost. What kind of monster is this? The three of his own bodyguards are afraid of guns and thunder. Everyone is afraid of them. In his opinion, the combat effectiveness of this group of people is estimated to be similar to that of his own bodyguards. But looking at this situation, 3 of his own bodyguards with strong fighting ability were subdued like toys, and they explained here in the blink of an eye. Is his bodyguard too weak? Obviously not. He has also traveled to the north and south, and has seen many masters. His bodyguards are not too strong, but they are by no means weak. The fighting skills of General Special Forces are at the level of their own bodyguards. Then, there is only one result, and the opponent is too powerful. The only one who can turn over 3 Special Forces level people in 1 second can only be the king of soldiers, especially this kind of monster may be more than one. Then who is Tang Kai, and what kind of relationship does it have in China? Such people protection? Xiong Jiang's mind was muddled for a while. Boss Xiong, don't worry, they're fine. You'll be fine after a period of training. I just want to remind you that without guns and thunder, I can make you die. Keep your eyes bright in the future and don't provoke the surname Tang, especially it's someone related to Tang Kai, understand? The machine said with a smile. Xiong Jiang quickly agreed. Yes, I understand. I will never provoke anyone with the surname Tang in the future. In the face of such an opponent who could kill him at any time, Xiong Jiang really couldn't raise any resistance. At this time, the chairman Wang Tai had been left behind by him. Tang Kai had such a person to protect him. Can you move? What Muay Thai master, If the person in front of you is willing, what the chairman will change into a corpse every minute. What do you use to fight Tang Qing? This time the team was really wrong. He even felt that today's thing would be the worst decision he made in his life. None of them. Well, just understand. Goodbye, Boss Xiong. Thank you for your 20 million. Your car will go to the construction site tomorrow. The robot picked up the grenade on the table and said, no problem. You go slowly. You won't be able to send it far. Xiong Jiang quickly got up and said, but he just sat on the sofa when his legs were weak as soon as he came together. There is no way, this kind of humanoid monster. He is scared. Yep. After speaking, the robot drove away in his car, leaving behind people who looked at each other. Are you all right? Xiong Jiang said to these bodyguards. He can't stand up with weak legs, and can't do it if he wants to help. The bodyguard who was kicked in the shoulder stood up first, clutching his aching shoulder, and said, Boss, I'm fine. The manpower is well controlled, and the injury is not serious, but it's shameful to you. Xiong Jiang smiled bitterly and waved his hand and said, it's not a problem. The other party is too strong. Who do you think they are? Today, when the bodyguard stood in front of him when facing the gun, he was already very satisfied. Whether to do or not is a matter of attitude, but failure to do it is only a matter of ability. If his attitude is correct, he naturally has no grievances. Boss, I dare not guess about the others, but I know that I never want to face this kind of enemy. It's too strong, boss. Don't help the chairman in the future, although I don't feel murderous in him. But I don't think this person has never killed anyone, maybe just too much. The bodyguard who was weighed in the chest also eased his breath and said with lingering fear, I know it. I dare to cheat me like this. I care who you are, he is not in the country anyway. Huh, he offended this kind of person this time. Wait for him to die. Xiong Jiang gritted his teeth. Well, the boss is right. This kind of person wants to kill someone. It is definitely a nightmare. The last bodyguard who was beaten sober also said soberly. Seeing that the matter came to an end, Tang Qing no longer paid attention to Pai Chong and Xiong Jiang and others. There were remote bugs left in Xiong Jiang's home, in the car, and Pai Chong. The people in the command room should worry about it. In the future, they will be the monitoring targets of the command room for a long time, but they are not very important. After all, these people have limited knowledge. They are all worthless information. Coupled with the previous deterrence and intimidation, they can't turn the sky at all. Moreover, there are no dead people, and the police will not intervene. Otherwise, Tang Qing will not only hurt. People didn't stop talking. The next day, 4 o'clock in the morning, after Tang Qing woke up, he went directly to the hotel where his second uncle was staying. Although it was still dark, the monitoring showed that his second uncle Tang Kai was awake and was washing. Tang Qing had something to do this morning, so she took advantage of Do Jiao to wake up. Go and get a clear understanding of the second uncle's affairs, so that the command room can make a plan for the next step. Although I have obtained a lot of information now, it is far inferior to my second uncle who knows everything in person. At this time, the hotel owner hadn't woken up yet and fell asleep in his own room, but he slept relatively shallowly. He knew that the guest was still in the hotel. How could he sleep securely? Suddenly, dang, 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 dang. The rising sound of the rolling door awakened the boss. The key to the rolling door was in his own hands. It was impossible for his wife to come so early. Who opened the door outside? Could it be the group of people from yesterday? Thinking of the fear in the boss's heart here, he wanted to call the police, but he didn't dare. As for the situation that the other party could open the door without the key, he was not surprised at all. Is it a matter of this group of bulls bodyguards opening the lock? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a knock on the door made the hotel owner almost jump up and said in a trembling tone, Who? In the next hour, you are not allowed to come out without permission, and you are not allowed to call the police, or you will die, understand? A cold voice came in. The boss was frightened by the murderous tone in that tone. Although he couldn't see anyone, he couldn't help but nodded and said, Understood. Hero, I must not make a sound or call the police. But what if someone checks out? I will do it for you. The voice said without hesitation. Thank you. The boss said cautiously. Tang Qing followed the bodyguard to room 307, took a deep breath while looking at the house number, and winked at the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard with the key opened the door immediately. Although the hotel is not big, The facilities are not old. Although it is a wooden door, there is no creaking noise after opening the door. After the door was pushed open, Tang Qing walked in directly, and the 3 bodyguards followed in, and finally entered and closed the door gently. At this time, the second uncle was still taking a bath in the bathroom, and Tang Qing sat on the sofa. 2 soldiers stood behind him, one at the door, to prevent the second uncle from being scared to run out later. At this time they were originally picking, the second uncle would probably not open the door if he shouted, so he can't smash the door and come in. In order to avoid being like a robber, it is better to come in first. Tang Qing took a bottle of black tea at the hotel and drank it. He originally wanted to buy some breakfast to eat with his second uncle, but it is too early now. Although some of the breakfast shops are already open and busy, but things are still not ready. The buns are in the steamer, and the porridge is in the pot. After all, there is still more than an hour before dawn. Tang Qing really did not expect that he and his second uncle would meet on this occasion. Squeak. The bathroom door opened. Because the design of the door was very unreasonable, it opened outwards, just blocking the soldier at the door. After closing the door, Tang Kai didn't notice it until he turned to the left and saw Tang Qing on the sofa and the 2 big men behind him. This scene almost frightened Tang Kai to death. Several people suddenly appeared in his room looking at him, which was terrifying. Who are you? Tang Kai stepped back and said, instinctively about to run out. But when he turned around, he saw the cold-faced soldier at the door, whose cold eyes and aura directly frightened him. He is also a person with bodyguards. Usually, there are more than a dozen bodyguards in the family. The fighting power is not weak. After so many years of training, he can tell at a glance that this person has a terrifying fighting power. Then, Tang Kai was also a person who had seen the world. He was only panicked for a moment and calmed down. Knowing that it was not easy for him to leave, he stopped leaving. He turned around and looked at Tang Qing, who was sitting there, and saw that he was the most important person. Although he looked at Tang Qing's kindly smile, Tang Kai didn't dare to relax. The smiling tiger had seen it so many years, and he didn't see too many people who were said to be brothers and sisters, and they stabbed the knife when they turned around. Your name is Tang Kai? Tang Qing came up and asked a brain-disabled question, but there was a reason to say something, so he couldn't just report his family when he came up. That would be too lofty. It's me, who are you? Tang Kai said calmly, with a serious expression. It is not unusual for the other party to find this place and know his name. Tang Qing did not answer, but asked another question. What is the relationship between you and Tang Zhong? There was basically no exchange with Tang Kai in the previous life. That is to say, some basic information, and the second uncle did not say anything about it. The parents also kept secret about the second uncle's news. The person who confessed the mistake would not, just to avoid that the second uncle was picked up at home this kind of embarrassing thing. He must ask clearly. Hearing Tang Zhong's name, Tang Kai's face suddenly changed, and he could no longer remain calm. He stepped forward and sternly said, Who are you? How do you know Tang Zhong? If you dare to hurt them, I will not let you go as a ghost. He never mentions where his parents and brothers are, let alone their names, just to avoid danger to them. After all, he doesn't say far away. In Bangkok, he has an unruly enemy who threatens other people's family members. It was a commonplace meal, and he also had enemies in the country, so he didn't dare to disclose the information of his relatives in the country. Seeing the second uncle's reaction, Tang Qing stopped probing. His face was full of smiles, just Tang Kai's reaction. No matter what, he recognized the second uncle. Tang Qing got up and smiled. Don't be nervous. How could I hurt my parents? His remarks made Tang Kai bewildered. Parents? Whose parents? Is it the boy in front of me? Tang Kai, who seemed to be aware of something, pointed to Tang Qing, the boss waiting for his eyes, and stammered. You. Yes, my name is Tang Qing. Tang Zhong's son, second uncle, stop standing, come sit. Before Tang Kai finished, Tang Qing hurried forward and took Tang Kai to sit down on the sofa next to him. The bodyguard immediately went to boil water and make tea with interest. Are you Tang Zhong's son? Tang Kai couldn't believe it. He naturally knew that his elder brother had a son, but he also remembered how he was when he was a child. When he grows up, he will recognize him. The most important thing is to look at these few. It's not a simple bodyguard. It is not surprising how Tang Qing recognized him. There are pictures of himself at home and the strange scars on his face, which are easy to recognize, so the whole logic is filled out by his brain. At this time, he remembered again that Tang Qing looked at him in a daze at the hotel that day, thinking that he recognized himself at that time. Haha. Yes, if you leave it, you can't change it, Tang Qing said with a smile. Tang Kai took a close look at Tang Qing's appearance. It was really similar to his elder brother when he was young, but he was much more handsome than his elder brother. Plus, he knew Tang Zhong's name and no longer doubted it. Just glanced at the 3 strong bodyguards and questioned, Tang Tang. Then they are. This is Tang Qing's nickname when he was born, and he will naturally not forget it. Second uncle, they are all under my best friend. I just met you in danger today, so I asked them to help. Tang Qing explained. Danger? What is the danger? Tang Kai asked, puzzled. He has been sleeping all the time. What can be dangerous? And in the country, the law and order is relatively good. If it weren't for some reason, how could his big boss with hundreds of millions of assets live in this small hotel? Second uncle, someone just wanted to kidnap you, but they were subdued, Tang Qing said. Tang Kai stood up when he was shocked and directly asked the 3 most critical questions. Who wants to kidnap me? For what purpose? People. The man behind the kidnapping of you was the chairman of Bangkok Wantai Jewelry Group. He first found Xiong Jiang, and when Xiong Jiang got your address, he found 5 other gangsters and prepared to take you away at 12 o'clock. But they were subdued by them. As for the purpose of their kidnapping you, it is the transfer contract of the jewelry company in your hand, Tang Qing said briefly. After listening to Tang Kai fell silent, he also believed in Tang Qing's words. It is impossible for ordinary people to understand so much, but a little can't believe that Xiong Jiang will betray him. No one can be happy if he is betrayed by a trusted person and betray him. Xiong Jiang was taken care of in the past. It seems that Xiong Jiang felt that he did not have the protection of Wei's family, and he was just a foreigner in Bangkok, and he would definitely not be able to beat Wantai Group. It's really a wall pushed by everyone. Tang Kai smiled bitterly to himself. He didn't blame Xiong Jiang much. He just blamed this world and interests. At this moment, Tang Kai seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked nervously, By the way, what about the people who kidnapped me and Xiong Jiang? How are they? This is not a foreign country. If there is a murder case in China, it is a big deal. He doesn't want Tang Qing to cause a catastrophe on impulse. Even if Tang Qing's friend is powerful, Tang Qing will be caught forever. Braids, this is what he is most worried about. Xiong Jiang kidnapped you just for a contract, not intending to kill you, so I didn't embarrass him. After asking, I gave them a small punishment and let them go. My friend even intimidated them. I believe Xiong Jiang will not dare to fight with him in the future. The chairman is in touch, Tang Qing said with a smile. When Tang Kai heard this, he let go of his heart and sighed. Well, I thought you had done to them. Although Xiong Jiang was unrighteous to me, we have known each other for many years, so I can't help it. As for what Tang Qing said about the small punishment, he didn't ask him, as long as he didn't kill anyone and left the pigtail. Tang Qing suddenly turned his face and said solemnly, Second uncle, now I have a few questions to ask you. I hope you tell the truth. What's the problem? Tang Kai raised his head and questioned, and at the same time he felt tight. He didn't know what Tang Qing was asking, and the slightly majestic aura that Tang Qing exudes made him face high officials and other giants. The feeling of being rich, well, is definitely an illusion. The first question is, who is your enemy in the country, so you dare not come back for so many years? My second uncle asked you to tell the truth. This is related to your safety, and it is also very important to me. I asked my parents before, don't tell me. We are a family. I don't want you to lie to me. Tang Qing stared at Tang Kai and asked solemnly. He really doesn't like the feeling of confusion, so this matter must be asked clearly today, not only for curiosity, but also for the safety of his parents and other relatives. If there is a threat, he must be cleared as soon as possible to avoid irreversible things. Seeing Tang Qing's resolute expression and seriousness in his tone, Tang Kai did not immediately speak, but looked down at the teacup in his hand. The distant memories slowly came to his mind, replaying in his mind like a picture, with ups and downs, with mixed flavors. His emotions filled his mind, and his eye sockets couldn't help getting wet. After all, which wanderer didn't want to be home? After sighing for a while, Tang Kai also made a decision. He sighed and said, Well, I'll tell you, this is not a secret. It's like this. Next, Tang Kai recounted the reason why he didn't dare to come back when he left his hometown. It turns out that the second uncle Tang Kai accidentally met her second aunt when he was working in a neighboring city. The last two of them naturally looked at each other and walked together. However, the second aunt's family disagreed, and the matchmaker was ordered by his parents. According to the traditional language, she must marry the dude's son of the steel factory director of the second aunt's father. Faced with this kind of scum who doesn't know how many girls have been harmed, the second aunt is of course unwilling. Uncle Tang Kai. After the factory manager's son learned about Tang Kai, he brought someone to the door to teach his second uncle. There were so many people on the other side that the second uncle was naturally invincible, so he suffered serious injuries. The rabbit bites people in a hurry, let alone humans. In the end, the second uncle also became ruthless, so he chased the dandy and kicked others scrap. That's what it meant. The rest of the matter is simple. In order to avoid being retaliated by the steel plant director to give him a same illness, the second uncle immediately bid farewell to the second aunt and ran away, hiding into bed, and dared not go home. He became a wanted criminal, but at that time, the information was not smooth, nor was it crippling or causing death, and the hunting effort was not great. For this reason, Tang Qing's grandfather lost a lot of money, and the family even came to the house to make trouble. The other's mother brought the deposed son to the house and almost fought several times. However, the Tang family had no choice but to fight. But the other party came a few times, and he didn't come. I heard that he was taken everywhere for treatment. In the end, the dude's son said he must kill Tang Kai. If the Tang family dares to protect him, he will not let him go. Over. The second uncle fled outside for half a year. One day, he took the night to return home. Tang Qing's grandfather took a good meal. Then he took a huge sum of 2,000 yuan from Tang's father and fled to other provinces overnight, because it seemed that that dude bought a few people in the village. If he finds Tang Kai's whereabouts and reports immediately, he will get a big reward if he catches it. Before leaving, the second uncle went to the second aunt's house to say goodbye. Because the son was abolished, at this time the second aunt's father was retaliated by the factory manager and smashed his rice bowl. He started a small business instead, but the dude seemed to have never been cured okay, getting more and more perverted. After 3 days of trouble, Tang Kai still left 1,500 yuan. Finally, the father of the second aunt saw his daughter crying all day long, and the young man Tang Kai was so affectionate and righteous. So he asked him to take his daughter away. After that, the second uncle took his second aunt and followed a vendor in the next village to Yun province. In addition, the second uncle had the courage to borrow some money and did a business reselling medicinal materials there. After 2 years, he inadvertently know that the director of the steel plant has been transferred to the deputy mayor of that city. Frightened, he hurriedly took his second aunt and his newly born cousin to escape abroad. The director of the steel plant was originally at the deputy department level, and it was not too difficult to be transferred to the deputy mayor at that time. Seeing that the other party is getting bigger and bigger, it would be troublesome to find myself. So the second uncle went around several times and finally took the second aunt to Bangkok. At the beginning, he also engaged in the medicinal material business for several years. Later, he accidentally met the guard who came to Bangkok to inspect the market. June and his son. Everyone talked quite speculatively. Wei Xiong chose to cooperate with him in the idea that he could help a handful and let his second uncle be the agent here. Since then, Tang Kai has started to make jewelry. The business, of course, the medicinal material business, has not fallen. Although he has made a lot of money outside, there may be people in the village staring at him. He doesn't know who it is. If the Tang family suddenly has a lot of money, it may be suspicious. If that person insists that his father protect him, then Tang Qing they were in trouble, so they never paid the family. Just 6 years ago, a fellow villager inadvertently said that the dude's father had gone to sea again for business. So Tang Kai has been paying attention to the news of the family for these years, and the family relied on the relationship to start the steel business again. Slowly increasing industries such as building materials, construction, real estate, transportation, energy, etc. He is now the top 3 super rich in the province, which is not something he can afford. The dude's injury has not been cured, so he has never given up on tracing his second uncle's whereabouts. It's just that the second uncle has not been in contact with his family, and his friends don't know his origins, regardless of his confidential work. It's in a foreign country again. How could that person find it? Tang Qing has only one feeling after listening. Go Shui, every section is full of blood. It is simply a collection of Go Shui paragraphs. Sure enough, there is nothing new under the sun, just like Qiangyao drama. No, it is more Qiangyao drama than Qiangyao drama. So what? You come out to me. I promise not to kill you. Of course, he didn't dare to complain too much about what happened to his second uncle and second aunt. They were both elders and could only listen to them well. Tang Qing has not encountered any powerful opponents or enemies before. They are basically friends, or Xiaoyu who can be slapped with a backhand. But this abruptly came up with a bully opponent, led him unexpectedly. It is of course easy to get rid of the opponent, just send a bodyguard over to send them to heaven. But now the other party is also a victim. After so many years, I can only watch and cannot move. The torment is almost life-threatening. Fortunately, the other party is not the only seedling in the family, and there is an older brother. Home is stable till now. Of course, the second uncle was also a victim. After so many years of leaving his hometown, he had suffered enough and experienced so many dangers outside. It's not that Tang Qing sympathizes with that dude, but can't just kill someone's family for this. He is not crazy yet. If only one were to be killed, the other party's family would probably attack their family directly, because in Tang Kai's description, the Tang family was just a bait. When the son is dead, the bait has no value, and it is not going to be used up front. So Tangled, do you take the initiative to kill the other party? Should we wait for the other party to make a move? Tang Qing was really speechless for a while. Some things are either black or white. It's easy to make judgments. Just like here, righteous and evil are clear, and everyone who opposes the protagonist is damned. But some things are half black and half white, and everyone gets a knife. It is difficult to make a decision, and the reason for killing is not sufficient. Ma Dan, forget it. First send someone to investigate the other party's situation. If the other's character is too bad and he is still thinking about revenge on his second uncle and their family, he doesn't care about any legitimate reasons. For words, not to mention killing. Protecting relatives is a legitimate reason. Eliminating the threat is also a valid reason. Eliminating threats in order to protect relatives is the most legitimate reason. After listening to the second uncle's entire narrative, Tang Qing has made a decision. He will immediately call the command room to make a plan. After all, if you want to figure out the other party's specific ideas, you can't just put a few more bugs in the other's house. It should be as simple as that. And when will you have to wait until you can hide your second uncle if you can't detect it for a day? How can it be? If on his own territory, his relatives would not dare to recognize each other, he would be slapped in the face. He was not afraid of being slapped in the face, but whoever dared to strike with such a face would kill him. However, deep down in his heart, Tang Qing didn't actually think that the other party could freeze the previous suspicion without hurting his second uncle and his family. He just wanted to find a reason to do it. Moreover, holding a grudge will not work. As if suddenly remembering something, Tang Qing hurriedly asked, "By the way, second uncle, where are the second aunt and cousin? Are they in Bangkok? Would it be too dangerous there?" Tang Qing, who knows that there is a younger sister, is really happy. But if Tang's father and Tang's mother find out, it is estimated that Tang Qing's position in the family will drop one more place. But it doesn't matter. It's like a fart with his cousin. Being bullied is also being bullied, and there are more uncles in the family. That's not true. How dare I let them stay in Bangkok at this time? They were sent to the United States by me last year. Your cousin Tang Yener is now in high school in New York. Your second aunt will take care of her there. I had 2 bodyguards to protect their wives. They are safe, Tang Kai said with a smile, shaking his head. It's not that he has the foresight to think that Wei Jun's family will collapse this year and make arrangements ahead of schedule, but the public security in Bangkok is really not good, and the chairman has a lot of history, and the kidnapping of other people's wives and daughters has not been done. So he has long wanted to treat his family. I have been sent abroad, but I have been reluctant to bear it. Just like now, the time for their family reunion from last year to today is not more than a week. He hurriedly sent his daughter and wife away after finishing his junior high school last year. Now it seems that this decision was made right. Tang Qing was relieved after hearing this, but he did not dare to relax completely. At the same time, he had already planned to send 2 bodyguards to secretly protect his cousins and their mother and daughter. After all, no bodyguard is as reliable as his own robot bodyguard. The strength is not as strong as them. New York is a mixed bag, but it is not a peaceful place. In the future, he will persuade the second uncle to take his cousins back to the country. Because in Tang Qing's view, there is really no country abroad that is safe, especially the Western countries. They are his main opponents in the future. They will suffer a lot from fighting. Kidnapping is just a means that is not even an appetizer. At least at home, let him feel a little more controllable. The gangster holding the AK will not suddenly appear suddenly. The safest country in the world is by no means known. That's good. Second uncle, when are you going to go back to see my parents? Although they don't usually talk about you in front of me, I know they miss you very much. Tang Qing nodded and said, If I go back, I am afraid that you will be implicated. The family will not easily let us go. Tang Kai worried. He understood that this level of wealthy people in the province are not ordinary powerful, absolutely. The master of black and white takes everything, but he is weak in the country and can't beat others at all. Although he is not a good man and believer in Bangkok, he has a few scumbag lives in his hands, but he really does not want to commit another crime in the country. The relationship between this kind of people is intricate and complicated. If he really dares to send someone to kill, it is likely to be counterproductive and cannot be closed. Don't worry, second uncle, it's okay. My friend's family is quite capable. I will let him find his breath first. If we can mediate, we can think of a way. Give me up to 5 days, and I will give it to you. An answer, Tang Qing said confidently. 5 days are enough for the group of bodyguards to do a lot of things. If they don't get the exact information when they are due, then he can only ignore it. He would rather kill by mistake than waste time and wait. He doesn't need other faces. But this face, he must. This is great. If the mediation is successful, it would be great. If they ask for money, just say, I can give as much as I can. If it is unsuccessful, Tang Kai fell into silence after speaking. Don't worry, second uncle. It's basically okay. My friend has a lot of face. Tang Qing quickly comforted, isn't it? Of course the face of his fist is great. Once it arrives in 5 days, this matter must be over. Tang Kai nodded and said softly, I hope. By the way, Tang, what are you doing in the provincial capital this time? When will you go back? I'm here to attend the birthday party of my friend's elder. I will go back this afternoon. Tang Qing replied, truthfully. Well, you see that your friend is really strong. Tang Kai said with emotion. He didn't expect Tang Qing to have such a strong friend. That family member is the top 3 rich people in the province and has a huge influence. Tang Qing naturally, he is not a fool. He said that he was hopeful, and that meant that the family power of this friend would not be worse than that of that person, but he was not easy to ask Tang Qing what this friend did. Well, yes, my friend has many people. But second uncle, what are your plans in the future? Tang Qing asked with a smile. When I meet your parents, I will go back to Bangkok. There are still a lot of things that need me. If in the end I am really unable to return to the sky, I will return to China to develop. Tang Kai suppressed his smile and said with a sigh, Second uncle, it is so dangerous over there. I am very worried about your safety. Tang Qing said with a frown. He was not worried about the chairman, but his successor and other opponents who coveted the second uncle's industry. The situation is that there are more than a dozen people who are staring at the second uncle's industry, but the strongest is the Wangtai Jewelry Group, who wants to eat the fat of the second uncle's company by virtue of his background. Even if he is killed, will his successor still be like this? Even if that successor is not interested, the number of people coveting the second uncle's industry instantly increases by a dozen or more, which is troublesome. Feeling Tang Qing's concern, Tang Kai chuckled. Don't worry, Tang. I have more than a dozen bodyguards going in and out there, and now I have added some people from Wei Jun's side. There is no major safety issue. Besides, my uncle has lived there for so many years, and many people can't let go of things. There are so many people to raise, and my uncle has adopted many orphans. They all work in my company. I can't abandon them as a last resort. Tang Qing had nothing to say after hearing this. Everyone always had some persistence in their hearts, and it was these persistence that supported them to the end and through all kinds of hardships. He couldn't persuade his second uncle to be so stubborn, but he was about to step into the muddy water abroad again. and he couldn't let his second uncle fight there alone. Anyway, whoever dares to do anything to the second uncle will kill him, and it seems that he needs to support some local forces there. Although the fist is very effective, it is not as convenient as supporting a force to act as the second uncle's umbrella. Well, it was such a happy decision. He believed that with the strength of the soldiers and the professional support of the command room, it was not too difficult to infiltrate the underground forces in Bangkok, but the chairman must die, because there is no chaos. He sent over how do people get to the top. He didn't want his people to wait for a few years to get through. As short as 1 month, 2 months at the latest, he must let his own people have a strong local power, ask people to give people, ask for money, and the group of people in the command room will perform the specifics, and he will wait for the result. Isn't the money in his account used to do this? If everything goes well, it is estimated that he will not only recover the cost, but also make a fortune. Just like Xiongjiang, it's another way to make a fortune, Tang Qing. Why? That's okay. Second uncle, I won't persuade you to go back in the future. I will ask my friend to send you 2 personal bodyguards. I don't believe in the strength of your bodyguards. If they are paid, they will be paid as normal. That's fine. Tang Qing stared at Tang Kai and said, as for the salary, it was just to relax the heart of the second uncle. After all, this is a head-off job, and it would be unreasonable to send it for free. You don't need these bodyguards. My bodyguards are very powerful, Tang Kai said with a smile. Although these bodyguards seem not simple, can they be more powerful than guns? The most important thing is that he didn't want Tang Qing to owe that friend the favor, because the favor was to be repaid, and Tang Qing's normal family. Even if he wanted to repay the favor of such a person, it was not easy. Tang Qing pointed to the 2 bodyguards behind him and said firmly, "No, I don't worry. Not only will you go back to Bangkok, but the 2 of them will follow you during your stay in China. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about my debt to me. I did a great favor to their family, and he wants to pay it back early. Will it trouble your friend too much?" Tang Kai whispered. "No, he has a lot of bodyguards, and they are very professional. They are all elites from the army or the battlefield. We have a good relationship. It won't matter if you borrow 2 people. You will know the strength of these 2 bodyguards in the future. Absolutely reliable, absolutely trustworthy," Tang Qing said with a smile. Seeing that Tang Qing insisted, he was not easy to refuse the first meeting of knowing each other, so he said, "Well, I will accept these 2 bodyguards. Then I will raise 100% based on their domestic wages. 50%. After all, there is a lot more dangerous than in the country." When he said this, Tang Kai also looked at the expressions of the 2 bodyguards. He found that when the 2 bodyguards heard the salary increase and were sent abroad, their expressions and eyes did not change at all, as if they did not care at all. In the same way, Tang Kai couldn't help giving a thumbs up. No matter what, the psychological quality of this group of people definitely passed the test. As for the strength, it needs to be verified later. The second uncle, I will leave first. I have something to do this morning, and I will take the car home in the afternoon. If there is any progress on my friend's side, I will contact you again and wait for my good news." Tang Qing got up and laughed. "Yes, why don't you go have breakfast together before leaving?" Tang Kai suggested. Tang Qing patted his head when he heard it. Why did he forget this? He wouldn't be hungry, so he remembered that Tang Kai didn't eat breakfast. Said, "Oh, I forgot. Let's go. Let's have breakfast together. The breakfast in the hotel is not good enough. I don't know why it looks the same as the restaurant outside, but it doesn't taste that way." Haha. Yeah, I have this feeling too. I always feel that I am missing something when I eat. Tang Kai laughed. "That's okay, let's go," Tang Qing said. After talking, Tang Qing and his second uncle went downstairs together. At this time, someone was checking out. The boss who was missing, Tang Qing smiled, winked at the robot that was checking out at the front desk, and retreated. He locked up the boss because he didn't want him to know what he looked like. He wasn't afraid of anyone, but if some troubles could be avoided, he would try his best to avoid them. After Tang Qing and his party left, the bodyguard knocked on the boss's door and let him out. After leaving the hotel, there were only 2 bodyguards behind, the 2 assigned to the second uncle. The other 2 did not leave, but became secret protection. After all, in such a dangerous place in Bangkok, how about 1 or 2 bodyguards? Enough, simply give the second uncle 4 directly, 2 in the light and 2 in the dark, ready to support at any time. He will redeem other robots used to infiltrate the underground forces in Bangkok. As for how many robots will need to be exchanged in the past, how much money will be spent, and the command room will need to plan, he is still not sure. Anyway, it is indispensable, plus this plan. It is estimated that Xiongjiang's 20 million will be filled in for soldiers, intelligence support, and activity funds, and it may not even be enough. He only hopes that the chairman's deposit will give him a little surprise. Tang Kai, who was wary of himself, naturally saw the difference. The person who went through the formalities at the front desk was obviously under Tang Qing's friend. The hotel owner must have been locked up, and he could do this kind of blatantly in China. It is really a bit bold, but it also reflects the strength of the other side, and it is absolutely fearless. As for the two bodyguards who disappeared, he thought he would go back. After all, he was not a big man. It would be nice to send him two bodyguards. The sky is a bit bright now. Tang Qing and his second uncle left the hotel, talking and laughing. Tang Qing also told the news of his parents and uncle. Tang Kai was very excited when he heard that, especially when he knew that Qin Yugong had achieved this point, and he will be promoted next month. Half-Level is also very happy. After all, he can't help much except money in the country, and the relationship is all abroad. Now Qin Yugong is covered, and his brother and sister-in-law will not be bullied when doing business. Boss, 40 cages of steamed buns, 10 bowls of chaos, and 40 fried eggs. Tang Qing and his party walked into a breakfast shop and said loudly, "Okay, wait a minute, come right away." The boss happily agreed when he saw that there was such a big business just now. The proprietress also hurriedly took 20 cages of steamed buns and placed them on 2 tables in 2. It was not Tang Qing's playing a big name, but the table in the breakfast shop was already relatively small and could not seat 4 people. Robots are also humans, so they naturally have to eat. However, the special digestive system allows them to eat a lot of food at one meal. Energy can be stored by the cells for a long time, and then they don't need to eat for a few days, just drink a small amount of water. After all, they are designed for war, and endurance and adaptability are hard and fast indicators. Tang, have you finished ordering so much? Tang Kai said while looking at the tall cage. Tang Qing laughed after hearing this. Don't worry, my second uncle. I can eat 10 cages alone, and they all do physical work, and they have a big appetite. 10 cages are just full. I'm afraid it will not be enough. Haha too. Tang Kai smiled. His bodyguards also had a big appetite, and they were very fierce after eating. Watching Tang Qing devouring a small steamed bun, Tang Kai showed a thick smile on his face. In his opinion, it is good for his own children to eat. It is a good thing for boys to have a good appetite, especially at Tang Qing's age. But this is only for his family, because he is also a famous Chinese rich in Bangkok, and his requirements and vision for the quality of birth have also improved. If a young talent from another family eats like this in front of him, he must feel vulgar and uneducated. Impoliteness, etc. Even if his daughter is a bit ugly, he would have to say something. But how pleasing to his nephew, Tang Qing. After all, Tang Qing is the only male of their Tang family's generation. Tang eats slowly. Don't choke. This bun is still a bit hot. Tang Kai smiled and cared. Tang Qing swallowed a bun, pushed the bun to Tang Kai, and said, "It's okay. I'm used to it. By the way, second uncle, you can eat too, but you don't move much." The steamed buns are eaten one bite at a time. Hee. You eat. The second uncle is not too hungry, usually affected by your sister and others. Eating is always slow, plus the amount of exercise is not large and can't eat much. Tang Kai said, "Well, second uncle, you must be full. The stuffing of this bun is good, and the meat is very fresh." Tang Qing said with a smile. He had heard about it before that it was the owner of a lot of black-hearted buns, who chopped up the rotten meat and put it together, sprinkled with thick flavors to cover up the taste. This life Tang Qing has encountered, it was another steamed bun shop on his way to school. With his perverted taste buds, he spit it out as soon as he tasted it, and threw it on the ground in front of the shop. It's not that he doesn't respect the sanitation workers, but that he showed it to those who lined up to buy buns. He still had to go to school at the time. How could he have time to ask the boss to refund the money? So he would treat it as a dog, and he wanted to use his actions to help those queuing up for people who understand. People who understand will understand. people who don't understand have nothing to do. After all, Chinese people are very keen on eating. Many people know that hot pot is dirty, but they still want to eat it. This makes no sense. Think of ways to resolve such incidents in the future. After breakfast with the second uncle, the two separated. Tang Kai heard that Tang Qing was going to buy something for Qin Shiqi and the others. He forcibly stuffed him 10,000 yuan. He also said that he would make up for the meeting ceremony. Qing also didn't bother to take it directly. After all, he was still his second uncle with a billionaire, and he pushed back and forth on the street for 10,000 yuan to figure out what's going on. Tang Kai still has work to deal with in the next few days. There are a lot of things about the company in Bangkok, especially in the last month. Many shops have frequent theft and robbery. The loss is not big, but it is also disgusting. The first 2 days it's because I have to worry about Wei Jun's affairs, so I finished 2 days' work ahead of schedule, but now things are coming again. Tang Qing couldn't help, but shook his head sympathetically. It's better to be a handoff boss. In addition to signing and giving money, someone should do everything. The people below can supervise them independently. So fast, I have the opportunity to make up the water inlet. It was almost 7 o'clock when Tang Qing returned to the hotel. Tang Qing locked the door and walked into the command room. There was a systematic watch. If someone knocked on the door, the system would prompt him, so he didn't worry at all. Command platform. Commander. Tang Yi saluted. Well, Tang Yi, I think you should also know what's going on. You immediately make 2 plans. One is to investigate everything about Lei Peng, chairman of the Pengyun group in the province, including his company, family, and relatives, social relations, etc., etc. I want the character analysis report of all the immediate family members of their family, especially his son Lei Yang. No matter what method you use, you must figure out his thoughts about our family within 5 days. What is it? If you haven't figured it out within 5 days, let them all have some accidents. There is no upper limit on the cost of this plan. Tang Qing slowly ordered. Lei Peng was the director of the steel plant. Lei Yang was the one who was deposed by his second uncle. The reason for investigating Lei Peng's company was to know the influence of their family and whether he could make a profit. After all, every action is there is a cost. He also tasted the sweetness from Xiongjiang. Every time he acts, he wants to make people pay for it. Alas, he also feels that he has no bottom line. He wants to kill others and still cares about their money. The road always feels weird. Although 5 days are a bit tight, he believes that those robots will be completed. Because the constraints are there, the mission plan will definitely be made in the direction that can be completed. Basically, as long as you follow the steps, the completion rate is at least 100%. Over 80. The accident, he said, is only a last resort. As soon as Tang Qing's voice fell, Tang Yi said, "Understand the Commander-in-Chief. The main task has been filed, and the subsidiary removal plan has been filed, number 6793. The plan formulation task has been assigned and is expected to be completed in 20 minutes. Tang Qing was very satisfied with their efficiency, nodded, and said, "Well, very good. The second one is the infiltration plan for the underground forces in Bangkok. Without much impact, it can be as short as 1 month and 2 months at the latest. I hope that our strength over there is enough. Protect my second uncle's property and personal safety. Remember, the chairman must die. You can include it in this plan. There is no upper limit on the cost. Understand the Commander-in-Chief. The main task has been filed, and the subsidiary clearance plan has been filed, number 6794. The plan formulation task has been assigned and is expected to be completed in 40 minutes, Tang Yi said. Obviously, the people who made the 2 plans are the same people. Well, let's do it first. Once it's done, let someone call me to notify me of what I need to prepare, and then I will grant you the redemption authority." Tang Qing nodded and said, "The exchange authorization means that he can directly grant Tang Yi the authority to exchange robots and mall equipment through the system without entering the command room, limiting the amount of money, and let Tang Yi exchange as needed." Tang Qing thinks this function is very convenient. You don't need to stare at it in real time. After all, a task often does not need to redeem everything at once. Different people, different equipment, emergency redemption, etc. are required at different stages. If you ask him for the exchange all the time, it is not troublesome, and you may make a mistake. He didn't know when Do Jiao would come over later. If he didn't come, he could come and have a look. If he did, he could only call for authorization first. In short, the The sooner these two plans are implemented, the better. After finishing the order, Tang Qing sent back to the hotel suite, took a good wash, changed his clothes, looked at himself in the mirror. Tang Qing felt handsome. It's so lonely as snow. Boom, boom, boom. The door of the suite rang. Tang Qing knows that the person outside is Do Jiao without looking, because everyone has a habit of knocking at the door. Some are quick, some are gentle, some like to knock 3 times, some like 5 times, and the severity is also very different. Do Jiao's knocking method was matched after hearing it twice. The first time was to confirm that she knocked, and the second time was to confirm her habit. Tang Qing opened the door. I saw that Do Jiao was already neatly dressed, standing in front of his door. Even the makeup was done. Looking up and down, Tang Qing couldn't help but nodded. That's it. The assistant dressing up. She went out again to be a beautiful lady who is attracting flies. Normally Do Jiao goes to work with light makeup and no lipstick. He just carries a lip balm with him. Today, I made a full set and gave it directly to the previous 85 years. Do Jiao added 5 points. Sister Jiao Jiao, why is it so early today? Tang Qing greeted with a smile. Do Jiao in front of him surprised him a bit. It was not that Do Jiao was so beautiful. After all, there were so many beautiful women. He hadn't seen him before, but he was surprised that it was less than 7:30. Do Jiao actually got up. It's packed. It's a human twist in the end. Why is it early? It's not early. It's already bright. So hurry out to eat. Let's go shopping. Do Jiao said with a glance at him. Tang Qing was speechless. You also know that this point is already bright. Then what happened yesterday? In order to go shopping, do you want to be like chicken blood? Facing Do Jiao, who was stimulated by shopping, Tang Qing said helplessly. Okay, I'll be fine right away. What are you in a hurry? The mall won't run away with long legs. Huh, shopping malls don't know how to run. But what if the things I like are gone? Today is fun day. There are a lot of people there on weekends. Do Jiao said, dissatisfied with her arms folded. But who is going shopping in the morning? Tang Qing said with a wry smile. This is different from the city. There are people early on weekends, especially on fun days. I don't care. Anyway, you get dressed quickly. I haven't been shopping for this acquisition for a long time. Do Jiao couldn't help stomping his feet. Looks anxious. Tang Qing was speechless, and then turned around and entered the suite. He packed up in less than 2 minutes and called Sun Chao, who had been up a long time ago, to go down to dinner. At the urging of Do Jiao, after hurriedly eating breakfast, Tang Qing and the 3 came to the city center of the provincial capital. The 2 Tianyin employees were supposed to go to work normally, but the boss and the second went on strike. Tang Qing simply gave them directly. I took a half-day holiday and went back to work in the afternoon. It's not that Tang Qing's vampire wants to forcefully occupy people's weekends, but that Tianyin's work content is different from other companies. In fact, it's a busy time for a while. Therefore, it has formulated a very humane rule, that is, all weekends. You can choose 2 ways to work overtime, or you can swap 1 day's vacation. For this reason, many employees of Tianyin are working more overtime. At the end of the year, they can try to save 2 months of extra long vacation with annual leave. In order to avoid sudden death of someone working overtime, Tang Qing also specifically stipulated that the monthly vacation swap should not exceed 2 days. Otherwise, there will always be lunatics who want to work crazy. If something goes wrong, Tang Qing will be guilty. City center. As Do Jiao said, there are so many people coming to the mall to shop so early. Looking at the crowded city center, Tang Qing feels so unscientific. Let me just say it. There must be a lot of people here for the big weekend. Seeing Tang Qing's face like a turtle, Do Jiao said triumphantly. Tang Qing said silently, I'm not convinced. Don't you guys sleep during the big weekend? So who? The director. Hurry up and drive these group performances home. Really, group performances are also human. It is very immoral to call people to come so early. Hey, little boss, how about giving your employees a good treat today? Do Jiao stepped forward and said with a smile on Tang Qing's hand. From the moment he got off the car, Do Jiao had to hold his hand. Tang Qing could only be narcissistic about this. Do Jiao wanted to rub his heat. No way. He looks too handsome and the rate of turning around is too high. Every time they came back to go shopping with their cousins in the previous life, they would hold his hand. There was no other meaning. Maybe it was a habit. Didn't I promise that you can choose the group's jewelry to pack? What kind of reward is needed? Tang Qing said with a curled mouth. Mengyun Group has no clothes to sell. Do Jiao said confidently. As soon as Do Jiao finished speaking, Tang Qing seemed to have seen something. He looked happy and immediately agreed. That's okay. As an employee, you shouldn't support the boss's work. Yes. Do Jiao didn't know what Tang Qing meant, staring at him, and said, It's not the employee's duty for the company to promote and maintain a positive image. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yep. Do Jiao thought for a while and found nothing wrong. That's good. Look at Sister Jiao Jiao. Our Shengtang store is right in front. You pick whatever you want, and I will pay the bill. Tang Qing pointed to the huge curtain on the shopping mall in the distance and said happily, It was like the Shengtang in the province. The store in the city is also the first store in the Tang dynasty. It is of great significance. With Lu Qian's full preparations and clearing of the relationship before, he quickly signed the store. After the rapid modular decoration, in the first few days today is the grand opening on March 7th. The clothes Tang Qing is now wearing are actually produced by his own company. He still remembers that Shengtang Apparel made a lot of tailor-made clothes for him. This is also his requirement. The things of his own company are good. Why do you want to wear other people's clothes? It can be regarded as an advertisement for his own. I learned that it was custom-made clothes for Tang Qing. The girls in the company were like chicken blood, and Qi Yin was not behind. She called him several times to ask for his opinion and inquired about his preferences. However, Tang Qing has been all this time. Did not go to the company to try on clothes. But the news from Qi Yin that the clothes customized for him can already fill a closet. Tang Qing immediately stopped when he learned about it. How long will this cabinet of Nima wear himself? Here you go. Following the direction of Tang Qing's fingers, Do Jiao was dumbfounded for a moment when she saw the advertisement of Shengtang clothing. She also remembered that there was such a thing. After all, she had all Shengtang's weekly reports and plans here. Originally, I was thinking about coming here to support the store on the day it opened, but I was busy with the acquisition of Mengyun Group during this time, and I forgot about it. But, is this the company's business? Do Jiaomao said with a face pouting. Of course, forget about Tianyin's year-end bonus. 1 to 5% of the company's profit is your bonus. If the company's performance is good, your bonus will be more. Tang Qing took it for granted. It seems to be the case. Do Jiao also remembered that there was such a thing, but last year there was no dividend at all, and she was a bit dark under the lights, but depending on the situation, the dividends of Shengtang and Mengyun Group this year are estimated to be a lot. 1 to 5, she knew Tang Qing's character. As long as Tianyin didn't see any troubles, she would definitely give Tianyin more than 3% of profit, and 1% would be a warning. According to Tianyin's review and forecast, Tang Qing's profit this year is likely to exceed 50 million. This is due to the uncertainty of Tang Qing's capital injection plan. Of course, this is the case when Tang Qing's capital injection is completely excluded, and it is also Tang Qing's request. Otherwise, according to the rate of return of these two companies, they may not get a penny of year-end dividends in the past few years. Relax, Sister Jiao Jiao. You have to believe that the group of designers in our company produces nothing bad. Tang Qing said confidently. Although he has a clothing company under his hand, he still doesn't understand what avant-garde fashion is and what colors, styles are popular this year. He only knows that it looks good on people. It fits people. Just like it. No matter what. The fashion is not fashionable, just like those fashion shows and many works are they used to wear. That's for viewing. Although Tang Qing has not yet reached the ranks of playing capital. But I also know a truth, that is, capital is always changing and affecting people's thinking. As long as the capital is willing, it is very simple what colors, styles it wants to popular in the global clothing industry this year. You can throw it out with money. When all kinds of media and professionals from all walks of life are touting something, people can only follow them, and ordinary people will do what they want, especially those consumers who chase the wind, buy it by themselves to prove that they are right. There are also various kinds of protect the calf. This is the world of capital. Most of ordinary people's consumption concepts are the result of capital indoctrination. Tang Qing wants to become a person who masters capital and direction, not an ignorant consumer, and naturally maintains what others say. Be cautious. Are Picasso's paintings good? Are Van Gogh's paintings good? Anyway, he didn't see it. Like ghost paintings, how can our country's landscape paintings look good? If no one puts a price on them, he would be too expensive for 100 pictures of this kind of painting, abstract? Ha. Besides, the clothes made by our family look good. All right. Do Jiao nodded and agreed. In fact, when she saw the promotional posters of Shengtang clothing, she had already decided not to buy clothes of other brands today. She knew everything about Shengtang. There was nothing to say about quality control and the weekly report of the design department itself. There are a lot of drafts of clothing design or fashion analysis, and sometimes there are pictures of models. Many of the design schemes make her tickle, but there is no place to buy it before, and Shengtang still doesn't know that there is Tianyin, this company. She has no reason to try on clothes. Let's go. If you really don't like to change one, but I hope you abandon the reputation first to see the problem. Even in the face of Do Jiao, he has to support his own things. Seeing Tang Qing's seriousness, Do Jiao knew what was going on. After all, everyone thought her child was the best, and she put her arm around Tang Qing and said softly, "I know, my stingy little boss brother." Tang Qing looked speechless, and he had another long name. After a while, Tang Qing and his group walked into the mall where the Shengtang store was located. The store's floors are not high, only 6 floors, but it occupies a very large area. It is oval when viewed from above, and the middle is empty. From the bottom to the top floor, there is a tempered glass roof with some tall trees planted inside, with flowers and plants, and some chairs for people to rest. Although the entire layout seems a bit low in Tang Qing's eyes, it is also an extremely fashionable and avant-garde design in this era. As soon as they entered the revolving door of the mall, a few people saw Shengtang's advertising banner again. The content was exactly the same as the big one outside, except that the size was reduced a lot. If the mall had no management regulations, Tang Qing estimated that the company's people were directly there. The flyer came at the door. This is not a joke, because it is an important part of the company plan, but the management here is relatively strict. There are property security guards in the mall and city management outside the mall. Therefore, Shengtang distributes flyers. People have moved to farther places. "Little boss, look, the store in Shengtang is there." As soon as he walked in, Do Jiao pointed to the second floor and said loudly. Tang Qing looked at him. "Good guy, the location is really conspicuous, facing the entrance of the mall, and you can see it at the first glance." Tang Qing can't help but guess how much face Lu Gan has taken to take this place down. It's not high or not. Low is on the second floor. What Tang Qing didn't know was that Lu Qian wanted to make him good, but it took a lot of effort to take this store down, and even used some shameful tricks. After all, this is the first store of Tang Qing's company. The significance is extraordinary. After Tang Qing became bigger and stronger in the future, Tang Qing remembered that it was his help. This favor is not small. Let's go up and take a look. Tang Qing felt excited when he saw his shop. After all, this is the first shop of his company. It doesn't count for the cooperation with Li Jianguo. He doesn't have most of the shares and is just a small shareholder. No matter, he owns 95% of the shares in the Tang dynasty. Although the Tang dynasty is not a core industry like Tianyin, it is considered a direct lineage. They didn't take the elevator, but went straight up the spiral staircase. They were only a few steps away on the second floor. They weren't that lazy. In fact, Tang Qing and Sun Chao don't like to take elevators, because as practitioners, they are unavoidably sensitive to this sense of weightlessness. This feeling of being out of control makes people very uncomfortable, especially those elevators with dozens of floors. Although the probability of falling is extremely low, it is not impossible. What if you win the prize? Once on the elevator, the brains of people like them will transmit a kind of uneasy emotion, a feeling of uncontrollable life. Even Tang Qing can't avoid it at the second level. Standing at the door of the store, Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. The entire store area is about 200 square meters. It can be said to be very huge in the mall. The decoration is quite satisfactory. After all, the time is a bit tight, and there are big brands in the mall. It's so much, it's really not better than decoration, and at most it is equally matched, but Tang Qing thinks that it is almost the same. It is a relatively close to the people brand. Isn't it a deterrent to purchasers if it is too luxurious? Although there are pictures here in the weekly report, there is no real thing to see with my own eyes. At this time, There are already many customers in the shop choosing clothes, and the salespersons in uniforms are busy back and forth. Today is still in the opening bonus period, and it is another weekend. There is also a prominent banner at the door with a discount of 250, 300 minus 80. Membership card recharge has discounts, discount cards, and other activities. Many people still came here with flyers. It's not surprising that the business is good, but I don't know how long it will last. We can only look at the follow-up publicity effect. Anyway, Tang Qing had already planned to use money to smash a piece of sky. He was afraid that he would fart. I would buy you if he couldn't beat you. Although the funds are tight now, it can't stop Tang Qing's willfulness. Brother Tang, it looks pretty good. Let's go in. Do Jiao also instinctively inspected the whole shop and nodded. Tang Qing agreed. Although Tianyin is not affiliated with Shengtang, in Do Jiao's opinion, Shengtang is also regarded as a child adopted by her own family. Seeing Shengtang getting better and better, she is also very happy, and now it seems that Shengtang's products are very good. The style is also very novel. As for the quality, she is completely relieved. She knows the quality standards of the entire Tang dynasty. It is Yongkai, and they have combined the quality standards of many major international clothing brands, even if they are below the standard things that are also very individual. After speaking, a group of people walked into the shop. It is like a supermarket in the ordinary clothing area. You can try it for yourself. If you have any questions, you will ask the salesperson, so no one will come to receive them. This way, Tang Qing feels pretty good. If someone comes to receive them, it feels weird. I will try what I like to see if I can grasp it. If I go with fashion, I like fashion. Do Jiao did not go to the general clothing area, but went straight to the high-end clothing area. Now the entire Shengtang brand has not been classified, so all use the brand name Shengtang. The high-end clothing area is the future preparation. These are the limited works of those designers. Each one will only produce 5 to 20 pieces according to certain standards. In addition to the exquisite workmanship and material, the price is relatively high, and the cheapest ones are 8 or 900, many thousands faster. Since the company's designers are not very well known, most of these prices are spent on labor and materials, which are relatively affordable. If they wait until the Tang dynasty grows up in the future, the designer's reputation will rise, the same. The price of things may double, or even more. Do Jiao rushed into the sea of clothes like a horse running off the rein, spinning around happily. Tang Qing even wondered what kind of youth Do Jiao had experienced, not like a girl with a background. Is it necessary to be so happy to see beautiful clothes? But regardless of her, Do Jiao is a bit wonderful. There are emperors who like to be carpenters. This is a high-end clothing area. Naturally, there are special shop assistants watching. After all, these clothes are expensive. Originally, the 2 female shop assistants wanted to come up to introduce them, but they were rejected by Do Jiao. She is also this kind of person. I just like it. I have my own judgment. Little boss, is this good looking? Do Jiao took out a dress and compared it, and smiled at Tang Qing Jiao. Tang Qing nodded immediately and said, "It looks good, it looks good." He knew that Do Jiao asked him not to ask for advice, but to seek approval. If Do Jiao could pick him up, naturally she had already passed her level. What about this one? Do Jiao picked up another dress and said, "It's also very good looking." Tang Qing still looked very good looking and looked up and down pretending to be appreciative. After that, Do Jiao tried a few more clothes. Tang Qing shared the same attitude because he really didn't understand women's clothing, even men's clothing, so he could only be an echo bug. Anyway, he was just a clothes rack, and he looked like a man. Shui looks good in everything, and besides, their clothes in the Tang dynasty are already beautiful. It's also a bit funny to think about Tang Qing, a clothing company who doesn't understand clothing. If this is known by outsiders, passers-by will turn black. How do you say everything is pretty? Seeing Tang Qing's formulaic answer, Do Jiao couldn't be satisfied. I don't understand anyway, and the clothes I own are of course beautiful. Tang Qing said of course, but he regretted it after saying that, and quickly covered his mouth, dizzy, how to tell the truth. Do Jiao's face stiffened after hearing this, and Tang Qing kept talking about clothes, which had nothing to do with her. Her heart was so angry and funny. The focus of this younger brother is really different from that of ordinary people, but this is too depressing, he said with a wicked smile. Brother Tang, what did you just say? I mean, Sister Jiao Jiao is so beautiful. She looks good in everything she wears. Tang Qing hurriedly remedied. Are you really boasting about clothes? Do Jiao snorted, but she was very satisfied with the answer in her heart. Of course it is true, the conscience of heaven and earth. I am definitely not just about clothes. Tang Qing raised his hand and swore, we can't say without conscience that our clothes are not good or not. Is that so bad? You are looking for a fight. Do Jiao immediately reacted, feeling that she was only incidental to her clothes, so she went forward and chased Tang Qing into a fight. Spare. After a while, Do Jiao began to try on various clothes. Tang Qing and Sun Chao looked bored outside, commenting from time to time. Anyway, just a few words. Good looking, very suitable for you. Do Jiao was originally a clothes rack, so she wears everything. Almost. Anyway, Tang Qing didn't have any feelings about it, so he praised it. That's right. Seeing Do Jiao's messy trial, the clerk wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but when he saw the logo on Tang Qing's coat, they stopped. They can sell these limited edition clothes here naturally and have some insights, and they must know their own clothes. One of the clerks saw the golden symbol on Tang Qing's collar at a glance, indicating that this is the logo of all limited products in the Tang dynasty. In the shop, a limited number of silver threads are used to embroider the unique symbols of each designer with independent design rights in the Tang dynasty on the collar. The only customized product is the use of gold threads. Seeing that Tang Qing wears represents the company's customized products, it was also the logo of the company's vice president Qi Yan, and the two clerks immediately stepped aside respectfully. The people who wear this kind of clothes are obviously the distinguished guests of the company and will never be unable to afford the clothes here. They waited for the achievement. At this time, a few customers came here to try on clothes. The two shop assistants hurried up to receive them, but they left after the other party tried a few items. Some were quite satisfied, but the prices went away immediately. Well, at this moment, as the boss of the company, Tang Qing once again shamelessly jumped back, becoming a type of person hated by many people. It really is that determines the head, and the position determines the attitude. Looking at people who just try not to buy, Tang Qing was also upset in his heart. He finally understood a little bit why the shop assistants of those big brands were so arrogant. If you want to try it, you have to look at people. It's because things are expensive. Damage is still a trivial matter, and he can find the owner, and he is most afraid. The thing is that a piece of clothing that has been tried on for a long time becomes old clothing, and no one wants it. This is a limited edition. Many of those international brands have one style in that store. Don't say anything about washing and washing. This kind of layman, standing and talking doesn't hurt your back. You can sell the steam buns that were bitten by someone, but you still have steam buns that have been touched by 10 or 20 people. Hell, if you're interested. Damn. Tang Qing was taken aback by his own logic, but this is an unavoidable problem in doing business. Generally, cheap clothes are tried only after they are tried. The store can afford this loss, but the limit is limited. The version of things is not about the problem of not taking responsibility, but, okay, we won't wash the floor anymore. Little boss, I'll give you a try on this dress. Do Jiao handed over a dress, interrupting Tang Qing's thoughts. Tang Qing raised his head and waved his hand and smiled. I don't need it anymore. The company still has a cupboard of my clothes. I'm worried about how to finish wearing them. It seems that I have to find a way to give it away. After hearing this, Do Jiao said with envious expression, I want to wear clothes that I can't finish. After that, she winked at Tang Qing with an expression that you can figure out. In fact, if she is willing, she wants to achieve this wish. It's not difficult. It can even be said to be a simple mess, just relying on the family or his future husband. There is no interest in extorting Tang Qing. Then you go to be a model for the company. Tang Qing said with an unsatisfactory expression. Do you want to post the photos to Taobao as a model? Do Jiao said with a worried look. If she dared to do this, her family knew that she had to tell her that she must have a good meal. After all, her family also wanted face. Others her family didn't say anything at work, but the reputation of the model at home and abroad is not very good. No, they usually find someone to try after the design is done. Usually by themselves or with a colleague. You can also go there. Anyway, the model clothes will not be sold. The company there are still a lot of piles in the warehouse. Tang Qing explained. Then when will you let Sheng Tang know about the existence of Tianyan? Dou Jiao asked again. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, well, see the second batch of capital injection as soon as it arrives. It's almost at the beginning of June and the end of June at the most. By then, the Tianyan headquarters will be almost completed. Sooner or later, Tianyan will make it public to Sheng Tang, because just like Mengyun Group, special accounting personnel will be stationed in. Mengyun Group is better. Tianyan will participate in the initial acquisition, and there will be no bad ideas. Sheng Tang is a little bit troublesome, but Tang Qing believes that Sheng Tang's management will understand that it only adds a pure organization that does nothing. Besides, Sheng Tang can also save a lot of information consulting fees for this. But professional, that's okay. Hee, I'm going to wear all kinds of good-looking clothes for free by then. Dou Jiao said with a look of yearning after hearing this. Sister Jiao Jiao, pay attention to the image. The saliva is flowing out. In this way, Tang Qing and Sun Chao watched Dou Jiao constantly changing all kinds of clothes, and let the clerk on the side stack up what they liked, watching the clothes piled higher and higher, and it became more and more frightening. If the total price of the trembling was not for Tang Qing's Qi Yan's custom logo, they would even think that Dou Jiao was here to make trouble. After all, anyone who bought clothes would buy so many in the same store, like selling cabbage. If it was another clothing store, even if Tang Qing, a local tyrant, Dou Jiao would not be able to choose so many at once. At most 1 or 2 things would be the best. After all, the money was really spent. She was not so naive, but the Tang dynasty is different. This is Tang Qing's company. Even if it spends money, it is equivalent to injecting capital into the company. But there are 2 more beneficiaries. One is Tang Qing, and the other is her. After more than an hour, Dou Jiao finally finished the election. Looking at the pieces of clothing, Dou Jiao was like seeing the harvested crops, her eyes shining brightly. Dou Jiao certainly doesn't just choose the more expensive ones. There are also many good products in the general clothing area. Checkout counter. Sun Chao and Tang Qing handed a large pile of clothes to the sister paper at the cashier at the front desk. The 2 clerks should have brought them, but there were a lot of customers just now, and Tang Qing asked them to greet them. It's not a bargain. Feeling how you love, or how you love it, some will really break. Looking at these dozens of clothes, the sister at the cashier said in surprise, Sir, are these all you want? This is not a wholesale market. I get dozens of items at a time. Half of these clothes are limited products in the high-end clothing area. They are expensive. Unless they are extremely loyal customers or give away, how can they buy so many? But the Tang dynasty, how long has this brand appeared? And how can there be such a loyal fan? Well, it's all ours. It's troublesome. Do some calculations. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. After receiving Tang Qing's confirmation, the cashier's sister hurriedly called a clerk to scan the code and pack together. In order to mention a little later, Tang Qing directly requested that a bag can be packed as many pieces as possible. How much? Otherwise it takes up too much space, although it feels a bit low, but Dou Jiao is not there anyway. It's full before we talk about it. The whole price is calculated in a short while. Hello, sir. There are 28 products, totaling 23,200 yuan. We opened a bargain. We will get a 30% discount for the total price of more than 10,000 yuan. If you erase the fraction, the total is 16,200 yuan. 100 yuan. Do you want to use your card or cash? The cashier looked at Tang Qing carefully and said, This price is a huge sum of money in this era. Swipe your card. After speaking, Tang Qing handed over a bank card. Sheng Tang hasn't gotten any Supreme membership cards yet. At present, there are only some ordinary membership cards, shopping cards, and the like. High-level membership cards will be issued next month when Sheng Tang stores are fully opened. However, he does have a diamond card similar to Mengyun Group, which was given to him by Lu Qian yesterday. This card is not like the one that Lu Qian gave before, which is free of orders. It is just that all the products of the group can be purchased at cost, and there is no upper limit. It will be deducted from the year-end dividend at the end of the year. If this year's is not enough, Lu Qian will not ask him for money, and will be deducted the next year. It's not that Lu Qian is stingy, but that the previous card was for Tang Qing, and all the bad company debts that occurred were paid by Lu Qian. But Mengyun Group is a cooperation of the two, and Tang Qing is also the company's major shareholder. Bad debts naturally need to be borne. The cashier performed several operations and handed it to Tang Qing, who entered the password. Transaction complete. Seeing that the transaction was successful and the card was not maxed out, the cashier breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your patronage. Wait a moment. We will have gifts and membership cards for customers who spend more than 10,000 yuan, and our store manager will come soon. The cashier girl said enthusiastically. At this time, the store manager Li Ming also received news that a major customer came. According to company regulations, she will come out to receive in person. Li Ming walked quickly out of the office area, and at a glance he saw the tall and handsome Tang Qing standing at the cash register. His face changed, and he walked forward with enthusiasm. Li Ming came to Tang Qing's side, bowed slightly, and said, "Chairman, hello, welcome to come and inspect." "Oh, do you know me?" Tang Qing said in surprise. He really hadn't seen this person. With his excellent memory, there was basically no one in the company that he could not name. Every time he goes to the company, he sometimes calls the other person by his name directly when he meets an employee in the yard. Seeing the other person's flattered look, Tang Qing feels that this method is too shameless and deceives the feelings of the employees. "Yes, Chairman, I saw your photo before during the company's pre-job training," Li Ming said respectfully. After so many years in the service industry, she deeply understands a truth that she must recognize people. If you don't even know the company's chairman and senior executives, do you still want to do it? She is the best in this batch of store manager training courses. She stood out from dozens of store managers in the class and became the store manager of Xingtang's first and flagship store in the provincial capital. If she doesn't do some homework, how can she become winner? Tang Qing nodded when he heard it. He seemed to remember that the company had this requirement. Those with the rank of deputy store manager and above need to go to the Shengtang headquarters for training. As for the training content, he didn't pay attention to it. Haha, I have a good memory. Work hard. The company's tomorrow will depend on you. Tang Qing said shamelessly, and he couldn't help it. Sometimes he got used to it and couldn't stop at all. In his previous life, he felt that those company leaders' the rhetoric is so fake and contrived. But in this life, I feel that a boss must say so. It is really bad for anyone to be too cold. "Yes, Chairman, you are," Li Ming asked carefully, seeing that Tang Qing had directly spent so much money. I couldn't help but wonder if Tang Qing came to investigate and experience things like that. "Oh, I bought these as gifts for my friends. The things in our company are really good, and my friends like them very much, and I can't take them for nothing," Tang Qing explained. The chairman is right. There is nothing to say about the quality of our company's products, except for fame. Quality and style are not inferior to those big brands. Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief after listening. Although he didn't do anything wrong, the inspection by the leaders is always a stressful thing. The company has regulations. The vice president and above can keep accounts here, and the company will pay the salary according to the cost price. In addition, of course, except for the company's shopping cart. As for the chairman, just take it whatever you want. Tang Qing can't control her right now. How is the business these days? Are there any difficulties? Tang Qing asked with a smile. Li Ming hurriedly said, "The business has been very good since it opened. Sales broke 80,000 on the first day. Although it fell a little later, it has remained at around 50,000. After all, this is the central business district of the provincial capital. The traffic and consumption levels have always been very good. In addition, the company's clothing of different grades and styles is complete, and the quality is good, so it is quite popular with customers." After listening to Tang Qing's encouragement, he said, "That's good. Work hard. We'll send you a big red envelope at the end of the year if the performance is good." "Thank you, Chairman," Li Ming said happily. If someone in her 50s and 60s said this, she might not have expected it, because those old fried dough sticks are the best at drawing flatbreads. She has seen a lot of people who turn around and don't admit it when they speak well. But people at Tang Qing's age are very if you care about face, you will usually do what you say. Hee hee. "Yes, then I'll leave first. You guys are busy," Tang Qing said immediately when he saw Do Jiao coming back from a distance. "Chairman, I'll help you get it." Li Ming stepped forward and said. She didn't just talk about it politely, but started directly, but Tang Qing snatched it over and said, "No need. This thing is it's not heavy, and I'm afraid it's tired of our two elders." "That's okay," the chairman goes slowly. Li Meng saw that Tang Qing had no choice but to give up and said respectfully, "Okay." After Tang Qing finished speaking, he and Sun went beyond the flagship store of the Tang dynasty. After that, the three of Tang Qing went back to the parking lot to put down the things. He also had to stroll around and buy things for his cousin. It was not convenient to hold so many things. After Tang Qing left, the cashier who had been in a panic state carefully asked, "Sister Meng, is he the boss of our company?" Too young. Li Meng retracted his gaze, smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, he is the chairman of our Shangtang apparel Tang Qing." She also knew that Tang Qing was still in the third year of high school, which was no secret in the Tang dynasty, but there was no need to help Tang Qing dress up. At that time, I learned that my boss was still in the third year of high school, and the store managers who had been trained were all blacked out, feeling a gloomy future, thinking that this company is just a toy of the rich second generation and may be tired of discarding or directing randomly at any time. However, the mental state of the employees at the headquarters of Shangtang Company is obviously not like this. They really agree with this company and also support that it is difficult for them to meet the boss. This support does not seem to be because of money. How did she know that Tang Qing conquered the entire company at the last annual meeting of the Tang Dynasty Company? That song, that muscle, that handsome and sunny smile, and that unfathomable financial resources, each one is so dazzling. So all of them are full of energy. Although Tang Qing is rarely in the company, his influence has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, Li Meng did not personally experience it. Even if I heard people from the headquarters, I felt a bit exaggerated. However, the financial resources were real. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars were smashed into the company. It can provide them with enough hope and confidence. Our boss is really handsome and rich. By the way, Meng, do you know what the chairman's house does? The cashier said with emotion. The clerk next to him who just filled the bag also looked at Li Meng expectantly, not with an idea, but with a heart of gossip. I don't know this. Li Meng shook his head and said, "How can the boss's information be betrayed casually? Besides, she really doesn't know." She used to think that Tang Qing was just an ordinary second generation who didn't care about anything. But today she finally understands why the company's internal evaluation of Tang Qing is so high. Young, rich, not arrogant, calm, and strong. Although getting along was short, but I also felt the convincing feeling. After putting things away, the three of them returned to the mall again and strolled around. Do Jiao, who bought a lot of clothes, was over-addicted, and it's not too early, so he didn't try on clothes everywhere, but followed Tang Qing to pick out gifts for his family. Tang Qing found out that it was the most troublesome to pick gifts. It shouldn't be too expensive or cheap. If you buy something millions of dollars, it will cost you only 1,000 yuan. Those who know the goods will buy it for 2,000 or 3,000. Or ask him to buy it on his behalf. That's really nonsense. How about buying clothes for auntie in them? Not good. What about skincare products? It's a good choice. Yes, you can choose. Boss, you see that the watch looks really nice. Sister, please look at the price. It's hundreds of thousands. There are also cheap ones over there. Only a few thousand yuan. And there are also ladies' ones. Okay, give me 3. Look, there is a big bear in there. But this is too big, my car can't fit it. You can send some freight for them to send back. I buy it back now, my sister's bed still can't sleep. Hee, that's okay, this is still small. Well, it's okay, by 3, I guess my back seat will be full. Hey, there is also a stationery store here. Buy some school supplies for your cousin. This brand is quite good. We use it in our office. No matter what the clothes are, and I don't know the size, and the school supplies are high in Nima, it's weird if Qin Shichi doesn't hold her ears for a few hours, or even a few days. It's definitely a nightmare. Therefore, I had to buy some omnipotent gifts such as stuffed toys or stuffed toys. The skincare products are for the 3 female elders. The 2 sisters Qin Shichi and Lin Jiaxue do not use it. Qin Shichi only buys some lipsticks and eyebrow pencils to entertain themselves, and from time to time to enter her poor sister Qin Xiu. As for Lin Jiaxue, and not to mention, Tang Qing remembers that until now she has only used one kind of universal cosmetics to Bao Sod honey. Anyway, Lin Jiaxue is naturally beautiful, and she is used to seeing her without makeup. Tang Qing doesn't like to look at her makeup, or it is not too late to buy after her makeup consciousness awakens. After that, a few people went to Mengyun Group's jewelry store in the mall to choose some jewelry. They didn't buy too expensive, and they added up to only $1,000. The two cousins and Lin Jiaxue each, both of which were chosen by Do Jiao. All silver bracelets, different styles, but they are all pretty. Seeing that Tang Qing and his party had chosen cheap buys, the salesperson could not help being a little secretive, but he didn't show it clearly, because now the group has just changed the owner, and the personnel adjustment has only completed the leadership of the group headquarters and branch companies. The customer complaint affected the evaluation of the store manager. He was absolutely not good at eating. Until he saw Tang Qing's black card at the checkout, he couldn't help but be thankful that he was not rude just now. Seeing his own store manager's humble and respectful appearance, the cold sweat came out. Little boss, what are we going to eat at noon? Seeing that the gifts were all sold out, Do Jiao's nature as a foodie revealed. Whatever. Tang Qing replied. How about Western food? Do Jiao asked again. Dislike. What about Japanese food? Dislike. Where is Korean barbecue? Dislike. Then what do you want to eat? Chinese food. Two words popped out of Tang Qing's mouth. Those things in the previous life weren't uneaten. It felt like a ghost, so I just ate something fresh. It's not someone's low level, just a different habit compared to others. The country's various, light, foods are better than our country's cuisine. Is the steak delicious? It's not as good as the kebabs on the street, sprinkle with cumin. He can eat 100 skewers alone. Hey, he suddenly wanted to eat barbecue. Do Jiao stared at Tang Qing with a speechless expression. Didn't you say casual? Hey, there is a large plate chicken shop over there. Let's go and eat. There should be kebabs. When Tang Qing wanted to eat kebabs, a large plate chicken shop suddenly appeared in front of him. With the word halal, Tang Qing quickly pulled Do Jiao's arm and walked forward. In his previous life, he had also been to Xinjiang, and he was very impressed with the large plate of chicken there, especially the Shan one. The taste is a bit drooling when I think of it, when I think of the lamb skewers with oily sauce. Served with cumin and pepper, especially the fat part of the lamb skewers. TSK. Bite it. The mutton fat explodes in the mouth. It is simply delicious. Do Jiao saw Tang Qing being so active and unwilling to be dragged over. As soon as he entered the store, Tang Qing couldn't wait to say, Boss, 1 serving. No. 2 large portions of chicken, 10 plates of belt noodles, and 50 skewers of barbecue. That's all. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. The waiter with a hat said with a smile. Yep. After Tang Qing finished talking, he found a place to sit down casually. It was not yet dinner, so there were not many people. He didn't bother to trouble the waiter, so he poured 3 cups of tea himself. The little boss has eaten big chicken before. Seeing that Tang Qing is so familiar, Do Jiao questioned. She knew that Tang Qing came to the provincial capital for the first time, and there was no such kind of shop in Qingyan City. At least she hadn't heard of it. Ever. Eat once before. Tang Qing smiled. Oh, but you really know the goods. This large plate chicken has been open for several years. I have eaten it before, and it tastes very good. Do Jiao nodded and said, as a foodie, she is naturally aware of the deliciousness of the provinces, and the famous dish such as Japan chicken is no exception. 2 large plates of chicken were served after nearly 20 minutes. Several people smelled the aroma and immediately started to eat. Do Jiao unceremoniously sandwiched a piece of chicken leg in a bowl and ate it deliciously. These chickens were all stewed over fire. Yes, the meat is soft, not firewood or greasy. The chicken is also larger and fatter, and the cut is larger, otherwise it will be unpleasant to eat. After more than half an hour, several people finally ate everything on the table, not even the green onions on the plate. Do Jiao had completely disregarded her image, lying on her back in the chair, touching her belly and shouting weight loss. Eating the entire table of food, Do Jiao sits on a chair with her back against the wall, with her other foot on the chair next to her. Wei He opened his mouth, rolled his eyes, and looked like he was losing too much blood, and began to groan without illness. I can't move anymore, little boss. What should I do? Who told you to eat so much? This is the 4th time she has asked, and of course Tang Qing said angrily. This product saw Tang Qing, the big stomach king, and son Chao eating very happily, and they started to grab the food. Finally, they were full. Seeing Tang Qing ate the noodles with the soup and started to stuff his stomach again, Persuaded him to eat. Can't persuade. Do Jiao squinted her eyebrows and looked at Tang Qing with "you think," and said, "It's not all to blame you. Wouldn't I have an appetite if you didn't see you eating so fiercely, and I have not eaten this for a long time. Don't your stomach upset after you eat so much? Blame me. Just get used to it. You can develop it slowly." Tang Qing said while drinking tea. The whole large plate of chicken was simmered, and there was no jamming after eating, not to mention that we have a good mouth in this life. Stuffed teeth? La la la, it doesn't exist. Do Jiao pursed her mouth when she heard the words, stroking her belly, and said, "But if you eat too much, you will get fat. Then no one will ask for it. It's okay, Sister Jiao Jiao is naturally beautiful. I guess fatter is more beautiful and charming. The most important thing is that it has nothing to do with me anyway. That will be a headache for my future brother-in-law," Tang Qing said with a smile. Do Jiao was very satisfied when she heard the previous sentence, but in the next sentence she was angrily laughed and said angry, "You are looking for a fight? Ouch, it's no longer possible. I want to rest for a while." Do Jiao just thought of getting up and acting to learn Tang Qing, but was forced back to his seat by his unbelievable stomach, clutching his stomach, panting heavily. "Sister Jiao Jiao, pay attention to your image. People who don't know think you are going to give birth." Tang Qing said this cold talk from the side. This is not like him in normal times. He is usually bullied by Do Jiao, but now Do Jiao is blessed by a weak buff, and he also wants to be rageous to get back some face. Although this kind of face is worthless, it is good or bad. Its face is not. You are about to give birth. I can't have children again. I curse you for being a beer belly from now on. I'm about to grow some meat. So many abdominal muscles. TSK. What annoying content. How to make those butter niches live. Alas, sin. Look at me in a moment to slow down and not take care of you. Come on, I am not your brother if I run. The two had a lively quarrel here for a long time. Tang Qing completely repaid the hatred he had been bullied before. Do Jiao was not angry either. Just like a sibling quarreling, Sun Chao was watching the lively two big brothers. The boss was arguing and playing, but he couldn't get in. Since Tang Qing had eaten 2 tables, the waiters didn't come to rush people after seeing Do Jiao. After 1 hour, after sending Do Jiao to the door of the hotel, Tang Qing and Sun Chao set off on their way home. Before leaving the city, Tang Qing called Lu Gan again and said that he was going back now. Before leaving, he naturally had a different way. Although he would meet again in a few days, he still had to be polite. The car slowly left the provincial capital and got on the highway, heading towards Qingyan City. I don't know why, every time he rides in the car, Tang Qing feels very emotional. I don't know if it is the familiar parting or the novelty of changing places. Anyway, he can always understand some so-called truths in the car. However, Tang Qing didn't think about this at this time, instead thinking about the task assigned to the command room in the morning. The 2 tasks were set when Do Jiao changed his clothes, and the customer service robot notified him by phone. Regarding number 6793, the Leong family's plan is not complicated. It is nothing more than eavesdropping and inquiring. At the same time, it cannot arouse the other side's alertness. They are not afraid of telling lies. In front of the analysis system, professional agents may not be able to deceive Xiao Air. Why not necessarily? It is not that Xiao Air's facial expression analysis system is defective, but some agents have been fully integrated into the role, and a lot of information has been internalized, or after hypnosis, the expression may not be able to ensure absolute accuracy. The 6793 plan is very simple. The first step is to send someone into the other party's home to put some eavesdropping equipment. The role of these gadgets in the plan is to collect some unimportant information, and there is no hope. The second step is to find a way to contact all family members of the other party and conduct routine conversations. What Tang Qing did not expect is that the entire plan contains 47 sets of subsidiary plans, such as a knife robbery, an injustice in the street, a disguised spy, and a hero rescue. Beauty, hijacking confessions, and the like, almost counted all the other family members. Part of the information of these family members was inquired from the second uncle, and part was obtained from Tianyan, because at the beginning of Tianyan's establishment, Tang Qing asked to collect the directory of enterprises above designated size across the country, especially in the province. The basic information survey of companies and groups is still very comprehensive. As for the home address, it is checked internally through the public security system. There are tripartite sources of intelligence. Otherwise, this family information survey alone may take a few days. The final threat level evaluation is a comprehensive evaluation based on the information obtained from all members, and it is impossible to just listen to the side of the party. If the overall judgment is that there is a tendency to retaliate against Tang Qing's family, or there is a high probability of such a tendency in the future, it will automatically implement the removal plan. When he saw this plan and criteria, Tang Qing knew that Lei Peng's family had at least a 90% chance of being judged as a dangerous target by those analysts, because the criteria were too harsh. Not to mention other people. As long as the person's personality analysis report concludes that there is a grudge, is extremely sensitive, psychologically distorted, violent, or even has a history of violent crime within 10 years, the removal plan will be automatically executed. When he saw this condition, Tang Qing was a little bit trapped. The group of people in the command room were so mad, they would kill people at every turn, but it was not wrong to think about it carefully. Crazy, it's better to go to a mental hospital. Well, Tang Qing is too lazy to care. The so-called benevolence to the enemy is cruel to himself. Tang Qing does not want to do this, but has to do it. Even if Lei Peng's family are all good people, if his son is a threat, this kind of person has strong motives and ability to retaliate against Tang Qing and his family. Whether it is to put this person in jail, become an idiot, or die, their family still has strong motives and ability to retaliate. After all, when the other's parents saw that their son was dead or became idiots, their sympathy overflowed. It was another matter. Tang Qing was not interested in waiting for the other party to retaliate against him. So Tang Qing finally came to the conclusion and let him go. Well, no matter whether it is good or bad, he must do this for the safety of his family. What about being an executioner? He doesn't want to leave regrets for a lifetime, so he can only make others regret it. This is like a conflict of interests. It has nothing to do with morality and right or wrong. It only talks about the result and the cause. It is the nature of capital to seek profit, and it is also the nature to protect family members. At this time, the first plan has already started, and the funding limit of 50 million yuan has also been authorized. However, just after the authorization, Tang Yi spent 40 million yuan, which made him feel like he couldn't help. Money can't help but spend it. Fortunately, there is a harvest part in the plan, otherwise the 50 million yuan would really hurt him. At the same time, the second plan has also been implemented. The system guy really deserves to be able to do tricks on the Federal Reserve currency filing. Identity information is trivial. Passports are all free of charge, but only those robots can be handled. For this reason, Tang Qing also complained about it. Robots have all. Passport, my boss is stupefied without this treatment. But it's useless to complain, and the system just ignores him. Compared with the 6793 plan, the 6794 plan is a bit more complicated. Although it is nothing more than infiltration and expansion, in the early stage, some robots were sent to join the various forces to be the younger brothers, and then spied on intelligence, assassinated, planted and framed, fished in troubled waters, and cleared the way for money. Creating chaos, extortion, etc., etc., are another long list of programs. And this is not the final plan. After all, the command office is still not clear about the composition of the forces in Bangkok. By that time, you will need to adapt to various situations. New people, new things, emergencies, and follow-up supplementary plans are simply unnecessary. Too many. These plans of more than 200,000 words are just catalogs. If the entire plan is executed, the plans and files alone will be at least tens of millions of words or more. Well, Tang Qing felt that he used to take it for granted. He thought it was to fight and kill to rob the site. He didn't expect that there are so many ways in it. At that time, he heard this kind of precision for the target and used everything to achieve the goal. His calculations really made him feel a little numb in his scalp. Fortunately, these are his own people. If they are enemies, he can't sleep at night. The huge plan naturally requires huge expenditures. The funding of the second plan is directly as high as 200 million yuan. In this report alone, the people involved in this report need at least more than 30 fighters, plus 10 pieces of intelligence. Analysts, the cost of the robot alone is close to 100 million yuan, plus other funds and emergency exchanges in the future. 200 million is really not too much, but Nima is expensive. So at this moment, Tang Qing was sitting in the car, looking at the scenery outside the window, silently crying. 205,000 are gone. This is his arbitrage profit for more than half a month. Simply rely on it. For hours later, Tang Qing and Sun Chao returned to Qingyan City. At the same time, the personnel of the Bangkok plan have also transferred from Yun province and boarded the plane to Bangkok. Of course, it is impossible to exchange all the robots, but only one. The robot bag holds the relative transmission node. Black ball. At the beginning, Tang Qing was still thinking about how this thing could be brought by the robot. It was big and conspicuous. The key was whether it was a problem or not. For this reason, he specifically asked if the system could do anything about it. This thing turned into a ping-pong ball. Yes, Nima is a ping-pong ball. Seeing that the black ball in the robot's hand turned into a ping-pong ball in a blink of an eye, Tang Qing's mind was instantly messed up. Can he still play like this? You have a serious violation of the system. Finally, after a systematic explanation, Tang Qing knew why. In simple terms, the relative transmission node device is a system-like existence between existence and non-existence, without size and weight, even a geometrically infinitely small point. Tang Qing also has a heavy loading ratio when he hears it. No wonder it's called a node, it's just a point. This kind of space node equipment, the outer layer is composed of a special material. The main function is to isolate and locate the point, and to limit the transmitted objects and size constants. That is, the shell is equivalent to that of the space node. Chassis, and the operating system itself is a kind of field force in that substance. This field force is attached to that substance and can change the microscopic particle shape of the substance. In general, this gadget can be turned into any closed gadget, but the size cannot exceed the previous black ball. The system set a long list, probably what it meant. Anyway, Tang Qing didn't understand it too well. Well, the system, you won. Tang Qing was confused by the explanation in this circle. It was all about tall things. It just couldn't get the manufacturing technology, so it was useless. It's 6 o'clock in Qingyan City. Seeing that it was not early, Tang Qing went directly to his uncle's house. He planned to give gifts from Lin's family and his parents 2 days later, because the day after tomorrow was the birthday of his second cousin, Qin Shiqi. Father Tang and mother both did business in the county. Every time Qin Shiyu passed his life, he could only talk on the phone, saying that it was this time to make up. This is also the reason why each of Tang Qing bought so many things this time. If only for Qin Shiyu, Qin Shiqi would not say anything, but he would also want it, so he simply bought them equally. After getting out of the car outside the community, Tang Qing let Sun Chao go directly, carrying 3 big plush teddy bears and big bags of gifts to go upstairs. Crack! Tang Qing opened the door of his uncle's house. I saw a dark figure rushing up immediately, hugged one of the stuffed toys, and stopped letting go, rubbing his face vigorously. This person is not Qin Shiqi. Who else? All the robots are still on guard around. Naturally, there is no possibility of bad people coming in. But what surprised Tang Qing was that Qin Shiyu also stood at the door, looking at the big white bear in his hand with bright eyes. This bear has 3 colors, white, pink, and light blue. The one that Qin Shiqi is holding is pink. Naturally, Tang Qing bought this according to their respective preferences. Qin Shiqi likes pink the most. Qin Shiyu, a patient with mild cleanliness-aggravated obsessive-compulsive disorder, likes white, and Lin Jiaxue is. As long as he likes it. There are actually gray and brown in the store, but they are not suitable for sending girls, so he had to choose a light blue. From the appearance of the two of them, it was obvious that they saw themselves on the window, and there was a waiting for the bear at the door. Looking at Qin Shiqi, who was holding the pink bear and would not let go, Tang Qing couldn't laugh or cry for a while. At least let me enter the door. Shiqi, you have enough. Let me in. This bear can't run away. Tang Qing pushed the pink bear that Qin Shiqi was holding and said, but why is this sentence so familiar? No, I want to hold it for a while. Qin Shiqi hugged the pink bear tightly, squinted her eyes, and her face was full of happiness. Now there is a happy background music. Tang Qing didn't care. He just loosened holding the pink bear's bag, walked in sideways, I'll wait for you to hold it for a while. You think so beautifully. Don't say how stupid it is. My sister looked at me eagerly. After entering, Tang Qing handed the white bear over and said, "Sure, yours." "Thank you, cousin." After saying that, Qin Shiyu took over the white bear in Tang Qing's hands and followed Qin Shiyu's consistent style. Even if she was satisfied in her heart, she was still slow in her actions. If it weren't for the happy expression, Tang Qing thought she didn't like it. The worried sister, what if she is bullied by her family in the future? "You're welcome. It's Shiyu. Not like some people," Tang Qing said with a smile, and then glanced at Qin Shichi, who was glaring at him outside the door. What's the matter with me?" Qin Shichi hugged the bear and glared back at him and said, "You are fine, right?" Tang Qing said irritably, "It's pretty much the same. I don't care about the gift you bought because I am satisfied. Otherwise, I will go to my aunt and tell me that you are bullying me." Qin Shichi walked into the room and said, closing the door smoothly, "Can we change the subject? By the way, what are those you mentioned?" Qin Shichi, who walked into the door, seemed to have found a new target again and took a fierce look at the other bag in Tang Qing's hand. "Nothing. They are all gifts for your parents," Tang Qing said casually. Qin Shichi's birthday gift was naturally given on her birthday, and it is a bit early now. "A lie. You have seen it all. You can tell me honestly." Qin Shichi pointed at the bag in his left hand and raised her eyebrows, her eyes still showing joy. "What did you see?" Tang Qing asked in confusion. He puts the watch and jewelry underneath. There are only some high-end skincare products and belt lighters on it. "Here." Qin Shichi knelt down and pointed to the clear watch bag inside the white clinker bag. The icon on it was obviously not for middle-aged women to wear. Your eyes, forget it. I wanted to give you a surprise, so let's give it to you now." Tang Qing smiled bitterly when he saw it. He didn't expect that the flaws would be revealed along the way. If the side of the watch is leaking out, I blame the watch manufacturer. It's a few $1,000s anyway. Isn't it possible to put such a beautiful picture on the box? I also blamed that when I got off the car to load things, I didn't think about it and stuffed it directly underneath and didn't put it neatly. Tang Qing saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, and he didn't hide it anymore. He took out the contents one by one. The two cousins also stared at the side with big round eyes. Tang Qing took out 4 boxes and handed them over. Said, "Here, this is for both of you. Take it. I wanted to give it to Shiryu on her birthday, but now I don't even have any surprises, Shirchi. I blame you." Tang Qing threw the pot strongly. "Oh, when is it different? Now we are very pleasantly surprised. Do you think it is sister?" Qin Shichi said with a look of expectation, rubbing her hands. Qin Shiyu's face was tangled, and both of them were right. For a while, I didn't know how to stand in line with her. Qin Shichi took the box and opened it eagerly, but Qin Shiyu didn't move. It seemed that these gifts were exactly the same anyway. Just look at Qin Shichi's. And Tang Qing on the side knew that Qin Shiyu liked to look at the unopened packaging and didn't like to open things. He felt that it would not be perfect if it was opened. This kind of strange thought was also known to him later, especially when later saw Qin Shiyu look helpless and reluctant to open a courier. Tang Qing was messed up on the spot. In the end, Qin Shiyu seemed to have made a major decision, using a small blade with a distressed expression on his face. Cut the sealant, Tang Qing was thinking. Is this a disability? Taking out bracelets and watches that are not cheap at first glance, Qin Shichi exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you are too generous this time. Buy us such expensive things." Although she didn't know how much these 2 things cost, she absolutely it's not just a few $100s. Although she doesn't know the brand, she still knows the goods. It's rare to buy it once, and it's not too expensive. Tang Qing smiled. It doesn't add up to 10,000. In his opinion, it is really no money. A few $100 million are spent a day. Does 10,000 count? He didn't want to pick it up if it fell on the ground, because it would take 200 times to exchange it for a robot, so he was really not interested. Hee, for the sake of your interest, I won't talk about you," Qin Shichi said excitedly, taking out the watch and putting it on quickly. He wears a watch in his left hand and a bracelet in his right hand, and the pink bear does not let go. It seems that this gift is the right gift. Seeing Qin Shichi's expression of excitement, Qin Shiyu on the side also saw it very much. Tang Qing was also very happy in his heart, as long as his relatives were happy. These watches are all the same style, and he doesn't know what kind of watches a few people like. In order to avoid someone likes all three, he just bought the same. It's just that the straps are different, 2 white and 1 pink, because there are only black and gray. By the way, where are the ants? Tang Qing asked. They went shopping, and my dad followed when he was bored. Qin Shichi said, while wearing a watch and bracelet for her sister. Oh, go back to your room and play. It's troublesome to hold a bear. Tang Qing said. Also, sister, let's go back to the room. After Qin Shichi pulled Qin Shiyu back to the room, and even closed the door, Tang Qing knew immediately that she was looking for clothes to match these two things. Well, he doesn't feel strange when he thinks of the post-generation Qin Shichi's appearance of mad demons in pictures. Qin Shiyu's WeChat and Penguin account have never been mentioned or updated. However, Qin Shichi has to send all kinds of messages every day. When Tang Qing went to like it, stepped on the shameful thing of her space, and put on such a cousin, Tang Qing was also a little helpless. After that, Tang Qing left the things for uncle and aunt on the coffee table in the living room, and put the other things back in his room, and they would send them out after they came in a few days. After a while, Qin Yugong and his wife also returned. Qin Shichi held the things Tang Qing bought for her and dangled in front of her uncle and aunt like a treasure. Naturally, her aunt told Tang Qing that he shouldn't waste all kinds of things, but she felt like seeing these skincare products. Still very happy, that woman doesn't like this. She also asked how much Tang Qing spent today. Qin Yugong is a policeman. He doesn't know the prices of many items, but he is also very familiar. After all, he has been dealing with these criminals before and now. There are naturally some valuables in the stolen goods, so he also practiced some vision. Therefore, Tang Qing did not hide it and broke out an approximate total price. This was one of the reasons why he had not dared to buy expensive before. He was afraid that Qin Yu would see it through, but it would be easier to wait for the second uncle to come back in a few days. With the second uncle's huge assets as a cover, any squandering money can be pushed to him as a backpot man. Qin Yugong and his aunt were distressed when they heard that these things cost nearly 10,000 yuan, but they couldn't say anything. If Tang Qingguang bought them for their family, they would surely return them, but Tang Qing gave them back to his parents and Lin Jiashua's family. I bought them all, and Tang Qing did have the financial resources, so I didn't say much. Anyway, it was a gift from a younger generation to an elder, and he was happy to laugh at it. Don Mueang International Airport in Bangkok. Don Mueang International Airport is currently the only international airport in Bangkok. It is about 25 kilometers from downtown Bangkok. Another new airport will not be put into use until next year. Attention, all passengers, flight from Bangkok to Singapore is about to depart. The English-Thai bilingual broadcast continuously broadcasts flight information. At this time, a young man in his 20s, dressed in a simple dress, walked out of the airport's Terminal 1. He was of the kind that was difficult to find out when thrown into the crowd. He didn't have the slightest expression on his face, and he looked around indifferently. Seeing everyone is like looking at flowers and trees, without the slightest feeling. Many people around are looking at him. No way, because this person has no luggage, not even a bag, just so empty hands, very strange in the crowd, just like a rich young master who is on vacation. It's the same, but it doesn't look like this dress at all. The villa area by the lakeside of the provincial capital. This villa area is the most high-end villa area currently developed by Pengyun Group. It is located in the southwest corner of the provincial capital, next to a mountain and forest scenic spot. The terrain is quite good. Under the hype of Pengyun Group, this high-end villa area and its neighbors in the scenic spots that were taken over by the group's subsidiary tourism company and spent huge sums of money to renovate. The nearby housing prices have also skyrocketed, and many developers have also taken land to build houses nearby. However, Pengyun Group did not participate this time. The so-called benefit sharing, Pengyun Group has already taken the lead. There is no need to compete with others. There is no background in real estate development. Many of them are friends for many years. Give up some benefits to make Pengyun Group's position in the province more stable. As a developer, Lei Peng naturally left himself the largest and best villa. The entire villa is surrounded by high walls and covered with barbed protective nets. There are security guards patrolling the villa area around the clock, and there is a full range of monitoring systems without blind spots to protect the personal safety of the rich. It stands to reason that this kind of protection is impossible for anyone to sneak into here. But today there is an exception. The reason why the entire villa area is called Lakeside Home is because there is an artificial river that passes through the villa area. Both the import and export are covered by fine and high-strength barbed wire. Because the barbed wire is denser, people are often sent to clean up the garbage. The upper reaches of the river is a small stream in the mountain next to the villa area. It used to be on the edge of the mountain, but it was obviously impossible to level the mountain, so Punyun Group spent huge sums of money to change it. A channel flows into the villa area, and the stream flows out of the villa area and then flows back to the original river channel. Although the water flow is not large, there are still some farmlands downstream that need this water to irrigate. Today, there was a guest at the entrance of this river where few people usually come. In the darkness, a figure came from the upstream potential underwater to the bottom of the entrance. Using pliers, I quickly cut a hole for people to pass through, and at the same time turned around to seal the hole. Because the barbed wire is designed to not allow upstream leaves and dead branches to pass through. If there are dead branches, it is obviously that the barbed wire is broken. How can this kind of tail command room stay? The soldiers slowly dive towards the villa. As a war machine, it is naturally impossible to treat it according to common sense. These second-level fighters can hold their breath under the water for nearly 20 minutes at a stretch. No matter how long it is, it won't work. The real machines are still limited by cells and organs, and this group of rich people really know how to play. They have built a large lake and tributary canals in the villas. The villas are built along the lake and along the canals, and there is no greening. Have to say, Lei Peng's villa is right next to the lake. Now the equipment and time are not enough. Sneaking from the river is the fastest solution considered by the command office. The ground security is relatively strong. The communication server has not been set up yet, so I want to get it done through technical means. Monitoring and electricity will take some time. In the morning, the plan was formulated. After Tang Qing completed the authorization, the execution efficiency of the entire command room was extremely rapid. In the afternoon, people were sent to determine the location of Lei Peng's family members. Lei Peng and his wife lived in this villa area. His eldest son Lei Liang and his daughter-in-law live in a villa area on the other side of the city because it is close to where Lei Liang works. Lei Liang now also runs a logistics and a real estate company. As for Lei Yang, he has no fixed place. In name, he lives with Lei Peng, but in reality he basically stays in a hotel and rarely goes home. When Lei Yang's whereabouts were discovered, the command room determined that Lei Yang was ingesting prohibited items, and it had been for many years. Now Lei Yang's hotel rooms have been bugged. In the afternoon, the robot used the intelligent military telescopic recognition equipment that Tang Yi bought from the mall. The entire villa area has been modeled on the hill near this villa area. At this time, under the observation of several infrared telescopes on the scenic mountain, those patrolling the security guards shouldn't worry about it. They are afraid of the surveillance, but they didn't dive in from land, but underwater. So riding the night, sneak into the villa to put some bugs and the like. It's still a bit difficult. Because there are bodyguards in the villa, Lei Peng is not a small merchant and hawker. Naturally, there are bodyguards to protect him, and there are many, but it's just a little bit difficult. It's not a problem for the second-level fighters. These robots designed specifically for war are originally intended to serve the battlefield, such as infiltration, penetration, secret whistle, camouflage, etc. on the battlefield. These bodyguards are there any real slaughter robot cows who keep extremely vigilant at all times to avoid accidentally losing their lives? Joke. This kind of human robot can sneak in behind enemy lines in the battlefield, let alone this kind of place, where these bodyguards have the high level of vigilance in the face of death threats. Even if they are there, it is useless. Humans can't do anything with machines. Besides, this is only one of the plans. Each plan has up to several failure contingency plans, so the whole plan is basically difficult to fail after it is formulated. There are 2 Lei Peng couples, for bodyguards, for servants, and 2 chefs in the entire villa, a total of 12 people. But they are all asleep now. Although all the doors and windows on the first floor were closed, the doors on the veranda on the second floor were not closed. The robot didn't even sit in the starting position. It jumped on the spot and grabbed the handrail of the second floor veranda, bent its arms, and raised its legs, and went straight to the second floor with ease and got in through a door. 10 minutes later, the robot that sneaked into the villa had completed the deployment of the bugs in the main room and location. There were also bugs and trackers in every car in the underground garage. There was no monitoring in the villa. It was Lei Peng who wanted to come. The security of the villa area is extremely confident, otherwise the task tonight will be tricky. The robot that completed the task returned according to the original path and removed the traces. Finally, the barbed wire fence also fixed the hole with some small steel wires. Although it was not restored to its original shape, it was okay. No one will notice in a short time. When he started the action in Bangkok and the provincial capital, Tang Qing did not go into the command room all night, but practiced the calligraphy in his house. The next day, Tang Qing woke up early in the morning to pay attention to the progress of the two plans. There is no new progress in Lei Peng. After all, it hasn't dawned yet, and the second step plan has not yet started, but the progress in Bangkok is beyond his expectation. The robots scattered last night all went to Bangkok's most chaotic and complex area. Those fighters specifically find some punks to ask them something. Some fighters will give money, and some fighters will put their guns on their heads. Naturally, they know all they can and can't say enough. In addition, some soldiers infiltrated the police station in Bangkok and searched for information and population files of local forces. Through mutual confirmation and the information obtained by the Bangkok police station, basically the entire underground forces in Bangkok had been exposed in one night, and all kinds of information were clear at a glance in the command room. As the early morning approached, these messages were placed in front of Tang Qing. Want to be so efficient? I'm not ready yet. Looking at the information, Tang Qing smiled bitterly. This is not about pretending, nor preparing anything, but psychological preparation. Looking at the distribution and number of underground forces in Bangkok and the information obtained from the police department's archives, he wanted to say, "These scumbags are so damned." He had only heard of the actions of those underground forces before, but when he really saw it, it made him panic. Basically, all the bad things that exterminate humanity that he can think of can basically be found here, and many people are still at large. But this is fine. He thought that the plan specified by the command room would kill a lot of people. It was a bit too cruel, but seeing the information, his heart became hardened, and he didn't have anything to do with the next move. Psychological burden. After seeing the information, many people who were not included in the plan were also included in another plan by Tang Qing, the garbage disposal plan. This is a plan for the eradication of all the most sinful people under all the forces under his control in the future. This group of people is contaminating the world when they live. He is not a virgin, but he can't tolerate people who are so uncomfortable with him. One word is dry. Tang Qing came to the school early in the morning. Seeing Tang Qing enter the classroom without even carrying a school bag, the students have become accustomed to it. This is also a habit that Tang Qing developed last week. It is troublesome to carry a school bag. Anyway, he doesn't read books. When he goes home, he will either practice calligraphy in the room or read extracurricular books or TV, and sometimes help his sisters to talk about topics. Now my aunt and the others don't care about Tang Qing. They took the first one for so long. Every time they get close to full marks, it shows their strength. They still have most of their time at school every day, so they didn't say anything. This really envied Qin Shichi. She is also the person who is about to take the entrance examination, and she is not the first in grade. Therefore, being stared at by his aunt all day. In order to drag Tang Qing into the water, she often asked him various questions, and Tang Qing patiently explained to her. Qin Shichi didn't make trouble unreasonably. She was looking for topics that she was uncertain or wanted to ask if she had any other ideas. Here, this is the sweet-scented osmanthus cake my mother made yesterday. I can't finish it. You can taste it. As soon as Tang Qing sat down, Wang Yin handed over a plastic box and said, looking at the sweet-scented osmanthus cakes in the box, Tang Qing couldn't help but recalled that Wang Yin used to make sweet-scented osmanthus cakes for him in his previous life. The style was exactly the same, apparently learned from her mother. I miss it so much. Tang Qing picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. A familiar smell came. It's delicious, Tang Qing said with a thumbs up. Wang Yin smiled and said, it's delicious. By the way, Tang Qing, what did you do 2 days ago? The item went to the provincial capital. Tang Qing said truthfully. Provincial city? Where are you going to do? Wang Yan asked. A person you know lives. Tang Qing said. Yesterday, when he was buying a gift, he was wondering whether to buy a copy for Wang Yan, but he was always hesitating. Firstly, what reason to send it? And secondly, is it appropriate to send it out? He hesitated and hesitated until noon. In the end, it was nothing. But now I feel very guilty. When Wang Yan has something delicious at home, he will bring him a little, but he has never given her anything. He even hesitated to buy something from a long distance. Thinking about this, Tang Qing felt a little bored. Oh, Wang Yan said. How is your dad's company? Tang Qing said, looking for a topic. Very good. Everything is going well. Now those buildings have been repaired to the 3rd floor, and the houses have sold for more than 40%. I believe they will be sold out in 1 or 2 months. Wang Yan caressed. He shook his hair and smiled. That's good. Uncle's money is set. Tang Qing said with a smile. This project should be the starting point for Wang Yan's father's career to take off, and the last step has gradually reached the scale of tens of billions of yuan. The existence that you can only look up to in the past life is at your fingertips in this life. The drama of life is impermanent. By the way, where is your company? Wang Yan asked again. Very good. The first store in the provincial capital has already opened, and then within this month all stores in the province will open. Tang Qing said. That's great. How about I only wear your company's clothes from now on? Wang Yan said happily. Yes, with your image, it's pretty good to be our company's image spokesperson. Tang Qing said, but he knew it was not easy, and Wang Yan's father would not be able to pass the test. Really, but your company should have a spokesperson. Wang Yan said with bright eyes. Yes, it's a heroine of a TV series. Tang Qing nodded and said, that endorsement fee is not expensive. Wang Yan asked curiously. It seems to be 2 million. It was only signed for 1 year. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, it's expensive. I would be very happy if I had 500,000 a year, Wang Yan said in surprise. Okay, I will sign you when her contract expires. Don't you want to be a star? I will pay you this year or next year to make you popular. Tang Qing smiled. His logic was very simple. He paid for Wang Yan to become popular, and then replaced the spokesperson, so that there would not be much to say in the Tang dynasty. I like singing, not acting. Wang Yan corrected. Singing and his father can still discuss. If he acts in a play, his father would never agree. That's okay. I'll release an album for you. Tang Qing said. He actually doesn't want Wang Yan to act. The main reason is that he is too tired and dangerous. He knows how tired the filming is. He once went to Hengdian to work. Playing in groups, that day was really sour and cool, and the danger did not come from some unspoken rules or the like, but many scenes required the use of devia and various props. This thing, even if someone said it's absolutely safe, and he wouldn't want Wang Yan to try. This is what you said. Wang Yan stared at Tang Qing and said seriously, of course I said it. It has always worked. Tang Qing smiled. Hee great. I will tell my dad to go when I go back today. I told him before that he also said that I am definitely not going to be popular. Now someone supports me and sees what he has to say. Wang Yan happily smiled. Tang Qing estimated that Wang Yan and his father would hate him to death, but since he said it all, and seeing Wang Yan so happy, he really couldn't bear to turn back. Forget it. As long as she likes it, I believe his father will understand. He will her overtly and secretly, and there is no need to worry about anyone in the entertainment circle who dares to dive into her. It's time to make up for the guilt of Wang Yan in the previous life. Others gave up their dreams, gave up their reservedness, and loved him secretly for so long. He also broke the hearts of others. It's just a little compensation. Besides, the two are still friends and classmates. Take it a favor. At this moment, Li Kai walked into the classroom slowly humming a little song. With sharp eyes, he saw the sweet-scented osmanthus cake on Tang Qing's table and walked over with joy in an instant. Is this sweet-scented osmanthus cake? It looks delicious. After Li Kai finished speaking without any sense of shame, he leaned over to the sweet-scented osmanthus cake and looked at it. The meaning was obvious. I'm so low-hearted. Are you embarrassed if you don't give me a piece? This guy would do it every time he wanted to eat something Wang Yan brought. After all, this was Wang Yan's thing, so he was embarrassed to take it directly. If Tang Qing's, he would not be so polite. Give it to you. Get so close. Look at it. Tang Qing handed the plastic box over and smiled, and Wang Yan also giggled happily on the side. Hey, old Tang who knows me. Li Kai was not polite when he finished speaking. He grabbed a piece of it and stuffed it in his mouth and ate it beautifully. He was also very measured. If Tang Qing bought something he could eat, light, but this is Wang Yan's. No matter how delicious it is, he just wants to taste it. Although Tang Qing and Wang Yan don't say anything if they eat too much, he is not such an ignorant person. Li Kai felt the fragrance in his mouth, squinted his eyes and nodded quickly and said, "It's delicious, alas, why don't I have this treatment? Didn't you have the same table? See you at the same table," Tang Qing said with a smile. Li Kai has a crush on her at the same table for so many years and dare not say. Although he is reborn, Tang Qing is a little bit unaware of what to say. He understands Li Kai's thoughts, so he dare not scribble the Mandarin duck score if he encourages Li Kai to pursue him. At the same table, it is likely to have a counterproductive effect. After all, a crush on something like this is indeed a good memory many times. He doesn't know whether he should destroy the pure land in Li Kai's heart. "We are not so familiar yet," Li Kai said with an awkward expression on his face. "You'll be familiar with more chat," Tang Qing said with a smile. Li Kai's secret love is a real secret love. He doesn't usually talk much. Like Wang Yan before, sometimes it's so nonsense. When you care about a person, you are very cautious when you talk. But when you are a man, if you just want to play with a woman, then you will be very open, because anyway, there will be countless women waiting for him, and you will fail if you fail. This kind of indifferent initiative is a weapon that allows them to truly ride the horse. Because women are emotional animals, a dull and a talkative. Even if they are cheating, they are willing to accept it. The world is so nonsense, but it is also in line with human nature. It has nothing to do with right or wrong, just a different perspective. From the standpoint of the spare tire, I feel very angry in my heart. But from the perspective of another group of people, they also have a legitimate reason. I just want to find a really suitable spouse, and I ride horses hundreds of times just for the pair in my heart. The persistence of love. Therefore, love is a comparison of muddle-headed accounts. Some can be counted, but most of them are unclear. Well, forget it, I'll go back first. Li Kai grinned narrowly, touching his nose, and quickly walked back to his seat. He didn't want to talk about this topic. He was still contradictory in his heart. "What's the matter? He and Chu Lan are in a situation?" Wang Yan asked curiously when Li Kai was gone. "Smart, but you have to keep it secret. That guy is entangled." Tang Qing smiled lightly. Li Kai told him in his previous life that he decided not to chase Chu Lan before the college entrance examination. He said that he only wanted to keep a memory in his heart. After that, although he liked it very much in his heart, Li Kai never contacted him. Chu Lan didn't even pay attention to her information anymore, just like a passerby. Speaking of it, Li Kai and Wang Yan are the same kind of people. They only secretly love but don't confess or even take care of them. Maybe Wang Yan's previous life and Li Kai have the same idea. Treat secret love as a kind of good memory and will not destroy it. It would be impossible for Wang Yan to confess to Tang Qing if it were not for Lin Jiashua's accident. Okay. Wang Yan nodded and agreed. Thinking of Li Kai, she couldn't help but think of herself. She knew that if she kept on like this, moths would fly into the fire, but she couldn't control it. Maybe. This is fate. Seeing Tang Qing and Wang Yan whispering to each other, and the sweet-scented osmanthus cake that looked delicious, many people were mad with envy and jealousy, but no one dared to say anything, even in private. Say, it's not just Tang Qing's grades, but I heard that someone chewed his tongue behind his back. Suzy Wang had a meal with that person directly after school. Tang Qing also knew that although this kind of behavior was a bit bullying, it was still with his butt. The problem of the head is like people like gossip, but they don't like that they are the object of gossip. Seeing Su Ziwang's flattery, Tang Qing's attitude towards him was much better. He was able to bend and stretch, know how to seize opportunities, and would have trouble. Even if his character was poor, he could use it to deal with other people with poor character. At night, Tang Qing practiced calligraphy in his bedroom after dinner. He didn't want to go to the command room these days, especially the archives that he saw this morning. He understood some of the deepest crimes in this society and felt very unhappy. Practicing calligraphy can ease his mood. Ding ding. At this moment, Tang Qing's phone rang, and he took out his cell phone to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Tang Qing didn't bother to think, pressed the answer button, and said, "Hello, hello. Hello, Xiao Tang. I am Wang Yan's father. Have you eaten? Wang Yan's father, Wang Sheng's loud voice came over the phone. Wang Sheng called him and found it strange. Seeing Wang Yan's excitement today, he must have confessed him. Hello, Uncle Wang. I have already eaten it, and you guys? Tang Qing said with a smile. We haven't eaten it yet, but your aunt sure will make it right away. How about your company recently? I heard my daughter say that Xingtang shops are almost opening all over the province. Wang Sheng smiled. That's it this. Uncle Wang, just tell me what you have. Tang Qing smiled bitterly. Now everyone knows what it is. It's better to be straightforward. It feels a bit hypocritical to go around. When Wang Sheng laughed, he didn't think that Tang Qing was rude. If Tang Qing was like a little fox and slapped him, then he would be unhappy. A very good character. It would be nice if Tang Qing was his son-in-law. It's just a pity. In this case, I'll just say it straight. Just when I went home, I heard my daughter say that you support her in learning music and that you want to release an album for her. Is it true? Wang Sheng asked. Yes. I heard her say that she likes music before, and we are all friends, so we want to show our support. Tang Qing said truthfully. Then I would like to thank you first. I used to find a reason to get stuck with her, but now my father is a little bit too much. Wang Sheng sighed. Of course he hopes his daughter will do what he likes to do, but in his subconscious, he doesn't like those celebrities. Wang Yin can be a music teacher, but he can't accept the celebrities' words for a while. Do you have ideas about our family, Wang Yin? As soon as Wang Sheng's voice fell, there was a question that made Tang Qing almost startled. This. I think my uncle might have misunderstood it. I just want to help her. Besides, if she becomes popular, I can save a lot of advertising expenses. Don't blame me for taking advantage of Wang Yin. Tang Qing explained quickly. Do you have time these days? Let's have a good chat. Wang Sheng paused and stopped asking. Many things were not clear on the phone. It is better to talk in person. The doubts and worries in his heart are too much. Too much. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, Then the night after tomorrow. How about it? That's okay. You study hard. You come to my house the next night. We will have a good chat. Wang Sheng said, Okay. Then the two ended the conversation. Tang Qing did not continue to practice calligraphy. Instead, lying on the bed fell into deep thought. He naturally understood what Wang Sheng wanted to talk to him the day after tomorrow. Now Wang Sheng probably has too many questions in his mind. The biggest question is why Tang Qing promised to spend so much money to help Wang Yin. Wang Sheng knows the existence of Lin Jiaxue. Tang Qing's behavior is to help his classmates. But the ill-said point is that the kindness is too heavy, and people have to doubt Tang Qing's motives. Therefore, he has to find a way to give this motive to Yuan. Although the reason he said here is true, it would be a ghost if Wang Sheng believed it. Secondly, Wang Sheng should refuse his help. After all, their family is not moneyless and will not inherit Tang Qing's love for no reason. A businessman like him may take advantage of this kind of business in business, but he is certain about his daughter. It's hard to accept, so Tang Qing had to persuade Wang Sheng to agree to pay for it himself. Otherwise, the money would not be spent. Forget it. Think about it tomorrow. Soon Tang Qing began to practice calligraphy again. He had practiced the official script before and even practiced a seal script, but the seal script is really too old. It looks weird. He has all the remaining seal scripts. I left it aside and didn't practice it. This month, after practicing a few more copies of Song and Okai, he was going to learn ink painting. He practiced the calligraphy book to calm down and pay attention to each stroke. He didn't learn how to use even the pen calligraphy. I feel more anxious about writing. Early the next morning, Wang Yin saw Tang Qing in a slightly anxious tone and asked in a low voice, What did my dad call you last night? She knew that her father called Tang Qing last night, but Wang Sheng didn't say the content of the call. It just meant that Tang Qing would come to the house for dinner later. Wang Yin was happy, but also worrisome. She was afraid that her father and Tang Qing would have it tomorrow night. Disagreement. Does your dad still disagree? Tang Qing asked. No, it's better than before, but I'm still hesitating. I'm sorry, it's causing you trouble, or I won't learn music anymore. Wang Yin said quietly. She was really afraid that Tang Qing would think she was a trouble. Tang Qing said with a serious expression, No, you must learn. Firstly, this is your ideal. Secondly, I'm still waiting for you to be popular, and then I will be the spokesperson of our company. In his previous life, Wang Yin gave up his dream because of a single sentence. In this life, He would never allow this to happen again. Oh, Wang Yin said softly, lowered her head and fiddled with the pencil case, but she was extremely happy in her heart. She only knew that Tang Qing supported her ideals, but he automatically ignored the latter sentence. Up. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was Qin Shiyu's birthday. The three families gathered here again in Qin Yugong. This time, Tang Qing did not need to buy food, because this meal was made by Mother Tang, Aunt, and Mother Lin. The three heads of the household were watching TV and chatting in the living room, and two cousins were doing homework in their rooms. Tang Qing pulled Lin Jiaxue into his room and closed the door smoothly. Lin Jiaxue knew what was going on, because as soon as Qin Shiqi walked in, she went to Lin Jiaxue to show off the gift Tang Qing bought for her, and she naturally had a share. Tang Qing took out 2 boxes from the drawer, opened them, and put them in front of Lin Jiaxue, and said, "Jiaxue, do you like them?" Lin Jiaxue only glanced at it and smiled softly. "Well, I like it. It doesn't matter what Tang Qing gives, nor does it matter how valuable it is, as long as it is Tang Qing. Then I will put it on for you." Tang Qing said. "Good," Lin Jiaxue said. After that, Tang Qing personally helped Lin Jiaxue put on the bracelet and watch. Holding Lin Jiaxue's hand, she took a closer look and said, "Well, it's so beautiful." Lin Jiaxue didn't speak, but looked at Tang Qing tenderly. "I will wear it often in the future, you know." "Yep." "Jiaxue, what's happening?" "Nothing. I just feel a bit dry in my mouth." "You?" The two were greasy and crooked in Tang Qing's room for a while. They were interrupted by Qin Shiqi, who had finished their homework and robbed Lin Jiaxue over, completely ignoring Tang Qing's sorry woman expression on his face. "Humph, we must kiss her next time." Just after Lin Jiaxue was called out by Qin Shiqi, Mother Tang walked into Tang Qing's room. "Mom, what's the matter with you?" Tang Qing smiled knowingly. "You were so embarrassed to ask me something. Tell me, where did your money come from? I only gave you 3,000, plus your own private money up to 5,000. The bank card that holds the dividends is still there. With me, it's impossible for you to go to the provincial capital without spending a penny, and you spent nearly 10,000 yuan on a gift this time. I'm not saying you shouldn't spend it, but where did your money come from? Ask someone else to borrow money." Mother Tang said a lot, but her voice was suppressed, lest she could be heard by outsiders. Her tone was full of worry. When cooking just now, my aunt accidentally said the real cost of Tang Qing's things, but she was shocked. Her first reaction was that Tang Qing asked someone to borrow money again. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, but she didn't feel sorry for the money. But Tang Qing did not listen to her and asked people to borrow money. Tang Qing was a little scared by Tang's mother. There was no way. He wouldn't be scared when the eyes of other unrelated people stared out. But this is his mother. This is not fear, but respect. "I didn't borrow money. As for the origin of the money, you will know it after a few days. It is a legitimate origin," Tang Qing said with a smile. "When the second uncle, the local tyrant, comes, he will have an extra large one. As a shield, especially by taking advantage of the second uncle's name, you can find a way to help your parents and let them do business more easily. So does Lin's father and Lin's mother. Although he and Lin Jiaxue are not married yet, it is not appropriate to pay for their family like this, but Tang Qing has already regarded Lin Jiaxue as his wife. In this life, no one can put down each other, no matter how much." "In a few days? What do you mean?" Mother Tang asked in confusion. "Mom, it's a good thing. Don't ask, you will still praise me when that happens," Tang Qing said with a smile. "You child." Mother Tang saw Tang Qing resolutely not to say anything, but she also let go of her heart. Since Tang Qing had said it for a few days, obviously that reason could convince herself, as long as it was not borrowed, so her face gradually changed. "Ease down." "Well, I will surprise you in a few days," Tang Qing said. "It's also pleasantly surprised, you don't need to scare me," Mother Tang said angrily. "Hey, where will it be?" Tang Qing smiled. At this time, Uncle Qin Yugong's voice came from outside. "Yuzhen, come out for dinner." After that, Tang Qing and Tang's mother went out of the room, and all the family members went to the table. Ani bought a large folding table 2 days ago, so the 10 people sitting down were not as crowded as before. Qin Shiyu was also the first time so many people gave her a living, and her face was still a little nervous. Like last time, Tang Qing ordered a big cake early, and the shop owner delivered it to her door by himself. and arrived home earlier than Tang Qing. Qin Shiqi ate a piece shamelessly and took Qin Shiyu to eat together in order to alleviate the criminal, but the adults didn't say anything. It was for children. It was the same for eating early and evening, as long as they were happy. Qin Shiqi also strongly begged Tang Qing to send a cake that was bigger than this on her 18th birthday. For this reason, she also graciously peeled off the prawns for Tang Qing pickled vegetables, and the adults laughed. The next few family members finished the meal lively. Only Tang Qing knew that in a few days they might have to get together again. The second uncle Tang Kai came back, and Tang Qing's worries were eliminated by Tang Qing. It's going to be a big banquet. The next day, school is over in the afternoon. Tang Qing followed Wang Yin to her house. This time, Tang Qing didn't buy any valuables. It was the first visit last time. Naturally, he needed to be more polite. This time it was just a junior who went to the elder's house for a meal and bought some fruits. At this time, Wang Sheng was already waiting for Tang Qing at home. Now his real estate company is on the right track. The relationship that should be sorted out has been sorted out in the early stage. Now it only needs to be maintained occasionally, plus the developer is standing. The most upstream of the entire industry chain, construction units, design units, supervision units, survey units, various building materials suppliers, etc. are all his subordinates, so time is much more abundant than before. Unlike before, it is necessary to treat guests everywhere. Flatter people. This afternoon, Wang Sheng didn't go to the company. He had been watching TV, smoking, and drinking tea in the room. At this time, Wang Yan's mother Shirlan was busy alone in the kitchen with the last turtle soup, and she kept talking about it from time to time. Wang Sheng's old stubborn thinking can only cope with it with a wry smile. Now there are two camps in their family. Wang Yin and her mother are in the same group. They agreed to be a celebrity with their daughter. She still dreamed of being a celebrity her mother once, but Wang Sheng was hesitant. After all, it was about her daughter. He has to be cautious about his future. He hasn't told his father about this, but he knew that if he had said it, his father would definitely stand by his granddaughter. Even when it comes to Wang Yin and her uncle, he would agree to it, because with Wang Yin's no one in their family can resist the skill of acting like a baby except him, and then he will really be isolated and helpless. Wang Yin was also very sensible and did not ask her grandfather for help, because she hoped that her father would truly support her. But Wang Sheng just couldn't get past the hurdle in his heart. That's not to say, Tang Qing's motive was what he worried about the most. He was young and vigorous, handsome and rich. If he had bad thoughts about his daughter, he wouldn't. I believe my daughter can resist it. At this time, the door unlocking sounded. Wang Sheng immediately knew that it was Tang Qing who was here, so he squeezed out the cigarette and got up. Tang Qing is not a childish little boy, but the chairman of a large company. He is a bit incomparable in terms of assets, but he believes that as long as his company is on the right track, he will surpass Tang Qing's. It is not too easy for a clothing company. It was only in the face of Tang Qing, the rebirth, who opened the hook. His wish could only be frustrated. Hello, Uncle Wang. Tang Qing nodded politely when he saw Wang Sheng got up to greet him. Haha. Xiao Tang. You are here. The meal is ready. Let's go. Let's serve it. Wang Sheng said with a smile. Okay. After saying that, Tang Qing followed Wang Sheng to the dining table. Wang Yin went back to the room to put her school bag. She was not as cool as Tang Qing and did not carry anything. During this time, in order to catch up with Tang Qing's achievements, she never relaxed too. Tang Qing just sat down for a while, and the last soup was ready. All of them were on the table. The Queen Mother greeted Tang Qing enthusiastically, while Wang Yin was eating the food with her head down. She knew that today's protagonists were her father and Tang Qing. Very nervous. This time was the reason for the last time. Wang Sheng directly poured Tang Qing a large glass of white, causing the two mothers and daughters to look at him dissatisfied. Wang Sheng also smiled bitterly at this, and he has no place in the family. Oh, alas, the girls are outgoing, and even their own wives have turned their backs. Xiao Tang, I won't turn around anymore. I want to know what you think of Yinzi's desire to be a star. Before taking a few bites, Wang Sheng directly raised a huge question. Shirlan and Wang Yin also looked at him nervously. It stands to reason that this is their family affair. Tang Qing, an outsider, has no say, but now the situation is very complicated, and Tang Qing plays an important role in the whole thing. Tang Qing sorted out his thoughts and said, Uncle Wang, I think so. Regarding Wang Yan's future, I think that as long as Wang Yan likes it, nothing else is important. Although we are parents or friends, we have no right to interfere. She can do her own life. Election, we only need to provide some support and help behind the scenes. After all, what we all hope is that she can be happy. I also know what my uncle is worried about, and I also know that the circle is not peaceful. There are many right and wrong, or uncle has prejudice against certain stars and does not want Wang Yin to get involved in that field. But this is not the reason for us to limit her dreams. I believe that with the of his uncle, Wang Yin will not be wronged. The big deal is if Wang Yin can't stand to quit. What do you think? After listening to what Tang Qing said, Wang Sheng fell into silence. Tang Qing said every word. These were his concerns. First, he was afraid that his daughter would be wronged and affected by the bad habits of the circle. Second, it was his own face. The question is, he always feels very shameless when he goes out to say that his daughter is a singer. However, Tang Qing is right that he can quit at any time. And secondly, his face is not important to his daughter's dream. When Wang Sheng saw the look in his daughter's expectant eyes, he didn't want to disappoint her either. A smile leaked from his face and said, "Well, let's go, I agree. When you finish the college entrance examination, I will send you directly to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music." Wang Yin said before that he was going to this school. Although he didn't know the reason, he already had some guesses in his heart, but it hadn't been confirmed yet. As for art exams and other things, he just left him behind, whether it's the money or the relationship with Uncle Wang Yin, or even the relationship with his old classmates. It is not too difficult to do this kind of thing. He still wants his daughter to spend a completed high school. The rest, he will do his best to help. When Wang Yin heard her father agree, she said with joy, "Dad, thank you. You are so kind. It's fine if you like it. If you feel bored in the future, don't do it. There is no shortage of your stuttering at home." Wang Sheng said lovingly. "Well, I know, Dad." Wang Yin said happily. Being able to do what she likes to do, follow the people she likes, and the family who loves her in front of her, at this moment, Wang Yin feels that she is the happiest person in the world. "Yeah, Yinzi, you have to work hard, and then I will follow you around the world in concerts." Sherlan, who was a little nervous, also said excitedly. The brain is constantly filling up the situation of his daughter singing under the attention of all the people, and his face is getting more and more excited. "If you leave with your daughter, what shall I do?" Wang Sheng glared at his wife and said. Sherlan thought for a while and said, "That's right. This way, it's a big deal. I'll take you too." Faced with his wife's strange work and no logical thinking, Wang Sheng didn't want to take the conversation anymore. What did it mean to bring me on? Made it seem like I was a burden. But even though he said so, he agreed with his wife's behavior from the bottom of his heart. He was relieved to have his own wife watching him. Alas, having a daughter is really worrying. There is a beautiful daughter who is quite a celebrity. It will break people's heart. Tang Qing and Wang Yin snickered on the sidelines. "By the way, Xiaotang, don't mention anything you said you want to release an album for Yinzi. Now that I agree, how can this bother you?" Wang Sheng turned his head and said to Tang Qing, "That's okay, then Wang Yin will be the first image spokesperson for my company." Tang Qing nodded and smiled. He didn't continue to insist. He had been thinking about how to get Wang Sheng to agree. "My own support, but I don't have any lumps in my heart. But I think that I haven't come up with any good excuses now, because there is nothing to do." Wang Sheng will never believe that he did not have any attempts to help Wang Yin in this way. "Haha, no problem. I'm in charge, but the endorsement fee can't be less." Wang Sheng laughed. "Of course, money is only a small matter." Tang Qing said. "Xiao Tang is really rich." Wang Sheng joked. "Hee what? It's just a little savings." Tang Qing said embarrassedly, a little smug. Then the atmosphere of the meal became harmonious, because it solved a worry in my heart. Wang Sheng and Tang Qing also kept chatting about the company, although Tang Qing did not really participate in the daily operations of his company. But the weekly report wrote very clearly, so the various data of Tang Qing do the ability to talk about it, plus some of the management experience learned in the past and this life, and the forecast and analysis of the future economy, makes a very hot chat with Wang Sheng. Watching Tang Qing and his father talk freely, many things and ideas can make people's eyes brighter. Coupled with Tang Qing's confident look, Wang Yin stared at Tang Qing undisguisedly during the entire dinner. her eyes also more and more gentle. Wang Sheng, who started talking and drank, didn't notice, but Shirlan looked upright, but didn't think there was anything. Outstanding men are indeed worthy of women's attention. Her daughter is also Huichuan's age. It's better to be sparse. As long as you keep an eye on it from now on, your daughter will come out after you meet more outstanding people. Intervention now may have the opposite effect. After eating, Tang Qing took a taxi home. At 10 o'clock in the evening, both uncle and aunt were already asleep. After all, they were busy at work, and they didn't have a mobile phone to hold and play every day, so they all went to bed early. After Tang Qing finished washing and just practiced for a while, he received a call from the customer service robot, saying that the 2793 plan had the result. He hurriedly stepped into the command room. The commander-in-chief, based on the contact with Lei Yang in the past 2 days, he has completely determined that the other party has mental problems, is sensitive and fragile, psychologically distorted, and resents your second uncle very deeply, and has fully reached the standard for the implementation of the elimination plan. The implementation of the elimination plan, the soldiers are on standby, and the execution is expected to be completed in 3 hours. Tang said. This was explained by Tang Qing before. In order to avoid the embarrassing situation that the other party was completely finished without knowing it, he asked the command room to notify him before he did it. Many times people are like this, originally planned well, but when faced with doing it, there will be a lot of hesitation. Tang Qing has fallen into this situation. Now, as long as he orders, there will be several lives in those cold-blooded soldiers. The subordinates were terminated. It wasn't that he had any sympathy for his enemies. Just kidding. Tang Qing isn't crazy yet. Just like procrastination, it's hard to make up his mind to do it right away before it's near. Besides, this is the first time that he personally ordered the killing. Before, it was left to the command room to take care of it. Tang Qing hesitated for a while, and finally procrastination prevailed. Okay, let them live 2 more days, because even if there is procrastination, he can't push the whole plan back. So he asked, others in their family, what's the situation of the person? Tang immediately said, as the commander-in-chief, everyone except Lei Yang's mother has no tendency to attack. From the investigation, we learned that their family belongs to a reorganized family. Lei Liang was born to Lei Ping's ex-wife, and his ex-wife is alive. During Lei Liang's time, due to poor medical conditions at the time, the postpartum hemorrhage was not rescued. In the 3rd year after the death of Lei Ping's ex-wife, he married his current wife. Lei Yang was born to his current wife. Since the current wife had 2 attitudes towards Lei Yang and Lei Liang since she was a child, the relationship between the two has always been very bad. In addition, Lei Yang's personality changed and conflicts became more and more serious. Therefore, Lei Liang was alone after finishing college. I moved out and started a real estate business with Lei Ping's funding. In addition, there are several small companies with one son, and I go to Lei Ping's place for dinner every half-month. At the same time, we also heard from Lei Yang about things that are unfavorable to you and your family. Tang Qing did not ask, but looked at Tang Yi, and Tang Yi continued. According to the information we have learned, Lei Yang did not know from which channel he learned that your second uncle returned to China and arrived in the province. He is planning to arrange for someone to track down and arrest him. He intends to torture and kill your second uncle. I am also prepared to retaliate against your family in the future. Hearing this, Tang Qing's face suddenly became solemn, and the revenge against his second uncle was not uncommon, but he couldn't calm down on the revenge against his family. He asked in a deep voice, retaliation? What kind of revenge is like? Back to the commander-in-chief, a car accident or a murder in the house, etc. He hasn't decided yet. Tang, he said respectfully. Tang Qing asked in shock, what? A car accident? Yes, commander-in-command, Tang Yi replied. Hearing that Tang Qing had a huge wave in his heart, Lei Yang actually planned to send a car accident to his family. Combined with what happened in the next few months in the previous life, the car accident was probably planned by Lei Yang. He didn't know why Lei Yang didn't choose another method. He had to choose a car accident, but he basically determined that the car accident in the previous life could not get rid of Lei Yang. But there is a doubt. Why did Lei Yang not kill himself? Is Lei Yang going to kill all the people in our family? Tang Qing frowned and asked. Yes. Tang Yi replied. Did you say anything else? For example, leaving a living mouth. Tang Qing confirmed again. No, his plan is not to stay. Tang Yi shook his head and said. After listening to Tang Qing, he was silent again. Now things are a bit complicated, and many things can't be figured out. Since he is about to kill his own family, why is he still alive? Later, I didn't see the right one to fix myself. Could it be that guy's conscience found out? Obviously, it's impossible. That kind of person has been mentally abnormal, and even if you let yourself live, you will never live as comfortable as in the previous life. As if suddenly thinking of something, Tang Qing quickly asked, does Lei Peng have any opponents? I mean a stronger opponent. Because he suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, he seemed to have heard that in July this year, a rich man jumped off a building and died, and his surname was Lei. His parents had just passed away. Naturally, he was not interested in following various news, but he went to the town to buy food. On the way back to the village, he heard someone say that a big boss, surnamed Lei, in the provincial capital had died, and all the other members of their family had been arrested. Tang Qing didn't know what was happening, but because the most important people suddenly died at the time, he was quite impressed by the news. Back to the commander-in-chief, Lei Peng has too many opponents and enemies. After all, the cake is so big that he can't eat it if he eats others. Therefore, there are at least 10 powerful opponents in the province, and the others are countless. Tang Yi said. After listening to Tang Qing frowned, he thought for a while and ordered, Tang Yi, add a subsidiary plan to the 2793 plan and conduct a comprehensive investigation of all the opponents of Lei Peng's family. The most important thing is to try to find out which one of Lei Peng's opponents. The people or forces who leaked the news should focus on the people and good friends Lei Yang usually contacts. If necessary, they can interrogate all those who know the news. The removal plan will be suspended. When I order, the entire number 2793 plan will be reopened. I'll postpone you for 2 days and increase the authorized capital limit by 50 million yuan. Is there a problem? No problem, Commander. Tang nodded and agreed. It's not that Tang has a big deal, but that's how it is set up. As long as it's not an outrageous plan, with basically unlimited means and funds, it's not difficult for those fighters to complete it in a short time. Besides, Tang Qing also said to try his best, but he didn't say certain. Otherwise, he wouldn't pack the votes like this if the logical causality judged him. Well, that's fine. Let me know if there is progress. Tang Qing nodded and said, combining all the information currently known, Tang Qing always felt very strange, or that there was a huge conspiracy inside. Who told Lei Yang the whereabouts of his second uncle? Why did it leak? Is it for money or other purposes? If it's for money, it's okay. If there are other purposes, then this person can't let go, because everything that happened in the next few months in the previous life is probably a bureau set by that person, and the purpose is to use as bait, come and put the whole Lei family in. As for why Lei Yang chose to use a car accident to retaliate against his family, combined with the consequences of the Lei family later, the planner should want to make the matter bigger. After all, 3 people died and found a substitute for the dead ghost. With so many innocent people, no one in the province can cover such things. And this person who can influence Lei Yang's decision must be his usual acquaintance, otherwise Lei Yang is not a fool, and there is no need to kill so many people. Now Tang Qing can only wait. Damn, dare to use yourself as a bait. No matter who you are, go with the Lei family as a company. Not thinking about it anymore, Tang Qing asked again. Tang Yi, where are the soldiers going to America? At 8 o'clock this morning, the 6 soldiers who were going to New York to protect their cousins had already set off from Bangkok. Naturally, it was impossible to bring weapons. Just buy them there. The teleport node stayed in Bangkok. After all, the Bangkok mission was urgent. So these fighters just took a bank card and went on the road. When they arrive, they will set up a security company to take cover. On the one hand, there will be 4 people working secretly to protect the cousin, and the other 2 will come to visit the intelligence agent to inquire about the situation there. If possible, put an eye in the United States. It's a good idea, but I'm not in a hurry now. I still have a long time to prepare. Back to the commander-in-chief. They are currently over the Atlantic, and they are expected to arrive in New York in about 6 hours, Tang Yi said. How is the progress in Bangkok? Tang Qing asked again. Back to the commander-in-chief. All the fighters have joined the local forces as planned. Some fighters have become small bosses because of their strength, But since they are all newly joined, the most subordinates are only a dozen. Tang said. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Although the start is not high, it is not important. They are not going to develop step by step. It doesn't matter whether they have subordinates or not. Anyway, they are weak rookies and can only pool the number of people. Just look at the venue and expect them to play a key role. It's pretty good if it doesn't drag the fighters. Moreover, the next step is the focus of the entire number 2793 plan. The focus of the entire number 2793 plan is to create some chaos and fish in troubled waters. By then, relying on the iron-blooded wrists and explosive combat power of those warriors, it is not difficult to want a superior boss, whether it is money, fists, or even play. Conspiracy, they can convince the crowd. This group of professional war machines, plus the group of professional conspiracy makers in the command room, no one can stop their rise. By the way, Tang, I remember that the plan for the chairman of Wantai Jewelry Group should be implemented tonight, right? Tang Qing asked for a moment. Yes, the second phase plan is officially implemented at 11:30, and the soldiers are ready. In addition, the plans for other key figures in the forces will also be implemented tonight. Tang nodded and said, well, let's do it. You figure it out. I'll leave first, and then notify me if there is an emergency. Tang Qing said. Although these people are extremely sinful, he still doesn't want to see the scenes of their actions, lest they will be in the next few days. Can't eat. In his previous life, he would look for some cartoons after watching news or film and television works with a little blood type. The most boring time is Teletubbies, beaming, bears and the like, so I can relax my mood, maybe watching cartoons. Too much, his heart has not been developing in the direction of the domineering president. He and Shi Yin and Do Jiao have maintained the role of being bullied. Age is one aspect, and one of the goals is to make his mentality a little easier. Yes, commander in command, Tang said. After that, Tang Qing strayed and left the command room, leaving dozens of busy intelligence analysts in the command room busy in shifts. In the past, Tang Qing felt that the entire command room was too huge, with too many seats, and was dissatisfied with people at all. But from these small tasks, he discovered that there is a shortage of people, a lack of people, and any task needs people. Some are short-term tasks, while others are long-term tasks, requiring a dedicated person to keep an eye on them. In the future, his demand for robots will become greater and greater. Especially since the communication server will be released in a few days, he asked Tang to formulate an intelligence collection and monitoring plan for external internet information. At that time, Tang directly gave him a number. For the monitoring and real-time effective intelligence collection of the entire internet from the outside world, he needs at least 2,000 analysts. Yes, 2,000. This is still considering that those robots can be upgraded later. If the cost of upgrading is added, this requires a huge amount of at least tens of billions of dollars. What's more, this is just a monitoring plan for the internet. If you want to build a deep intelligence network all over the world, Tang gave another scary figure. He still doesn't want to think about it because of this. It requires not only fighters, intelligence officers, and commanders, but also special agents, plus maintenance funds, reserved funds, activity funds, and upgrade costs. The total cost is more than 1 trillion yuan. Well, the system you won. He doesn't have so much money, even if there is no odds. It seems that he can only take it slowly in the future as needed. This is more than 1 trillion yuan. Even though we have a system, you can't cheat me like that, but he can't refute the price clearly. At that time, he wanted to call the system out and scold it, but the system doesn't kill him at all. Forget it, practice calligraphy. He only hopes that Lei Peng and Bangkok's gains will make him happy. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the suburbs of Bangkok. Inside a luxurious villa, Bassoon sat on the sofa alone, with Erlang's legs tilted, his fingers flicked on his knees, his face was gloomy, his pupils were out of focus, and he was obviously thinking about something tricky. He is the chairman of Wantai Jewelry Group. These days, Xiong Jiang's phone calls have been unavailable, making him very anxious. He used to coerce and lure Xiong Jiang into agreeing to help him catch Tang Kai and have him sign the company transfer contract. What he thought was a sure thing. Just as he was preparing to celebrate at that time, Xiong Jiang's phone suddenly couldn't be reached the next day, and he turned off the phone on the third day, which made him feel extremely bad in an instant. He didn't believe that Xiong Jiang dared to swallow Tang Kai's company, because under his nose, Xiong Jiang, a foreigner, could never eat Tang Kai's company. Obviously, Xiong Jiang was threatened by other forces. This made him feel a little trouble sleeping and eating. The first thing he thought of was Wei Jun, because although Wei Jun did not have a chassis, he still had some people. If Wei Jun intervened, Xiong Jiang would definitely not help himself. After all, both sides are the best thing for Xiong Jiang to kill him is not to help each other. It seems that I can only wait for Tang Kai to come back and find a way. I heard that his daughter is in New York, USA. This is a good breakthrough. Ba Song murmured. He did too much of this kind of thing. Because Tang Kai was covered by Wei Jun, he didn't dare to do it. Now, he believes that he can find Tang Nian with a lot of effort, and then he is afraid that Tang Kai will not be obedient. Mr. Ba Song, how are you? A voice without the slightest emotion sounded behind Ba Song, scared him to sit up directly. This is his own bedroom. No one would dare to come in without his own orders. And suddenly, there was someone he didn't know. I realized the seriousness of the matter in an instant. Ba Song turned around and saw that the other party was not just one person, but two big men in black with face masks. Obviously, the Comer is not good. Ba Song took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. The other party was able to walk here. It seemed that the more than 20 bodyguards that covered the villa had lost their function, whether it was bought or killed by the group of people in front of him. Makes him unable to calm down. Who are you and what purpose? Ba Songqiang asked calmly. The main purpose is to kill you, and the secondary purpose is to get your savings. One of the fighters said without shy. If Tang Qing knew about the line design, he would definitely cover his face. Naima would be straightforward. Hearing that he was here to kill himself, Ba Song couldn't calm down and said in a panic, "The one who killed me, who is going to kill me, I can give you double the money. Can I ask you to leave?" "No," the soldier replied coldly. Ba Song laughed angrily at what the soldier said and said, "Since the left and right are dead, why should I give you my money? Do you think I am stupid? Or want to threaten me with something? Huh? Tell you, I no father, no mother, no wife and no children. You can't threaten me." "Of course we will not threaten you. Just want to ask you," the soldier said lightly. "Ask? Even if you tortured me, I wouldn't say it." Bassoon moved 2 steps to the left and said loudly. Although the 2 people in front of him said something like crazy, he couldn't sit still and put him under the sofa cushion next to him. A gun is to deal with emergencies. Call out. The warrior who spoke directly shot Ba Song's left hand. "I know there are guns under the mat. Please don't make senseless resistance." The soldier jumped out another weird line. "You kill me. You don't even want to get any money," Ba Song said, holding the wound and enduring the pain. He looked at the man who shot the gun and his eyes were full of sternness, but his eyes were the one who stared at the undead was still the robot. The soldier walked up to Ba Song, took off his mask, and said with a strange face, "Now, I ask you say." The soldier walked up to Ba Song, took off his mask, revealed a strange face, and said, "Now, I ask you say." Seeing the weird smile under the mask, Ba Song gave birth to a chill from the bottom of his heart. The evil smile, the cold eyes with no emotion, and the indifferent tone to his heart were so terrifying Nima. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was not regarded as a person. Even if he had killed many people with his own hands, he still had troubles. He couldn't guess which killer was sent by the enemy, because there were too many motivated and capable people. Say what? Ba Song stammered unconsciously. The soldier smiled and said, "Mr. Ba Song, how much liquidity do you have?" Hearing the soldiers asked so directly and didn't use any threats, Ba Song was also a bit inexplicable. The script shouldn't be like this. How about torture to extract a confession? What about pointing a gun to your head? It's not that he is stubborn, but whether it is in reality or in the movie, isn't it the same process? This person really seems to have a brain problem. Ba Song did not answer, but looked at the soldier with a sneer. Since he was going to die anyway, he would not give money anyway. As for torture? Being able to feel the feeling of being alive for the last time before death. Even if it hurts again, it is a fortunate thing. He has met many such people. It is not like the TV shows. After being tortured by all kinds of things, he said, "What makes me happy?" Many of them cherish the last time in their lives when they have feeling. But after all, There are few people who have such enlightenment, and he is one of them. Come on, I took all the tricks. It hurts. What a wonderful thing for the final life. Ba Song even sneered crazily to himself. But then Ba Song didn't see any actions of the opposite person, as if naturally muttering to himself. 3 billion baht or more. 2 to 3 billion? 2 to 2.5 billion? Okay. Hearing the person in front of him talking to himself, Ba Song had a puzzled look on his face. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what the other party was doing. But this was not over yet. The person in front of him changed the topic and said, Okay, next question. How much cash does this money have? More than 1 billion? 900 million? 800 million? Bassoon listened unconsciously to the self-talk of the lunatic in front of him, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Then, Mr. Bong, where is your cash stored? In this villa? Bank safe? Company safe? Central District number 673? The villa opposite you. The soldier continued, speaking very fast, basically. Don't give Bong a chance to answer. At this time, Ba Song's mouth is already open. He seems to understand what the person is doing. But is that something that a person can do? He couldn't believe it for a while, and he didn't want to believe it. The soldier then smiled and said, Thank you for your cooperation. Where are most of the other transferable bank cards or account numbers stored? Together with cash? A house? A company? A bank? This villa? It seems to be inside the villa. Your bedroom? This room? Let me take a look. Hey, in the lamp, it's clear. As soon as the voice fell, another soldier brought in a chair, took out a tool, and removed the cover on it. After a few searches, he took out a bank card. At this time, Ba Song finally knew what the other party was doing. He used to feel cold, but now he is going crazy. The other party is like having a mind-reading skill. You can know everything without him speaking. Is this really a killer? At this moment, the other party's words came into his ears again. Mr. Bassoon, what is the secret of this bank card? Ba Song took a deep breath and said in a trembling tone, You? Who are you? Hee. Please answer the question. The soldier smiled. This time I didn't laugh and was very strange, but Bong felt more terrifying than before. Although he had heard of this interrogation method, it was impossible to reach the point of this person in front of him. No matter how powerful an interrogator who is proficient in psychology is, it is impossible for him to determine the emotional reflection of this old, field-tested fritters in such a short time. Did the other party carefully investigate yourself? Ba Song guessed. Well, for sure, he must have been following himself for a long time. He really didn't want to believe that the other party's behavior just now really didn't know those things. Ba Song, who thought he knew the truth, calmed himself down and sneered. I forgot. And wouldn't you guess by yourself? At the same time, Ba Song closed his eyes and decided not to open his eyes anyway. Does not show any expressions. He doesn't believe that there are such horrible people in this world. If there are such people, they are absolute treasures in any country, and nothing can be missing, let alone being a killer. That would be a complete joke. But as soon as Ba Song finished speaking, he felt a piercing pain in his right wrist. The soldier squeezed his wrist vigorously. Ba Song didn't struggle, but closed his eyes tightly and controlled his expression. 10 seconds later. Your birthday is. You have 3 fingers. Your house number is XXX. 3 plus 1 equals 9. The first digit of this bank card is 76. The second digit is 48. The third digit is 29. The sixth digit is 10. This is the same for the login password for online banking. The transfer password is, Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Ba Song. After another round of guessing numbers, the man stopped talking to himself. Humph, don't you want to get the password? Bong opened up and said fiercely. The combination of all the last numbers that the person just said is not the password of this bank card. It seems that the other party is just bluffing. The information is estimated to be tracking. Get it yourself. However, the fighter's face slap came so quickly. U.S. Citibank card. The password is 35,694, and the total funds are 32 million US dollars. The soldier stood up and said slowly, then smiled and looked at the completely stupid Ba Song and continued. Am I right, Mr. Ba Song? At this time, Ba Song was already in a mess. Looking at the smile in front of him, there was only one feeling in his heart. Devil. This person is definitely a devil. How can there be such a person in the world? Other things are easy to investigate, but only he knows the password of his bank card, and he never uses this password in other bank cards. Has never withdrawn money, but this can be done by the other party. Give the set out. He knows that he really provokes an opponent who can't afford to provoke him. It's horrible who can please such a person. Well, Mr. Bassoon, you should understand about our ability. If you don't speak, we can know a lot of things. Next, please cooperate. Please don't do other actions, otherwise the last time will be very unpleasant. The warrior's words brought Ba Song back to reality. His face was uncertain, but within 10 seconds he seemed to have made a decision. Relieved, his tight body softened, and said with a wry smile, "No, I give up, you guys. Just ask if you want to know. I can tell you, but before I die, I want to know who sent you here. I don't want to die. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, we can meet this requirement." The soldier agreed with a smile. The next thing is simple. Bong explained all the other places where money and possessions are hidden, and some other rich bank cards have also been accounted for. Of course, this is not over yet. Even if he wanted to kill, the command room had to squeeze his final value. In line with the principle of collecting intelligence, the soldiers inquired about all the information about the local forces controlled by Bassoon. The situation of other forces and Xi and me also inquired, so as to facilitate the next operations and provide for other operations tonight. Some information support. At the same time, I also asked all the forces occupying Wei Jun's territory and the Bangkok network that he bought over the years. Praisong also knows everything and talks endlessly, especially about other forces. He is quite enthusiastic and detailed because depending on the situation, this group of people will also trouble them. Someone can die together, so why not joy? 2 hours later, the interrogation against Bassoon is over. At this time, Ba Song was also relieved. There was no sullen look on his face, but a smile on his face. This conversation made him recall his sinful life. He also felt that he was more than dead, although he still wanted to live. But he knew it was impossible, and now he could die with a smile, and he was content. "Mr. Bassoon, thank you for your cooperation." The soldier smiled. At this moment, the smile seemed less terrifying to Bassoon. Ba Song sighed and asked, "Now you can tell me who asked you to come and kill me." The warrior did not hesitate, leaned over, said a word in Ba Song's ear, and then directly ended Ba Song's life when he didn't even make a surprised expression. After solving Bassoon, the two fighters did not stay, and quickly left the villa to fetch the cash and other belongings left by Bassoon. When Praisong was acting, similar things happened to the bosses of several key underground forces throughout Bangkok. The entire operation plus the closeout lasted for nearly 4 hours. And those soldiers who completed the mission also went back to start preparing, waiting for the implementation of the third phase plan. The next day, in other words, an hour later, at more than 5 o'clock in the morning, Tang Qing notified Tang Qing, who had already woken up, "The mission is over, and we have gained a lot." The news made Tang Qing hurriedly enter the command room. Tang Qing couldn't wait to ask, "Tang Yi, how much money we got this time?" Back to the commander. The account funds obtained this time are equivalent to 256 million renminbi, cash of 153 million renminbi, and other items worth 960 million renminbi. Tang Yi concluded. "What? 1 billion? Tang Qing said in shock. Hearing that he had directly reaped more than 1 billion yuan, Tang Qing almost jumped up with joy. He didn't have the slightest burden on this kind of ill-gotten wealth. This is more than 1 billion yuan, which is equivalent to 3 months of arbitrage income. Get it all at once. This group of guys are too fat. Yes, Commander, the funds have been transferred to a specific account, and all the cash and goods have been transferred to a safe place." Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing nodded, and then asked, "By the way, what are the items you mentioned? So valuable." The commander-in-chief is mainly gold, gems, jade, finished jewelry, securities, artworks, luxury goods, antiques and other things that are easy to realize. Tang Yi said. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, "Well, save all these things first. After a while, you will wait for the situation there to stabilize before you sell them. You will keep the cash as active funds. In addition to the Thai baht, there is money in the account. How much foreign currency? Return to commander in command, of which there is Thai baht worth 370 million yuan. US dollars worth 490 million yuan, 120 million euros, 130 million yen, and 110 million yuan, 30 million Hong Kong dollars, 10 million Australian dollars. Tang said. Tang Qing heard the feeling. It's complicated, I didn't remember it, but whatever it is, it's all money. At the same time, his heart became hot too. He didn't expect that the harvest this time was so rich, so his previous thinking was a bit conservative. The insurance fund of 500 million yuan is enough. It seems that he will greatly increase the upper limit of arbitrage next. Mada has money again, but Tang Qing did not dare to be happy too early. Before, he was too proud of himself. After the upgrade, he almost returned to before liberation overnight. This time, even if he got so much money, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, he did not dare to be too arrogant. It is estimated that there is more money, and the command room is a bottomless pit. If the next level opens up some money-burning things, he may be crying for the system again. After all, this is just a happy business. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, in this way, you keep all the Thai baht in these account funds, as the later maintenance funds and guarantee funds of the 2794 plan, and all the others are converted into Japanese yen. Yes, Commander in Command, Tang said. He knows that the plan in Bangkok includes the maintenance of the entire force in the later period. Whether it is to feed the people below or to find an umbrella, it needs funds. For other things, let's put it in the bag first. Now the US dollar and euro accounts are tied. The fixed amount is full and cannot be used. Domestic linked accounts are also full, and accounts with only Japanese yen are useless. Those arbitrage trading accounts must have been noticed, so he will not risk transferring money to accounts in the United States and Germany. The system can cover up the flow of funds directly exchanged with it, but it cannot cover up transactions between other accounts. If you use it, you will definitely be locked onto those fighters in Bangkok. That would be troublesome. By the way, how did you interrogate their funds? They are so behaved. I watched the video. If it is too violent, don't show it to me. Tang Qing asked curiously. He thought this action would return to its original form. It's good, and the hope of making a small profit is great, but what he didn't expect is a big profit. He is curious how those dying people can be so honest. Yes, Tang Yi replied. After that, Tang Qing watched Ba Song's entire questioning video, and his mouth grew bigger and bigger. Even as the master of those fighters, he couldn't help but feel cold. Xiao Er's expression analysis ability could still be used like this. Later, through Xiao Er's explanation, he really understood that the terrible part of Xiao Er's expression analysis system is that the target's facial expressions, eyes, habits, and other data can be obtained through a lot of dialogue and observation, plus the human beings carried by Xiao Er. The behavioral habit model. Basically, as long as the data is sufficient, the interrogation of the message is not too simple, and the last soldier who grabbed Basong's hand is the basic model formed by his microsecond heartbeat data and the first dozen questions. Directly said, the bank card password of Bong. In order not to arouse vigilance, when asking the password, the soldier would say every number every time he asked for the first number. One was to confuse Bazong, and the other was to collect and confirm more nerve and heartbeat information. In the end, Bong has basically become a transparent person, but this is also because Bong has not been trained and is too panic. In addition, he has a fluke mentality to make such an accurate prediction. If it is a professionally trained agent, it's not that simple. Real Nima is terrible. This is the power of big data. But fortunately, it's your own subordinates. If you are an enemy, TSK, let's mourn for you for 3 minutes. By the way, when I interrogated Pai Chong last time, why didn't I use this method? I really don't know if I can still play like this. Tang Qing asked again. Back to the commander-in-chief. What we need to know last time is the history of the whole thing and the information of the planner behind the scenes. The amount of information is huge. This method is too cumbersome. But the main purpose of this kind of interrogation is to determine several locations and numbers, so interrogation like this is the easiest. Tang Yi explained. It turns out to be like this. Isn't this kind of technology very powerful at the gambling table? Tang Qing suddenly thought of a way to make a fortune. The most powerful skill at the gambling table is mathematical probability. If coupled with the powerful data computing capabilities of the Junior 2, as well as facial micro-expression recognition and analysis. As long as the opponent can't make 1,000, who is the opponent of this group of robots in the world? Return to the commander-in-chief, yes. Tang Yi said. Tang Qing hesitated and said, that's it. Okay, let's talk about it for now. Let's talk about the lack of money in the future. Now that there is no shortage of money in a short time, it is better to sit back. Where's the casino money so easy to get? I'll talk about it later when I'm really short of money. At least he knew that a way to get a lot of money was not. Now, even if the arbitrage business has gone bad, he has enough confidence to face the emergencies in the future. The big deal is that Lao Tzu will send someone to sweep the casinos all over the world. If there is money, there are people. When Tang Qing was in a good mood, Tang Yi suddenly put forward a suggestion. Commander, there is a suggestion from his subordinates regarding Project 2794. What suggestion? Tang Qing questioned. This is what Tang Yi took the initiative to propose. He used to ask Tang Yi to answer. Tang Yi said respectfully. Back to the commander-in-chief. Now that there are sufficient funds, his subordinates proposed to expand the scope of Project 2794. After listening to Tang Yi's suggestion, Tang Qing's face was full of doubts. Expand the scope of Project 6794? What do you mean? Why expand? How to expand? Did Tang Yi want to send people to infiltrate the underground forces in Thailand? But this is not necessary, unless he is short of money. Otherwise, Tang Qing will not be able to do that. After all, so many bosses have been killed, so many new forces, and the rise of new faces are like a beacon in the dark. It's weird that Mr. Fong pays attention. This is too crazy and too conspicuous, and may not be able to close the scene later. Tang Qing immediately asked the question in his mind. Tang Yi respectfully explained. Back to the commander-in-chief. The purpose of the 6794 plan was to eliminate the local forces that threatened your second uncle and protect your second uncle's local industry. But for now, his subordinates have discovered that even if the 6794 plan is completed, it's just a preliminary protection for your second uncle. There are many threats from other places, such as those officials in Thailand and other economic groups. According to our analysis, the force that seized Wei Jun's site also has strong motives. A direct threat to your second uncle. Tang Qing nodded while listening. Tang Yi was right. Even if the 6794 plan is completed now, it will only solve the threats of the underground forces. If other opponents in Thailand use legal means to deal with his uncle, such as official power, then he is gone. He even heard that the army and team in Thailand are also very powerful. Although he feels that the scale of the second uncle's business is impossible to compete with the official power, this is also one of the sources of threats. Once there is a fierce conflict between the two sides, I can't let people kill him. It's impossible. He's not crazy yet. It's breaking the rules of the game. If he does that, his second uncle is likely to become a public target. Therefore, while being feared by everyone, it may also cause huge official troubles. Especially Tang Qing thought of one more thing, and that was his own interests. That's right, it's his interest. The purpose of the previous plan was to protect the safety of the second uncle and safeguard the interests of the second uncle. However, today is different. Since there are so many soldiers stationed in the past, aren't they their own? When they develop and grow, most of the money they earn in the future will even be given to themselves. Well, don't you also have interests to maintain over there? Even if it was to protect his own interests, he felt that Tang Yi was right. With a decision, Tang Qing asked seriously, Tang Yi, what do you think should be done? Returning to the commander-in-chief, the subordinates suggest that a large number of soldiers and intelligence agents be sent into the various power institutions of the country. The main purpose is not to control anything, as long as it can act as an early warning when it is critical. Tang Yi said. Tang Qing also agreed that he was not crazy enough to control a country, at least not yet. As long as the robots can protect their family's interests in Thailand, they can at least serve as an auxiliary early warning. Anyway, I have money now, so I can just throw in the money. Tang Qing thought for a while and ordered. Tang Yi, from now on, all plans in Thailand belong to plan number 6794. No new plan numbers will be added for actions in this area. The core purpose of this plan is to protect me and for the safety of your family's interests in Thailand as a whole. I will only give you an authorization limit of 500 million yuan. You should plan accordingly based on this limit. Money issues will be given to you when the yen arrives. In order to classify it better in the future, it is naturally necessary to plan mergers. Originally, he wanted to give this huge plan a Chinese name. No matter how bad it is, it can be called the Thai plan, but it doesn't sound very good, so it's better to use numbers. The 500 million yuan was just spread out. It's not that Tang Qing feels that 500 million is too big, but on the contrary, it feels that it is less. After all, this plan involves the whole of Thailand, and the situation is much more complicated than before. In his opinion, if the command room plans first, a dozen or 2 billion are possible. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, what about the forces that seized Wei Jun's site? Whether to monitor or eliminate them? Tang, he asked again. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, you should watch it first and send 5 fighters there. Once it is confirmed that he has the tendency to retaliate against my second uncle, just like dealing with Ba Song. Although he made a huge, ill-gotten wealth today, he was not so enthusiastic enough to rush to eat when he saw the eat, unless it is very necessary. By the way, when will the yen arrive? Tang Qing asked a little excitedly. Now that the action is over, I will wait for the yen to be exchanged over there. TSK, a lot of money. It will take 30 minutes to get back to the commander. Tang Yi glanced at the projection and said, N. Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. After speaking, Tang Qing asked for the information of the Japanese yen account and directly bound it to the system. Then he waited restlessly in the command room. The money was transferred from dozens of accounts, not at the same time. Therefore, Tang Qing had already bound the Japanese yen account and successively received large and small accounts. Transfer notification. After listening to the receipt notice for a while, Tang Qing sat in the chair with a smile from ear to ear, just like picking up money, but picking up tens of millions. Half an hour later, more than 882 million yuan all entered the system, and there were less than 2 million yuan in handling fees and exchange losses. But it was all small money, and Tang Qing didn't care. Immediately, Tang Qing asked the system to transfer 500 million yuan to Shower. In order to avoid the confusion between his available funds and mandated funds, Tang Qing could deposit these funds in Shower first, or he could choose not to deposit them. Of course, since it is deposited, it can still be withdrawn. As long as Tang Yi has not spent the funds, he can withdraw at any time, a very useful function. During the period when Tang Qing was counting money, an expanded version of Plan 6794 had been drawn up. The plan is also very simple, just a limited penetration of the country's politics, military, and economy. There is nothing to say about the first two. Let some intelligence analysts go to Thailand to be official, subordinate, and military. In the plan, 50 people were sent out. Those who entered government agencies were all intelligence analysts. Anyway, there is no need to fight and kill. Yes, most of the people who enter the Thai army and squad are also intelligence analysts. After all, in the peaceful era, it is difficult for individual combat effectiveness to climb much higher. The economy is very simple. It is mainly about doing business. It is definitely impossible to open a store. The economic plan was originally intended to be cut off by Tang Qing because it has nothing to do with the goal of the entire number 6794 plan. He didn't want to make money, but later think about it or add it. After all, I have 2 or 3 kittens in the domestic industry, and they are all soy sauce. It is also good to have some industries abroad, otherwise, there are only those underground forces in the plan. He can produce hematopoiesis, and the later operation and maintenance is really a bit expensive. He doesn't want to keep so many oil bottles. But now, it happens to form a complete ecological chain, the relationship of the 4 corners. One of them is working hard to make money, and the other 3 parties provide protection. There are people with black and white protection, and there is no way for them to get money. This way I have a lot of confidence. Well, it's not bad. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction looking at the plan. It's just too expensive. 50 people in politics, 50 people in the army, 60 people in business, plus 40 analysts newly exchanged in the command room, and a total of 200 people, directly spent 400 million yuan and only left 100 million in emergency funds. Fortunately, there are still more than 1 billion financial and cash plan to keep, otherwise Tang Qing will definitely have to put in the money again. This is also good. In the future, Thailand will not have to pay a penny for themselves. and they will be able to maintain their internal borrowings from each other. It's just that I feel a little bit at a loss. Counting the whole plan, I have now received 882 million of funds. After deducting the 500 million that Tang Yi gave, there is still 382 million, but I invested 200 million for this plan. 50 million yuan. Well, counting up, I only earned more than 130 million yuan, which was just past the 50% rate of return. Tang Qing's excitement suddenly subsided a lot when he thought of this. Forget it. Go to school. Just earn some. So Tang Qing hurriedly went out for breakfast and went to school humming a little song in a great mood. And the underground forces in Bangkok have been messed up. While Tang Qing was happily eating burritos and drinking red soy milk, the underground forces in Bangkok had completely fried the pot. Since Bazong was first found dead, the bosses of several forces have also been found dead in their residences or entertainment venues. The methods are similar. The fatal injuries are not knives and guns, but necks. The command room did not deliberately. The intention to cover up, after all, what happened at the same time. Even if it is no use to cover up, you don't need to use your brain to know that it must have been done by the same group. As soon as the bosses died, the underlings with a bit of strength suddenly couldn't bear it. After all, who didn't want to be in the position, but they did not act rashly, but first guarded their 1-acre three-pointers and watched the changes, guarding against everything. People, thinking about countermeasures, and restraining their subordinates to try not to wipe their guns and misfire as much as possible. Because what happened was weird, they didn't even hold a memorial service. This strange tranquility directly led to a lot of public security in Bangkok this morning. Those who know the insider feel that there is a tense atmosphere in the air. Everyone knows that this is the tranquility before the storm. Although I don't know who the murderer is, everyone knows one thing. Once there is a fuse, strength is the root of the upper ranks. Therefore, all of them are secretly preparing, and some even want to make a big game. But how could the command room give them time to prepare? Just when they all reached a tacit agreement to exercise restraint, the fuse was ignited. The little boss of one of the forces fought with people from the other force on the spur of the moment, killing the opponent's little boss, directly leading to a larger-scale conflict between the two groups, and killing another 4 or 5 people. Their big boss pressed down then. Of course, it is impossible to start a full-scale war directly. That would be too obvious. The time schedule for the entire plan is 1 month, and there are hundreds of conspiracies and tricks waiting to be implemented. One by one. This is just the beginning. They will never think of the precise and terrible calculations they will face. Tang Qing walked into the campus briskly, and once again lamented how great it was to go to school. If it is said that he missed the campus time after experiencing too many intrigues before, now he has seen too many conspiracies and violence to like. After all, whoever reads the commands made by the command room puts people in the bones, and the slightest after the plan not to take life seriously, his mentality can be calm. At least he can't. Old Tang, why are things so happy? A voice remembered next to Tang Qing. It was Li Kai who chased him up from behind. Tang Qing returned to his mind and joked. It's nothing. I found money on the way here today. He didn't lie. Didn't today's matter just picked up a lot of money? It just came and went fast, and Tang Yi's lost 500 million yuan in a short time, and Thailand couldn't give it to Thailand in a short period of time. He has a blood transfusion, but the money is worth the money, because when the ecosystem over there is established, the return will be huge. Pick up money? How much? Quickly show it to me. Li Kai was surprised, very unscientific. Tang Qing, a local tyrant, had to pick up how much money to be so happy. I'll show you what you were doing. Tang Qing said irritably. Of course the meeting is divided into half. Li Kai said naturally. You are embarrassed to say this kind of thing. Tang Qing said, laughing and crying. Hey, what's the embarrassment? What's the relationship between us? Li Kai smiled, climbing Tang Qing's shoulder. Tang Qing curled his lips and said, the classmate relationship. What else does it matter? Are we friends or buddies? Li Kai said seriously. It should probably be possible or not necessarily not. Tang Qing said with a smile. Li Kai didn't react for a while, arranging the logic inside. Seeing this, Tang Qing couldn't help laughing. Li Kai, who was straightened out, was not annoyed. He asked, okay, no kidding, old Tang, are you free at noon? What are you doing? Tang Qing questioned. Come with me to buy something, I decided. I want to pursue Chulan. Li Kai leaned over and said in a low voice. What? How could it be possible? Oh no, why do I mean? Tang Qing said with a change of surprise. This butterfly effect is really getting more and more. In the previous life, Li Kai was not going to chase him at the same table. What happened? Of course I like it. Li Kai said. But, that you. Tang Qing didn't know what to say for a while, so he couldn't say that you didn't intend to chase after him. Seeing Tang Qing falter, Li Kai smiled and said, Is it surprised? Tang Qing nodded, did not speak, waiting for Li Kai's answer. Li Kai smiled and slowly said, Hee hee, I was actually surprised. I didn't intend to pursue it. But I saw you and Wang Yan. I originally planned to start with a chat or confess after the college entrance examination. But after thinking about it, I still feel that I don't want to have many dreams in the night. I want to take a place first. Spread. Old Tang, I'm not stupid. Although you and Wang Yan are nothing, I still can't see what Wang Yan is thinking. She has a crush on you. She used to hide deeper, but now. Li Kai, after talking, he looked at Tang Qing with a smile. Don't talk nonsense about this. Tang Qing hurriedly concealed. Well, I know Wang Yan's character. She just has a good impression of you. Her self-esteem does not allow her to get involved in the relationship between you and your childhood sweetheart. So I think all good memories are nonsense now. She can face it calmly if she doesn't have a chance. What's wrong with me, who has a chance? Li Kai stopped looking at the teaching building in the distance. Tang Qing nodded suddenly. The previous life Wang Yan never showed such a sense of intimacy during high school. But this life Wang Yan has become less and less concealed. Unexpectedly, this has given Li Kai a lot of influence and motivation, made him determined to pursue his tablemate. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't speak, Li Kai explained and laughed. It's because you have a girlfriend, so at noon I asked you to advise me to buy something, but I took all my private money with me, waiting for your support. Hey, making friends carelessly. Tang Qing pretended to shake his head and sighed. It's yours, don't forget, buy it with me after lunch, Li Kai said. Would you like to be in such a hurry? Can it be done on weekends? Tang Qing said, not that he didn't want to. It's not a problem, just instinctively asked. No, I'm afraid I will hesitate again then. Li Kai shook his head and said. Tang Qing was speechless. Good reason. So powerful logic. New York, USA. 3 hours ago, 6 soldiers arrived at JFK International Airport. Of course, the soldiers sent here are not all Asian faces. For the convenience of future operations, the nationalities of all soldiers are from the United States. Among them, 2 males and 2 females have 4 Western faces, with different age information. The younger one is in his 20s and the older one is in his 30s. The identity information shows that they are from different states. As soon as they got off the plane, they dispersed as planned. 2 male soldiers with Western faces were first responsible for collecting information about New York City. The method was similar to that in Bangkok. They either used money, guns, or made a friend. It can also be improved through the internet, the police station, and other government or non-government agencies borrowing the materials. But the most important thing is not this. After all, they did not plan to implement the Bangkok set here, only to provide data support for the future security operations of the other 4 bodyguards. These 2 fighters have 2 main tasks. The first is to collect information about the terrain, environment, people's livelihood, economy, politics, law, etc., which may be valuable in all regions of the United States. After all, what is true or false on the internet is not necessarily complete. The second main purpose is the major libraries in the United States. Yes, it is the library. It is not for obtaining scientific research materials, but for many important things and historical documents, and the princesses and gossip are all on paper. The archived ones cannot be found online, so this task is very arduous. It requires robots to go to various libraries or museums in the United States to read books and improve the database of the command room. To be honest, with the above 2 purposes, Tang Qing also considered whether it was necessary at the time. But thinking about knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, he did not believe in the information on the internet, because even if he does not have much power now, he can already create the truth. Let alone those things on the internet. Those are things that others want you to know. Ordinary people will be happy if they believe it. After all, what does it matter if it is true or false? But Tang Qing is different. As a future opponent, If you can know everything about them from the internet, then it is more than bullshit. It is simply a big bullshit. Even after the communication server is established, he intends to partially implement Tang Yi's internet surveillance plan. In the future, apart from the information he wants ordinary people to know, he is not prepared to let the public come into contact with any guesses about his secrets. Participate in discussion and exposure, such as these forces in Bangkok. As long as such speculation or news appears on the internet in the future, he will let people immediately invade and delete relevant information. Of course, this cannot completely plug the loopholes. Therefore, in the future, he may find ways to intervene in the information dissemination channels such as television, radio, and newspapers. It is just that the method is different. He does not know the specific method now. Anyway, there is a command room to plan. I don't bother to think about these conspiracies. The reason is simple. He doesn't want his parents and wife to know that his hands are indirectly covered with blood. He would rather his parents and Lin Jiaxuan know that he is a big businessman, even the richest man in the world. He would rather be bullied by his younger sister in his life. The elder brother, the younger brother who was bullied by the older sister, the boss who was molested by the employees, but didn't want them to know that so many people died under their orders. Playing this kind of prestige in front of the family is not domineering, but makes them more worried. The other 4 bodyguards started to enter the role. They quickly found the residence of their cousin Tang Yin based on the address information provided by Tang Qing's second uncle, stepped on the spot first, and purchased weapons and other security companies after the establishment of the security company. Originally, Tang Qing didn't plan to let the security company recruit outsiders, but in the future, he can't use all of these fighters to perform missions. He still wants some outsiders to make his power look normal. Passports have a customized educational background and life history, but they are all only files. The truth is someone who has never happened before. It is strange that it does not attract people's attention. This is also the shortcoming of the identity information exchanged by the system. You can forge any information for the record, but you can't change other people's thoughts. If you haven't seen it before, you've never seen it. So in order to make his future subordinates less obtrusive, it's better to recruit outsiders. On the one hand as a cover, and on the other hand, it is also to increase strength. If there is an emergency, at least some people can be urgently mobilized. After all, the number of transmission nodes is limited. However, those outsiders are only qualified to perform general tasks. Important tasks are absolutely impossible for them to participate. Tang Qing doesn't fully believe them. A civilian area in the south of Bangkok. A large clothing store. Since this clothing store was bought by a Chinese 2 days ago, it has been hanging a sign that it will be closed. Nearby businesses are scolding him for being stupid. This clothing store has everything and can be opened after you buy it. If you stop for 1 day, you will lose 1 day, but the Chinese doesn't seem to be anxious at all. He doesn't even come, let alone open a business. This shop was bought by the soldier holding the teleport node to transport the fighters and supplies. The main reason for buying this clothing store is not to have a lot of clothes. After all, it is enough to find a residential house or an abandoned factory and to pull a cart of clothes. But this clothing store has a large basement where you can store logistics materials. The back door is also directly connected to a huge underground parking lot. Although space, location, and concealment are not dominant, the overall score is the highest. In the past 2 days, the soldiers holding the teleport node did not go out, but stayed in the basement to clean and arrange the environment, preparing for the next plan. 9 in the morning. At this time, the entire basement has been sorted out, with all kinds of clothes on one side, and a tall stack of Thai baht on the other. The total value is equivalent to tens of millions of yuan. In addition, there are some weapons and ammunition racks, but there are no weapons and ammunition on them at this time, because those soldiers are already equipped with weapons in the teleportation area of the dispatch center. The racks here are reserved for other places that need to transmit nodes in the future. At that time, it was used to reserve ammunition. The soldier took out a ping-pong ball from his pocket and placed it on the ground, stepping back a few steps. There is no other anomaly, and the transmission node starts transmission at a transmission rate of 10 every 10 minutes. In a short while, some people appeared here one after another, men and women of different ages. After they changed their clothes and took the things they should bring, they hurriedly left, hiding in the crowd. rushing to their respective destinations and executing respective tasks. After one batch is packed and left, the next batch will be sent. 160 people. It took nearly 3 hours to spread them all out. No one knows. Even Tang Qing can't think of how powerful these plans will make him in the future. Various plans abroad are proceeding in an orderly manner. The instigator of these incidents was to honestly attend classes in the classroom, read books, and be a good student who likes to skip classes. After school in the afternoon. As soon as she walked out of the classroom, Tang Qing rushed to Li Kai's side and asked curiously, "Quickly talk about it. How is it?" Did she agree? Gossip is human nature, and Tang Qing is naturally unavoidable. At noon, he accompanied Li Kai to buy gifts. In the end, he didn't think it was appropriate to pick and choose, because the two had a choice problem at the same time. Tang Qing said, "Yes, not bad," when he saw everything. Li Kai is the same, but Tang Qing's attitude is anything. Li Kai's attitude is the best. Finally, seeing that the class was about to be late, Li Kai's heart was overwhelmed, and he simply bought a necklace so that he didn't need to make a decision. At that time, Li Kai's behavior directly caused Tang Qing to complain all the way. "You thought so much. Okay, let me come." In response, Li Kai spread his hands and said, "Blame me. How can it be so fast? She ignored me all afternoon. We pushed the gifts around all afternoon." Li Kai said with a smile at Tang Qing. "Then what are you happy about? You touched someone's hand while pushing." "Cut," Tang Qing said with contempt. Li Kai smiled and said, "You innocent boy don't understand it. This is just one of them. More importantly, I have taken the first step. Besides, even if she disagrees now, at least I am first take a place in her heart, and then it will be easier. Let me tell you that it is very important to be preconceived in love. The first one eats meat, the second one can only drink soup, and the third can only be used as a preconceived thing. It's a spare tire or a catcher. When did you beast become a love saint?" Tang Qing smiled. Li Kai said with an unfathomable expression, "I have expert advice. Do you know her? You are not afraid that you are inappropriate?" Tang Qing asked again, "Why should you be afraid? If you get along well in the future, it's best to separate if it's not appropriate. I will do what I should do, and I will do my best. At least I have done it. Besides, there is nothing in the world of love that is appropriate or inappropriate. Unless there is a serious divergence between the three views, all inappropriateness is just trying to get rid of the other party's excuses. Everyone is just looking for a civilized term to make the face safer." Li Kai took it for granted. Tang Qing didn't know how to answer the conversation. He suddenly remembered that this guy's emotional brain seemed to be very developed. Li Kai in his previous life is the kind of person who can really deceive others' feelings and deceive others' bodies. They has a set of various skills, and he can't match it anyway. He didn't have much love experience. He was a baby relative to Lin Jiaxue, and he didn't need to play with technology. In the previous life, Wang Yin took the initiative to chase himself. He understands human nature, but he really doesn't have this kind of experience. Forget it, whether it's right or not. I don't need it. We are all soaked. 10 p.m. Tang Qing, who was having dinner, received a notice from Tang E that the person behind the scenes who was playing chess was found about the car accident in his previous life. Although Tang Qing gave Tang E an extension of 2 days, how could Tang E really wait until 2 days to complete the matter? That is definitely a dereliction of duty, so he directly grabbed Lei Yang's think tank this afternoon. After some friendly exchanges, the clues of the people behind the scenes were revealed. After hearing this, Tang Qing hurriedly entered the command room. His mind could not be calm at all, and he hated this person who caused him countless regrets. "Who is it?" Tang Qing asked with a gloomy expression. "The commander-in-chief is the chairman of the provincial capital Fuke group," Tang Yi said. "Gynecological group?" Tang Qing murmured. Although the group name is definitely not these two words, but hearing the name is like a villain taking such an unscrupulous name. "Yes, Commander. This group is a Japanese-funded enterprise. The chairman I. Tamahiza holds 60% of the shares of the group. The other shareholders are currently unknown. The group is mainly engaged in electronics, real estate, precision equipment, tourism, pharmaceuticals, and other industries. The market value of the group ranks among the top 20 companies in the province." After interrogating the planner next to Lei Yang, according to his account, It was Tohisa-eyed who found him approaching Lei Yong and relayed the news. The purpose is currently unknown, Tang Yi explained. When Tang Qing heard that he was an island countryman, he said, "Ma da, the almost tragic life in the previous life was actually calculated by an island countryman to be like that. What a shame. Tang Yi, don't do it. Whatever eavesdropped, grab him directly for interrogation and quickly figure out what his motive is, whether it is profit or something else." Although Tang Qing wanted to order Tamahisa-eyed to be killed directly, he still wanted to know why the other party would do this. "Yes, Commander, our people are already following him. I immediately ordered them to do it. Now that the liner and executor is in our hands, what should the commander do?" Tang Yi asked. Tang Qing thought for a while and smiled weirdly. Keeping his life may be useful. Naturally, he can't let him live for this kind of person, but he needs to show his residual heat. After that, Tang Qing didn't go back to sleep either, because the action Tang Yi said had already begun, and he was very eager to figure out the cause, so he watched the action from the command room. Provincial capital. On the ring road, a Mercedes-Benz car is driving slowly on the road. This is the habit of Tamahisa-eyed. He likes to slowly look at the scenery out of the car window. Although he also wants to ride in a domestic car, he also knows that he does the same in the countryside. After so many years of understanding, I deeply felt that sitting on a Mercedes-Benz and sitting on a Nissan in this country are two different concepts, and he has not yet reached the point where he can completely brush his face. Seeing that his plan to destroy the Pengyun group was about to be completed, he couldn't help but feel happy. As for the death of those innocent people, it was not his own business. Just then, a second-hand Honda speeded up to the front of the Mercedes-Benz car, and an emergency brake came directly, and the driver of Anide Tamahisa couldn't brake in time. Kong dang. It's a rear-end collision. This situation shocked the three people in the car, and couldn't help but rejoice that it was driving at a low speed, or the results would be disastrous. "Go out and have a look," Tamahisa-eyed said to the first two bodyguards. Tamahisa-eyed is still very relieved in this country. He is more at ease than in his own country. He hasn't encountered a robber for so many years, and he has already let go of his guard. Yes. The two bodyguards sitting in the front got out of the car. At this time they saw a young man getting off the front car. His pace was steady. His face was calm. Obviously not like the look of ordinary people after hitting a luxury car. It's not that robots like facial paralysis. But the command room feels that there is no need. If other special types of infiltration tasks require acting, but this kind of action that basically has no variables has always been straightforward, and even the extra expression is not enough. "Who are you? Stop." Seeing the young man in front of him approaching, the bodyguard immediately realized something was wrong and took a defensive posture. The driver also stopped to look at the young man, and the co-pilot walked away from the front. "Come out alone. There is less traffic in this place, and there is no traffic, so other cars thought it was an ordinary car accident and did not stop, and no one stopped to take pictures and dash cams. Therefore, the soldiers performing the mission did not need masks and other cover." The two fighters didn't pay attention to the two bodyguards of Tamahisa-eyed. Just when Tamahisa-eyede's bodyguards were about to shout for warning, the two fighters moved without warning. The person stunned in an instant. This made Tamahisa-eyed in the car already stunned. He is also a half-trainer. The speed of the two fighters in front of him makes him unable to see clearly. His two elite bodyguards who have been on the battlefield are so unresistible. He was knocked to the ground, life and death unknown, so he thought he was dreaming. Just when he recovered and wanted to lock the windows, it was too late. The front door of this bulletproof Mercedes was opened directly, and his hand had reached the front seat of the main driver's seat. He only saw an afterimage attacked, and he was dizzy. Passed. The whole process lasted no more than 3 seconds. The action is over. The soldier quickly loaded the two bodyguards into the car, one by one, and drove away. After an hour, Tang Qing watched the entire interrogation video of Tamahisa, and suddenly there was a sentence in his mind that Imimpi didn't know whether to say it or not. The whole story is very old-fashioned. According to Tamahisa's account, Tang Qing has completely determined that the car accident in his previous life was a bureau that Tamahisa used to destroy the Pengyun group. The reason is the business conflict between him and Lei Peng. It turns out that the villa area where Lei Peng currently lives was originally a site that Tamahisa was optimistic about. Even the plan was almost done, but because of the leaked Lei Peng made a move in advance. The deep intraprovincial relationship quickly won the lot and almost copied the development and operation plan of Anai Tamahisa. This has made Indatomo's long-tempered wanting mad. It's not a secret in the province. He is itchy in his heart. However, his strength is not enough. Head-on confrontation can't beat Lei Peng, even if he wants to. Send a killer to let Lei Peng die, but once he does it, he will probably get rid of it. After all, he and Lei Peng have the deepest grievances at the moment. If he does that, even if the police cannot find evidence, he won't want to confuse him in the province in the future. Go down. So Tamahisa I'd thought about starting from other aspects of Lei Peng, and has been secretly investigating and collecting ways to avenge him. The hard work paid off. Lei Yang slowly entered his field of vision. This deposed person had blew himself up for many years, as long as he fired it on. So he sent someone close to Lei Yang. The purpose is to make him make a little crazy move, and then his series of plans. At the same time, Tang Qing also heard an even more thing. Lei Yang was not Lei Peng's biological son. As for who it was, Tamahisa, I didn't know. The test report showed that the two were not related by blood, and even Lei Peng's wife was not Lei Yang's biological mother. Tamahisa I's plan is to package the whole thing. Panicked Lei Yang asks Lei Peng for help. Because the matter is too big, Lei Peng will definitely persuade Lei Yang to surrender, and Lei Yang already knows his life experience at this time. So he is evil. He killed Lei Peng when he was guilty, and then Lei Yang was imprisoned, and then the Lei family would be caught in a battle for property. Then, Lei Peng's wife and Lei Liang had an argument due to property distribution issues. Finally, one of Lei Peng's bodyguards protected him. The Lord was very angry, but missed to kill Lei Liang, then framed Lei Peng's wife, and finally, Pingyun Group fell apart. In order not to attract people's attention, although he can't get a dime on this piece of cake of Pingyun Group, he is already very happy and just takes revenge. He likes the feeling of strategic planning. Of course, there are many calculations to make the whole thing move in this direction. After listening to Chahisa's entire plan, Tang Qing was speechless, and it was another messy story of riches and grievances. The death of their family is just a little pawn. A lot of things have been figured out now. The cause of the death of the previous parent's car accident. Why did Lei Yang not come to retaliate afterwards? And Lei Peng and his wife obviously knew that Lei Yang was not their biological son. Otherwise, they had not given their family anything for so many years. Kazuna, without the support of Lei Peng and his wife, Lei Yang couldn't do anything to retaliate. If it weren't for the support of Chahisa these hours, Lei Yang wouldn't even have enough money to play. As for his second uncle's news, it turned out to be a lie to Anai Tamahisa. The purpose was to arouse Lei Yang's anger and make him lose his reason to agree with this crazy car accident. After listening to Tang Qing's head, his head went big. So brain-burning. How to deal with this? The culprit, Tamahisa eyed, must be dealt with. He is immortal and Tang Qing is puzzled. But what about Lei Peng's family? Damn it. Why does God want to make this family's relationship so complicated? Why not all bad guys and villains? It makes people so entangled now. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, Tang Tamahisa is like Ba Song. After squeezing out some useful news, let him go on the road. Lei Yang also let him. Something unexpected. But as soon as the voice fell, Tang Yi's voice sounded. Commander, there is new news. What news? Just learned from Lei Peng and his wife that they knew that Lei Yang was not their biological son 15 years ago, and that the hospital had held the wrong son. As for who their biological son is, they have also found out, but they haven't recognized each other yet. Tang Yi said. Huh. Tang Qing stood up in surprise and said. This episode made him guilty of embarrassment. Commander, the new news is that the family deliberately colluded with the nurse to hold the wrong. The purpose is to let their children live a good life. Tang Yi said again. What? Tang Qing, who was surprised this time, came out. Tang Yi repeated. Tang Qing leaned on the chair and rubbed his head, whether the development of this matter should be so bloody. Really, the Lei Peng family has been suffered, and he has helped others to raise a son for more than 30 years, but he has also been raised and discarded, and now that he wants to return it to others, he is unwilling. Are they going to never recognize each other? Tang Qing said weakly. No, I'm going to recognize each other at the end of the year and pay the other party a sum of money. Tang Yi said, aren't you afraid of Lei Yang's revenge? Tang Qing asked curiously. Tang Yi replied. Going back to the commander-in-chief, Lei Peng said just now that if Lei Yang confuses, he is likely to have an accident. You mean Lei Peng is likely to kill Lei Yang? Tang Qing said in shock. But it's normal to think about it. It is definitely not a good thing for Lei Peng to achieve such a big business. Whoever wants to do something with his own son, even Lei Yang will not be soft. No, he will be sentenced to life imprisonment at most, Tang Yi said. Poor Lei Yang. Tang Qing rubbed his temples gently. Isn't it right? He was going to kill him, and Lei Peng was always ready to send him in. His biological parents probably wouldn't want such a son, right? What a poor Lei Yang. He is softened. No matter what, let's help Lei Peng. No matter how pitiful Lei Yang is, will he be pitiable in his previous life? Besides, even if Lei Yang had not been kicked off by his second uncle before, people like Lei Peng would never allow Lei Yang to stay in their house to separate the property. The final outcome was not the same. Even fortunately, Lei Yang was scrapped. Lei Peng and his wife sympathized with him. If Lei Yang had lived for so many years, a cruel person like Lei Peng might even make Lei Yang and his biological parents disappear. Tang Yi, let Lei Yang become an idiot. He guesses that only resentment is left in his heart. It's okay to get rid of it earlier, Tang Qing decided to say. Sympathy returns to sympathy, but this potential threat still needs to be eliminated. Just like the protagonists in the novel know that what they make in the stock market is the money of the poor investors who use their hard-earned money to speculate in stocks, but they are not always happy. Did you count the banknotes afterwards? Are they wrong? Of course it is. Just like looking for a job, I can't see you being fired, and I will give you the position. Human society itself is like the animal world. It can be sympathetic, but not benevolent. Yes, Commander. After talking about Tang Yi, he started to take action against Lei Yang, or he was already prepared and completed the task in only 5 minutes. Lei Yang's spine and brainstem were injured. In the future, it will basically belong to a vegetable. State now. 10 minutes later, Lei Peng received a call, stating that Lei Yang was drunk and quarreled and was severely injured and unconscious. Half an hour later, Lei Yang, who was rushed to the hospital, was determined to be a vegetative. Seeing this situation, Lei Peng and his wife don't know whether they should be happy or sad, but they must be more happy than sad. There will be no sadness. In other words, since they learned that Lei Yang is not their son and wife 15 years ago, they have been psychologically alienated from Lei Yang, and their feelings about Lei Yang are at best acquaintances. Husband, what should I do? What else can we do? We pay someone to take care of him for the rest of his life. Now I am afraid that the family is unwilling, and the lion will speak loudly. I dared to calculate me at the beginning. I already gave them face without setting up the accounts. What's so special? Isn't my son able to bully casually? That child was beaten a lot when he was young. If it wasn't for them, for the sake of raising my son, I must kill them. Whoa, that kid is really suffering. I see that there is still an obvious scar on his face. He has to pay 3,000 yuan to his mother every month. You will give them more benefits next month. Well, I see. Let's go. Go back and find a way to get my son home early. Tang Qing didn't know what to say after listening to the conversation between the two couples in the command room. He stood in his own position. In fact, everyone is a poor person. Tang Yi continued to stare at them and his wife. The time limit is 1 year. If there is no threat, Plan 6793 will be cancelled. Yes, Commander. The next day, as soon as Tang Qing woke up, he received the bank account and password that was set from Tohi Saride and obtained a total of 330 million yuan equivalent to RMB. It is not that Tohi Saride has so much money, but a lot of the funds are in the company. In the account, some people who are placed in the island country do not know the account. However, Tang Qing is also not very interested in other money of Anai Tamahiza. At this point, more than 102 billion will not play a big role for him. In the past, there was only arbitrage income. As for Lugon, the gains from USD exchange have long been completely negligible. Now, whether it is the funds retained by various plans or the cash and property retained in Bangkok, huge changes have taken place in the channels of incoming money, such as increasing the upper limit of arbitrage, letting robots go to the casino to make money, and even implementing an expanded version of 6794. He can solve part of the funding problem in a short period of time. And he didn't care about the 330 million yuan, so he directly assigned it to Tang Yi, because the communication server will be released in a few days. He plans to partially implement the internet monitoring plan first, and a lot of analysis will definitely be needed by then. Staff, the main task of these robots is not actually monitoring in the early stage. After all, the stalls are now small, and there is nothing to monitor but some intelligence-gathering work. When the time comes, the eye of the sky is only one of the small gates in his industry, and the final audit work will be placed on the command room to ensure that the eye of the sky will not be messed up. He trusts Do Jiao, but he doesn't trust the employees with ulterior motives under the eyes of the sky that will become stronger and stronger in the future. Generally speaking, this plan is actually useless in a short period of time, and it may be a trivial mess within a few years, but the prospects are huge. After breakfast, Tang Qing and his two cousins went out of the community together and then walked to each side. By the way, Qin Shiqi was robbed of 100 yuan. Although she was curious about how Tang Qing gave her a new ticket that she didn't want to spend every time, she asked. Tang Qing has been babbling about it a few times, and she stopped asking. Before taking a few steps, Tang Qing took out his mobile phone and dialed. After a while, his second uncle Tang Kai's happy voice came out on the phone. Tang, what's the matter so early? Second uncle, when do you have time to come back? Tang Qing asked with a smile. Now the situation is clear. No one at home or abroad can threaten the second uncle. Naturally, he wants to report this good news to Tang Kai. How is the matter over there? What did they say? Tang Kai asked cautiously. Don't worry, it's okay. They won't trouble you anymore, Tang Qing said. Really? Are there any requirements? Do I need to apologize? Tang Kai asked eagerly. There is no request, and there is no need to apologize, because as far as I know, Lei Yang is not Lei Peng's biological son, so he will not act on us for such a person. Tang Qing said. That's great, that's great. I'll go back tonight. Tang Kai said excitedly. Having been away from home for so many years, he could finally go back, if it weren't for something he wanted to run back now. Well, I'll make a reservation first, and have a meal together tonight. Tang Qing said. How can you fix your position? I'll come. Tang Kai said hurriedly. Well, second uncle, you're polite with me. I'll go to class first. Then I will call everyone in our family, and my uncle and Uncle Lin's family will also come back. Don't forget to prepare gifts. Less. Tang Qing said with a smile. Haha. Okay, there must be no less gifts. I promise to make them satisfied. Then I will call you when I arrive. Tang Kai laughed and said. Row. Tang Kai hung up after speaking. Tang Kai sat in the hotel and fell into a state of thinking. He was always paying attention to Lei Peng's information. Tang Qing tried to cover just now. He also knew it, but he really didn't expect that Tang Qing's friend was so powerful, and he took things so quickly. The investigation was clear, and Lei Yang was taken to the hospital. Yes, he already knew the news that Lei Yang became a vegetative last night, but he couldn't believe it was related to Tang Qing's friend. Now as soon as Lei Yang entered, Tang Qing called. He had to say that it was okay to see the ghost. Seeing the two bodyguards behind him who had always asked 3 questions, he couldn't help but start to make up his mind. Tang Qing's friend investigated and found that Lei Yang was not Lei Peng's son, so he directly made Lei Yang a vegetative. So direct, so violent. This is what he thinks is most likely. Although he is Tang Qing's second uncle, Tang Qing's assist this time made him a little uneasy. How can my nephew owe favors? Forget it, I don't want to. He still has a lot of things today. Just think of a way behind the favor. Then Tang Kai hurried out to buy gifts. As a billionaire, he can't give out ordinary things. He must buy them. He has to go back soon after seeing his father and mother Tang. He has heard that there is a mess in Bangkok, Bong, and several older brothers. He died almost at the same time, and the younger brothers were ready to move. He had to go back and think of a way to stabilize the company. Tang Qing hung up his second uncle's phone and called his mother. After 5 seconds, the phone went through. Smelly boy, you have brought your phone to class again. Tell me, what's the matter? Mother Tang said loudly on the other end. If it weren't for Tang Qing's performance, there is basically no room for improvement. She would definitely not let Tang Qing carry a mobile phone. It would be painful to think about it for a mobile phone of 6,000 yuan. Mom, you don't have to cook tonight. We are eating out, and someone is treating us. Tang Qing smiled. A treat? Who? Your uncles? Mother Tang asked in a puzzled way. The Qin Yugong family is the only one I know here, and the Lin family is the rest, but the Lin family is not far away, so Tang Qing doesn't need to inform. Of course I know each other, and they are very familiar. This person is also very familiar with Uncle and Uncle Lin, so I called you all tonight. Tang Qing said. Smelly boy, who is it? Mother Tang scolded with a smile. Hey, I won't talk about it first. You'll know when the time comes. This is the person I said 2 days ago that gave me money. Tang Qing didn't say anything about Tang Kai, lest his parents waited anxiously all day. Just a surprise in the evening. What? Give you money, and you still eat other people's food. Tang's tune improved a bit. They are all acquaintances. What are you embarrassed about? Let's not talk about it. You can tell Uncle Lin and them later, and I won't call them. Tang Qingjiusai said. Mother Tang began to educate and said, the gods are mysterious. No matter how familiar you are, you can't ask for other people's money. Then I will bring the money back to them. No. Well, then you can bring it. Tang Qing originally wanted to refuse, but in order to avoid her mother asking questions, she agreed. Anyway, how could her mother actually give money when she saw her second uncle? After a few more words, Mother Tang hung up. What's the matter? Father Tang, who was tallying on the side, asked curiously. My son said that someone invited our family to dinner in the evening. He said that we all know him and the person who gave Tang Tang money a few days ago. Mother Tang said with a frown. I know. Okay, then bring the money back to others. Father Tang thought about it for a while, but didn't figure out who it was. I know. I still need you to say it. School is over in the afternoon. Tang Qing didn't return to his uncle either, because his second uncle came to pick him up from the school. When he went back for dinner at noon, he had already told his uncle and the others. They were very surprised at who the treat was, because there were not many acquaintances they knew. In a few days, they just didn't say how they asked Tang Qing. They didn't think about Tang Kai. They had been away from home for so many years, and their life and death was uncertain. Qin Shichi's eyes widened when she heard that she had a luxurious meal in the evening, and she didn't care about who would treat her. Tang Qing, Li Kai and Wang Yin walked out of the school gate talking and laughing. He saw the second uncle standing in front of the school at a glance. Today's second uncle changed into a casual attire. He straightened his head and looked better than before. Energetic a lot. The most noticeable thing is a bodyguard in a suit standing behind him. The soldier's clothes were obviously bought by his second uncle. They used to be casually dressed. They used to be secretly protected. Isn't it obvious that they were dressed like secret agents? Many teachers and students stopped and looked curiously at the two people at the school gate, especially a bodyguard in the same clothes standing next to a Mercedes-Benz by the side of the road, looking extremely aggressive. Now in 2005, there can be such a thing. The way of appearance is definitely a big man. Some whispered and pointed, and they were happily speaking. Anyway, the central idea is, I will be so domineering in the future. Tang Qing quickly walked up and shouted happily. Second uncle, you are here. Tang Kai looked up and down Tang Qing's student outfit with a smile. His eyes were full of praise, and he nodded and said, Tang Tang, that's not bad. The student outfit is also very handsome. I don't know how many girls will be attracted to in the future. After hearing this, Tang Qing laughed and said, Second uncle, I don't need to fascinate anyone. He is really not interested in fascinating anyone, as long as he can fascinate Lin Jiaxue. At this time, Li Kai and Wang Yin also walked up and looked at Tang Kai curiously, who was not easy at first sight. Tang Qing hurriedly introduced, This is Li Kai and Wang Yin. They are my very good friends. It's my second uncle, Tang Kai. It was Tang Qing's second uncle, and the two greeted them quickly. Hello, uncle. Li Kai was not too surprised, but he nodded suddenly. Tang Qing's second uncle was so hungry when he saw it. No wonder there was so much money to lend to their family and money to buy the factory. It seems that this money it must have been given by Tang Qing's second uncle, and he instantly felt that the mystery was finally revealed. But now that he just met, he couldn't ask what Tang Qing's second uncle was doing. Wang Yin was a little nervous, and her expression was a little cautious, just like seeing a parent. As a rich man in shopping malls, How could Tang Kai fail to see Wang Yan's careful thinking? It is not that he is proficient in the relationship between men and women, but that social sciences such as business have developed to the deepest level of psychology. Psychology is society, the core of science. Insight into the hearts of the people is the only way to be profitable. He knew that Tang Qing had Lin Jiaxue's fiancée, but Tang Kai didn't think there was anything. He was also a person who had met the world. He's a young man. It's normal for him to like a good man and woman, not to mention Tang Qing, who he knows. It's still so good and the only seedling of the Tang family. It's okay to step on two boats at that time. Just don't mess around. He believes in Tang Qing. Judging from the contacts during this period of time, Tang Qing is definitely not the type to rely on for the rest of his life. Thinking person. It's okay with you guys. I haven't been back in more than 10 years. Thank you for taking care of our family, Tang Tang. Next time I have the opportunity to invite you to dinner, Tang Kai said with a smile. Li Kai saw that Tang Qing obviously had something to do and didn't waste his time, and said, "Thank you, Uncle. Then I will go home first." "I'm leaving too, Uncle Tang. Goodbye." Wang Yan also realized that she should go, and said quickly, "Goodbye." Tang Kai beckoned and smiled. Going to school is really good, but it's a pity. I can only envy it. Then Tang Qing and his second uncle got into the car, and the two bodyguards also fully entered the role, but the feeling of opening and closing the door requires someone to do it. Tang Qing is not used to it. He still likes to do it by himself. It's obsessive-compulsive disorder. Isn't the moment of opening and closing the door very interesting? Second uncle, did you buy the car? Tang Qing asked after looking at the decoration inside the car, but it seemed that he bought it, and the rented one would not be so new. Tang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I just bought it yesterday. I took the two bodyguards you introduced to go out. I can't always take a taxi. It's very inconvenient. How about it?" "It's not bad, I'll try it." Tang Qing thought suddenly. He really didn't drive this Mercedes-Benz. He had only driven Li Kai's sports cars and off-road vehicles in his previous life. Li Jiangguo also has one of this type car, but he didn't feel embarrassed to try it. "You can drive?" Tang Kai said in surprise. "Of course, my hands are itchy today. It's enjoyable." Tang Qing got out of the car, and the soldier in the cab changed positions. It was only an automatic car, so it was easy to drive. Tang Kai didn't worry that Tang Qing would lie to him or mess around when he saw it. Even if Tang Qing's skills were almost as good, he would crash if he crashed, and only a car, Tang Qing would be happy. Then Tang Qing drove this new Mercedes-Benz expertly to Tianfu Hotel. That's right, he wants to eat Lu Gan's meal again. This kind of occasion is not suitable for Li Jiangguo. Other restaurants have to pay for it. Why not come here for a free meal? Anyway, I only come here occasionally. Lu Gan wouldn't care about the money with him at all. Besides, in the future, Lu Qian and the second uncle may still have a cooperative relationship, because as far as he knows, many jade and gemstones of the Mengyun group are obtained from the second uncle, but they are not directly connected, but transferred some, for example, the hands of Verdeo dealers like Wei Jun. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing drove the car and rushed to the Tianfu Hotel. To be honest, the car was not very good. He didn't love the car after only driving it once. He planned to wait for the college entrance examination to buy a better off-road vehicle to drive, open it, and buy a big villa. As for the Audi A6, leave it for Xingtang. Thinking of this, Tang Qing suddenly remembered that when Tianyan's headquarters was built, he would buy some cars for the leadership of Tianyan. Because he has money now, he plans to invest in some industries later, and his main purpose is not to make money. In his view, the physical industry is basically not making money now. He doesn't like the hard money, but it is the layout. Now that all aspects are basically on the right track, and the channels for receiving money are also beginning to diversify, he is no longer worried about capital as before. With money, he naturally needs to slowly buy raw materials for his banking empire. Banking is the core industry of a banker, but many other core pillars are needed to support this building. Military industry, pharmaceuticals, precision machinery manufacturing, minerals, energy, food, scientific research, etc. are the core pillars of this building. As for the rest, it's just fun, and these core pillar industries have one of the most important ones. It's characteristic of being able to have the right to speak with the upper echelons of other countries, have the political influence on other countries, and have the confidence to negotiate with them, and let them cut their flesh without daring to talk too much nonsense. Otherwise, they can't be called the core pillar industry. For example, Tang Qing's current Shengtang and Mingyun group, and even Lu Gan's Tiangong group. Even if it is number one in the world, if it's not for money, no one will take him abroad. This kind of influence must be only when things other than money are brought can they qualify as core pillar industries. Military industry represents war and fist. Pharmaceuticals represent life. Precision machinery manufacturing represents the most cutting-edge industry, because industry is the most important foundation for a country's strength, not one of them. Minerals, energy, and food represent supply. Scientific research represents the future. These are standard features for a top banker. Of course, these must be top-notch to have that kind of influence. You are a factory that produces canned food for military use, a factory that processes rice, a pharmaceutical company that produces cold medicine, and a research organization that studies under what circumstances cats eat SHD. Naturally not in this list. Others, even the entire internet is not actually a pillar industry. Because information has national boundaries, it can generate value, very huge value, make a lot of money, have strong civil influence in media channels, but it has a real influence on the upper echelons of various countries. Don't say anything about using the internet to control public opinion. Others will not let you in and control your ass. But as long as you do it well, no country can stop the above core pillar industries. Infiltration and kidnapping. At this time, Tianfu Hotel manager Wu Zhengfeng was waiting anxiously at the entrance of the hotel. After receiving a call from Tang Qing at noon, he immediately began to prepare for the reception. Qingquan Pavilion also carefully arranged. If Tang Qing was the boss's distinguished guest before, then a call from Lu Gan at noon would have mentioned Tang Qing as more important than him. No way. Since Lu Qian straightened out Tang Qing's network of relationships, he determined to have a good relationship with Tang Qing. It was not that he was in the limelight, but the way to survive. Only if you live and live well, you are qualified to talk about face. Although Wu Zhengfeng was puzzled about this, he didn't dare to ask, so he could only do everything possible to satisfy Tang Qing. This is the peak period of hotel hospitality, and many people have already sat down to eat. After all, those who can come to eat here are rich and powerful people. Naturally, no one comes to clock them in and out of get off work unless they entertain those. It's normal for leaders who are punctual to go to get off work and eat early. Many bosses who knew Wu Zhengfeng were surprised to see him standing at the door. Wu Zhengfeng was able to stand at the door to greet either the rich or the high-ranking officials, because Wu Zhengfeng was backed by Lu Gan. Lu Gan recently heard that he still took it. Going on a super second-generation line, the limelight is in full swing, and many people are wondering who is qualified to let him come to meet him in person. Manager Wu, what are you doing here? Boss Song, welcome. I'm waiting for someone, please come in. Whoever, don't give me a few steps. He guessed. Many people greeted Wu Zhengfeng, but Wu Zhengfeng was like that. He didn't even let them in. Some people were still dissatisfied. But this is Lu Gan's site. No one dares to go wild. They are just local businessmen. Lu Gan is a provincial capital. They don't want to provoke Lu Gan for this matter. However, what followed was even more surprising to many people. A deputy mayor did not personally receive him when he came, and at most he was delivered to the door. Xiao Wu, who are you waiting for? Mayor Du, I'm waiting for an important friend of our boss. I still look at Haiyan for being rude. It's okay, what friend? I don't know this too well. The boss told me to wait at the door until the other person comes. That line, I'm going in. Mayor Du walks slowly, and later I will toast you to apologize. It won't get in the way. 3 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door, but Wu Zhengfeng didn't even look at it. There was no shortage of luxury cars here. He remembered that Tang Qing came by taxi the last time, even though someone who was curious about such still took a taxi. But it's not his business, just do it yourself. However, the person who walked out of the driving position made Wu Zhengfeng walk up with a smile on his face. Tang Xiao, long time no see, welcome. It turned out to be Manager Wu. Are you waiting for me specifically? Tang Qing said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Lu personally ordered me to personally greet you at the door. Wu Zhengfeng said quickly. This kind of favor naturally requires Lu Gan to give it to him. He doesn't have the qualifications yet, so he doesn't dare. Then thank Mr. Lu for me. let's go in first. Tang Qing said. Yes, please follow me. Wu Jingfeng made a gesture of asking and led the way. Welcome. As soon as he walked in, 8 beauties said in unison. The floor was still the same as last time, covered with bright red blankets. There are 4 more than last time. Although there are 8 beauties who welcome him so respectfully, Tang Qing doesn't feel that refreshed or feels a bit weird. It stands to reason that hotels of this level are relatively low-key and rarely do so. It looks like an entertainment venue. It seems that the domestic businessmen are too thinking. It will take years to get rid of this situation. However, if Lin Joshua sees how bad this treatment is, Tang Qing said to Wu Zhengfeng, who was walking in the front. Manager Wu, can you let these welcome ladies take a break? Those who came for dinner today are my parents. Suitable. He believed that Wu Zhengfeng would agree to this little request without affecting the business of the hotel. As expected, Wu Zhengfeng immediately agreed. Yes, Tang Xiao, I understand. I will do it immediately. After speaking, Wu Zhengfeng quickly called the beauty lobby manager over and ordered in front of Tang Qing. Tang Qing said again, it's troublesome. Today's waiter is no longer needed. Just have these 2 bodyguards. Let's take care of the housework. He didn't want to stand beside a group of waiters when he was making housework with his family. Yes, Tang Xiao, I understand. Wu Zhengfeng quickly agreed. He didn't dare to ask Tang Kai's identity so far, but he must be Tang Qing's relatives. There are bodyguards in this area. Driving a Mercedes-Benz, his temperament is by no means a small role, so he became more cautious. Wu Zhengfeng led the 2 to the huge box of Qianquan Pavilion. Although Tang Kai was surprised that Wu Zhengfeng was called Tang Xiao, he did not ask. He felt that he could make up for this kind of thing by relying on brain supplement. He knows the situation of Tang Qing's parents very well now, and it must have been brought by Tang Qing's powerful friend in the provincial capital. Although Tang Kai is knowledgeable, he can't help but admire the luxury of decoration here. It must be expensive to eat a meal, but he doesn't care. No matter how expensive he is, he can't be a billionaire. Just kidding. After that, Tang Qing and his second uncle sat in a large box and chatted. The 2 bodyguards stood outside the door and the other stood inside. It seemed that it really looked like that. There was a kind of, I am a big brother. It felt that there were a lot of gifts on the huge reception coffee table beside him. Tang Qing didn't know what they were. It would not be cheap if he wanted to. Just 10 minutes after drinking tea, Tang Qing's phone rang. Tang, we are coming soon. Which box are you in? Mother's voice came over the phone. I'll come down directly to pick you up. Tang Qing said. That's okay. Tang Qing hung up after speaking. I'll go down too. Tang Kai said nervously. Tang Qing waved his hand and smiled. Second uncle, you won't go down anymore. You still think about how to give gifts later. I'm just waiting. If Tang Kai goes down, it would be inappropriate for everyone to block the door and stage a long-time drama. Okay, I am waiting for you here. Tang Kai nodded and said. After that, Tang Qing went downstairs alone. At this time, the beautiful welcoming guests at the door were all withdrawn, and none of them were left. Many guests were surprised. There are usually 2 here, sometimes 4. There has been no interruption since the opening, but now there is no one. Before people came, Tang Qing stood at the door of the hotel, waiting with his hands in his pockets. The doorman on the side saw this young man who looked like a big man standing aside and was a little nervous. Tang Qing couldn't bear it. Shizhu smiled and nodded kindly to him, which relaxed his mind. After a while, a taxi drove over. Tang Qing discovered from the co-pilot that it was his aunt and the others. At the same time, there were 4 bodyguards lurking in the nearby crowds and buildings. Is really responsible. Before the car stopped, Qin Shichi opened the door and rushed down. He looked up at the hotel standing at the door and said in surprise, Brother, who thee is the treat, so generous? I'll know right away what anxious. Tang Qing said with a smile. Qin Shichi heard that Tang Qing was still selling off, and immediately shook his neck back and forth with his front hands and gently pinched his neck and said viciously, You said or not. Don't tell me if you die. Tang Qing is determined not to surrender. Shichi, let go of your brother, such a big girl, she has a bit of image. Aunt criticized Qin Shichi when she got out of the car. Yes. Tang Qing nodded and said. Seeing her mother speak, Qin Shichi put out her tongue and let go of Tang Qing and ran to her sister, playing with her hair. Alas, poor Qin Shiyu. What about your mother and them? Qin Yugong asked when he looked around. I will be here soon. Look here. Tang Qing finished speaking and saw two taxis drove into the door of the hotel again. Tang's father, Tang's mother, and the Lin family got out of the car, knowing that he would wear formal clothes when he came to eat here, especially Lin Jiaxue, dressed in white, curled and moving. Tang Qing couldn't stop smirking, and Lin Jiaxue blushed and bowed her head when so many people watched. The adults also showed kind smiles. But when Qin Shiqi saw Tang Qing's stupidity, she immediately stopped doing it and had to win around. So when she saw Lin Jiaxue, she rushed over and chatted nonstop. Anyway, Tang Qing was not allowed to interrupt in order to avenge the revenge. Mother Tang asked who it was a few more times. Tang Qing didn't say anything. She just said that she would know it later, which made her annoyed. But Father Tang seemed to have thought of something. He kept his head down instead of looking at Tang Qing. Tang Qing also noticed the strangeness of Tang's father. It seems that Tang's father has already guessed in his heart, but he is not sure. Tang Qing also ignored the questioning look at all, leading the way by himself. Then several people came to the 9-story Qianquan pavilion. Looking at the bodyguard standing at the door, the family members stopped talking in their hearts. This guy is definitely not a waiter dressed like this. This bodyguard is by no means easy. Qin Yugong commented to himself. Although Qin Yugong couldn't see any sturdy aura in him, he had the feeling of facing a lurking behemoth, and he couldn't see the depth at all. Although I don't know who the other party is, it is definitely a rich man who hasn't run away, otherwise there will be no bodyguards. Seeing a group of people arrive, the soldiers slowly opened the huge door like a courtyard door. Come in, Dad, don't get excited. After saying that, Tang Qing walked in directly. Tang's father was not stupid and immediately understood what Tang Qing meant, with a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't seen his brother for so long. Life and death. Unknown, can you not be excited? Mother Tang is not so smart. Only Qin Yugong seems to have thought of something, but he can't believe it. Father Tang quickly followed and walked in, saw the figure inside and the familiar face, and said excitedly, Shao Kai. Big brother. Tang Kai also walked over quickly, and the two brothers hugged directly. After a while, the two people will separate. Several juniors looked at the second uncle who suddenly appeared in front of them with curiosity and did not speak. When Tang Kai left, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue could not speak yet, and Lin Jiaxue naturally had no impression of this second uncle. I only remember seeing it on the family portrait taken by Tang Qing's house back then, so it was really correct. After a while, the two people stopped their emotions and relaxed. They carefully looked at each other's a little old face, with frosty white hair on the temples, and they couldn't help sighing that the years were not forgiving, and they had not seen each other in more than 10 years. They are no longer young. Father Tang took a deep breath, stopped the trembling voice, and said concernedly, Shao Kai, are you okay? I'm fine, but you are suffering. Tang Kai sighed and said. From Tang Qing, he knew that Tang's father and Tang's mother had been very hard these years. Grandpa Tang Qing's illness almost ran out of family savings. Because Tang Qing is also greedy for the dark to open a shop to do business, his health is definitely not as good as before. He felt sore at the thought of this, but he was indeed a person who had experienced the world. He had already controlled his mind in a few seconds. The big man. The tears would flow in his heart, but the tears in his eyes couldn't be taken back at all. What's the problem? Now our family is doing well. Tang has grown up. The grades are very good. The business is pretty good. We are already very satisfied. Tang's father said with a smile. Now their families, everything is moving in a good direction. Naturally, Tang Qing's college tuition does not have to worry about. With the share dividend of Li Jiangguo Hotel and the money earned by the couple, if you save for a few years, even if you buy a house in the Shanghai stock market and pay a down payment, it won't be a big problem. When the time comes, their family will pay for the house. If the child wants a car, they will definitely pay for it. The son is so good. They believe that Tang Qing will be very promising in the future. Okay, you guys are fine. Tang Kai nodded after hearing this. Although his father's assets are pitifully small, he will still not be there in the future. With him, Tang Qing's house will gradually get better, and then he again. Turning his head to greet Qin Yugong and the Lin father's family, he exchanged greetings for a while. Tang Qing saw that they were still standing at the door and hurriedly said, Dad, second uncle, sit down and talk. Don't stand there. Haha, it was my fault. I forgot it. Come in and sit down. Tang Kai said with a smile. Then they took their seats one after another. The three big men pulled the family together, while the women listened very well. As for Tang Qing, he was with Lin Jiaxue Grisi, holding hands, and didn't want to let it go. After learning about Tang Kai's experience, it felt like a dream. Tang's father didn't expect that his second brother would go through so many hardships after he escaped. As for Tang Kai's identity as a billionaire, although shocked, it's secondary. The family cares about what is rich and not rich. After talking for a while, Tang Kai got up and took the gift bag and said, "By the way, brother, this is what I bought for you." Buying something is a waste of money. Father Tang complained. If it is an outsider, this sentence is polite, but Tang Kai is his own family. This sentence is true. Even if his second brother is a billionaire, but he does not have it. The slightest intention to take advantage. Hey, a little bit. It's been a long time. I haven't given any decent gifts before. This time I make up for it. Let alone, the money is for spending. Tang Kai said with a smile. Then he gave several big men 2 boxes. Regardless of their relatives, they were all a valuable watch and a belt. Although Tang Qing didn't know the price would never be low. No way, he is really insensitive to luxury brands. It's very simple, because he knows that when the local position reaches a certain level, it is fashionable to bring a straw ring. There is no need to use it to pretend to be X, but it can be given as a gift, anyway. It's casual. Bringing an electronic watch doesn't feel lower than someone else's Vacheron Constantine. It's very simple. My root hairs are thicker than your thighs. I drew a watch and said it's art. You have to give me this logic. In the circle, this is strength. The gifts for women are simple. Ants and the others are all a pair of jade bracelets. The gifts for 3 children are more simple and rude. The cheap ones cannot be given away. The expensive ones are not suitable for this age. After all, they are more than 200,000 yuan. It is very dangerous for children to take things out, so there is a bank card for each person, and Tang Qing also has a share. In addition, there are some tobacco, alcohol, and skincare products that I haven't brought over, and I can't put them on the table. Xiao Kai, your gift is too heavy. These 2 are estimated to be more than 300,000 yuan. Qin Yugong smiled bitterly at the 2 things in his hand. He is a person who knows the goods, and the police contact is dirty. Don't be too dirty. These 2 things must be true. What? More than 300,000? Father Tang said in surprise, and everyone at the table looked at Qin Yugong and waited for answers. Yes, the watch belongs to Patek Philippe. We cracked a theft case some time ago. There was this watch in it. This model has a market value of 316,000. What is the name of this Gucci is also several thousand. You guys, a few bracelets should not be cheap, a pair of at least hundreds of thousands. Qin Yugong explained. Just when Qin Yugong said to play and Tang's father wanted to speak again, Tang Kai hurriedly stopped and said, "Big brothers, sisters-in-law, just a little gift, the most important sentiment. It doesn't matter whether it is expensive or not." Yes, anyway, it was given by Xiao Kai, so don't refuse. He is a local tyrant. Let him not contact me for so long. You should have some blood. Father Tang also helped and said, just like on Tang Qing gave gifts like this. If he only gave them to the family, he would still vehemently refuse. But there are Qin Yugong and Lin's family members here, and it is obviously inappropriate to say anything at this time. It might as well agree generously. That is, uncle and aunt, Uncle Lin, just accept it. The gifts sent by the second uncle will not be taken back. Tang Qing also said in help. Seeing what Tang Qing said, the few people no longer have a psychological burden, but their hearts can't be calmed anyway. Things that add up to 4 to 5 million yuan, or even more, are just in hand, more than their total assets. I feel that it's like a dream. Xiao Kai, how much money do you give the kids' card? Father Tang asked again. It's not much, just 50,000 yuan per person. Let them buy anything. Tang Kai hesitated and admitted. So many. Tang Kai said in surprise. After hundreds of thousands of shocks, now tens of thousands is nothing, but it depends on who it is. A child gives 50,000 flowers. Small things. I ran into Tang Tang in the provincial capital a few days ago, and knew that he was going to buy you something, so I gave him 10,000 yuan of allowance. Tang Kai mentioned in accordance with Tang Qing's request. Smelly boy, he just kept asking for a long time. Father Tang scolded with a smile. Haha, I said you might not sleep well for a few days, Tang Qing said with a smile. You still have reason. Tang Mother answered. Of course, I think about your sleep. Smelly boy, it's for my sake. If you don't sit far away, I will want you to look good. By the way, Joshua, clean him up. Joshua can't bear it, Tang Qing said triumphantly. Since the preparation was almost done in advance, the dishes were ready in a short while, and today's situation was special. Wu Zhengfeng didn't dare to come to toast, just came in and greeted warmly and went out after eating and drinking. At the same time, Wu Zhengfeng also instructed the 6 waiters waiting at the door to be up to 120,000 points. Any request from the guests inside must be done immediately. If anyone neglects, regardless of whether the guests inside are guilty or not, they will just roll up and leave. This is Tang Qing's family banquet. It is related to Tang Qing's face. Wu Zhengfeng dare not be sloppy. This kind of unspoken flattering and details are also the most direct reason why he can achieve this position. The next few family members began to eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, the well-informed Tang Kai couldn't help but slap his tongue a little, not because he thought it was expensive. At his level, how can he care about expensive things? But the local tyrants in the mainland really know how to eat. Although there are many Chinese restaurants in Bangkok, there is no such thing as the mainland's breadth and depth. You can eat anything and create a variety of tricks. Seeing that this table only recognizes a few exquisite dishes, and there are such luxurious boxes, everyone except Tang Qing and Tang Kai eats a little bit restrained, of course, except for Qin Shiqi, who has never eaten. Just play hard in the mouth. Looking at Qin Shiqi's lack of lady style, my aunt patted her on the shoulder directly and said, Shiqi, eat slowly. No one will grab you. There are still too many dishes here. We definitely can't finish it. We will pack everything if we can't finish it, Qin Shiqi said vaguely with various things stuffed in her mouth. You kid. You know how to eat. Aunt smiled bitterly. I still know how to drink. Ha! Joshua, this is delicious. Try it soon. Tang Qing gave Lin Joshua a piece of something he couldn't recognize. He had eaten this last time. Anyway, the name is very literary, but he doesn't know what to make. No question, just delicious. Yep. How is it? Is it delicious? Good to eat. That's good. This one is also delicious. Let's try it. I can't eat anymore. It's okay. Then just take one bite each and taste the taste. That would be a waste. Don't waste it. Take a bite and leave the rest to me. This? What's this? What's so shy about the two of us? Do we not often do things before? Come, I feed you. It's rare to have a meal together. I just want to feed you. Come and open your mouth. Ah. After that, Lin Joshua blushed and opened her mouth. Tang Qing was like a child. Lin Joshua took a bite of Tang Qing's leftovers from the vegetables she had in her mouth. The adults at the table looked at Tang Qing and Lin Joshua. So tired and crooked, can't help but laugh. Even Qin Shiqi joined the ranks, lowering her head in shame and silently eating the vegetables fed by Tang Qing. Tang Qing didn't feel embarrassed at all about this. What is there to feed his future daughter-in-law? He likes to feed Lin Joshua. Xiao Kai, are you going back to Bangkok? Tang Kai nodded and said, Yes, big brother, I will go back to worship my parents in the past few days, and then I will rush back to Bangkok. There are a lot of things over there now, and I'm still a bit anxious. Now the rival boss Song is dead, and many other underground forces have turned into a mess again. There are conflicts every day. He is afraid that those newly emerging forces will attack his company and must go back to prepare. But what makes him a little strange is that the boss who died this time had a holiday with him. It was not a business conflict like Bassoon, where he was robbed or blackmailed. For this reason, he paid a lot of protection fees every year. This time I went back to find a way to discuss protection fees with the new bosses of those forces. There is no way. It is not easy for the Chinese to survive outside. When they grow up, they attract flies like a delicacy. Although they usually don't eat people, they are bad for 2 days. Your business is possible. Father Tang sighed and said, Oh, I really don't know what the family thinks now. He thought that Tang Kai didn't dare to come back because of Lei Peng's family. Those are the top richest people in the province. Who are they? Home can afford it. Tang Kai glanced meaningfully at Tang Qing, who was gently feeding Lin Joshua vegetables, and smiled at Father Tang and said, Don't worry about the big brother. the family's affairs have been resolved. Solved? What do you mean? Father Tang asked when he heard the question. The few people who knew the inside story stared at Tang Kai. This is not a small holiday, and others are not short of money. What can be done to solve it? It's nothing, but I heard that Lei Yang is not Lei Peng's biological son, and Lei Yang has become a vegetable. Tang Kai explained. Today, whenever he thinks of the decisiveness and strength of Tang Qing's friend, he can't help feeling that this person is really cruel. Facing such a wealthy man in a shopping mall like Lei Peng, the adopted son, who has been raised for so many years, is said to be abolished. Without considering the consequences at all, no matter how bad the family is still affectionate. I really don't know how Tang Qing made this kind of friend. He is not to blame for this worry, because Tang Qing has not explained the internal problems of other Lei Peng's family. What? This? How did you know? Father Tang asked in surprise. I dragged a friend of Tang Tang's in the provincial capital to find out. It's definitely not wrong. Tang Kai said with a smile. This information must be true if Lei Yang can be abolished without scruples. Father Tang heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced. That's good. Otherwise we can't afford that kind of family. Will we return to China to develop in the future? Yes. Now that the domestic economy is developing so well, I would definitely be willing to invest in the country if there is a chance, but the time may be delayed for a while. First, get a firm foothold over there to open up the inland market. Tang Kai nodded and said, inland he has been coveting the market for a long time, but he didn't dare to set foot in the past, and now his confidant's serious problems are so unexplainable falling to the ground. He almost lied down to win, and he has the courage to enter the inland market. That's good. You have to come back often in the future. You have to bring our siblings and niece back for the new year this year. Father Tang said with a smile. That's for sure. By the way, big brother, maybe you will also do jewelry business in the future. This is a little easier. Tang Kai changed the topic and said, after considering this for several days, he finally realized that he should let his eldest brother do jewelry. The business is the most suitable, and he doesn't understand other businesses. Except for money, it really doesn't help. After all, we are used to buying clothes and don't know how to sell jewelry. Father Tang said worriedly. Although he was a little moved, he didn't dare to set foot in an unfamiliar field so directly. Haha, brother, how difficult is this? Don't forget your brother. I'm in the jewelry business. Although you don't, but I have many experts here. With my relationship with the jewelry industry at home and abroad, it's very simple. You only need to sell the goods. Tang Kai laughed. Father Tang still hesitated. As if he knew what Tang's father was thinking, Tang Kai quickly said, don't worry. If I lend you money, you will definitely not ask for it. In this way, you are responsible for finding the shop and decorating it. I can just give you the goods on credit. Yes, check it out once a year. How about it? In order to take care of Father Tang's face, he didn't dare to say to borrow money in person. Later, he would give it when he checked out, or just drag it if he didn't. Father Tang looked at the real head of the family, Mother Tang. What is this? To tell the truth, your clothing store doesn't earn much in a year. Being a younger brother won't hurt you. Tang Kai said again. Seeing Tang's mother nodding, Father Tang agreed and said, that's it. That's right, don't worry. Judging from the situation in recent years, the jewelry market in mainland China will become more and more popular. You will definitely not lose money, and there will be fewer procedures for purchasing from me. Profits are higher, and it's not a big problem to make a store of millions in a year, Tang Kai said. So much. Hearing that, Tang's father said in surprise that he had earned millions of dollars a year, his mother's eyes lightened a little. Since Tang Kai said yes, it was definitely achievable, millions of dollars, something that he didn't even think about before. Yeah, by the way, Brother Lin, you can also do this business. It's very simple, you only need to sell goods. Tang Kai said to Father Lin after he finished speaking. We can too, Father Lin said in surprise. Even if he came to help Tang's father, he still came to help their family. They didn't think this business could not be done. This kind of billionaire, rich and well-informed, even other businesses. Yes, but the jewelry business is Tang Kai's specialty. He said that if he can earn, he can definitely earn so much. Of course, Jiaxue is the future daughter-in-law of our Tang family. We are naturally a family, Tang Kai said with a smile. After speaking, he looked at Tang Qing, whose eyes were not far from Lin Jiaxue. These two people, Don't do this in this life. Want to separate? Father Lin glanced at his wife and nodded and said, "Thank you, Xiaokai, and I will take a ride." The next few families happily had a big meal. They did not leave after the meal. Since this box is equipped with singing equipment, Qin Shichi won't let go if he catches it. But the room is already big, so as long as it doesn't roar hard, the sound is not too noisy. The adults are sitting together and chatting, mainly discussing the opening of the jewelry store. As for the previous business, they are too lazy to do the business. People go to high places, and they will naturally not let go of the opportunity to earn millions. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were sitting on the windowsill eating desserts, while Lin Jiaxue was reading a book while Tang Qing looked at her quietly. It felt so good. Hearing Tang's mother and the others began to talk about the location of the shop, Tang Qing hurriedly interjected. "Mom, the location is left to me." How do you solve it?" "Who can solve it?" Mother Tang turned her head and said without believing. Others also looked at Tang Qing with surprise in their eyes. Only Tang Kai believed in Tang Qing's words. Several people in Tang Qing said that if they could, they would definitely be able to. "Of course you don't know, but your uncle knows Lu Gan, the former chairman of Tiangon Group. I also met him this time when I went to the provincial capital. After chatting for a while, he said that he would invite us to dinner some days to apologize." Tang Qing said slowly. At this time, Qin Yugong also thought of Lu Gan and nodded. As long as Lu Gan comes forward, it is not difficult to have a good location. There are a lot of shops, but there are not many good locations. You can get a good location by spending money hard, but the cost is neither family can afford it. If you open a jewelry store in an ordinary place, others will first question your authenticity, so the location is very important. Apologize? What do you mean? Mother Tang asked questioningly. Didn't he say that he would invite his uncle's family to dinner last year? But he was too busy to forget in the end. Tang Qing said with a smile. It's not so good to trouble others. Father Tang said softly. Although he doesn't know how old Lu Gan is, he can be called the chairman of the group, and his assets are at least hundreds of millions. Otherwise, the word group is an industry and commerce. The game can't be added. It's okay. Let me ask first. I can do it or not, and there is nothing to lose. It's too late today. I will ask tomorrow. Tang Qing said, just 2 shops with better locations. He believed it can definitely be done. Even if there is no Tang Qing, there is actually another way, but that is an emergency plan. That's all right. Seeing that the problem with the store was almost over, Tang Kai then shared the entire process and precautions, as well as some experience in opening a store with the 3 family members. Although Qin Yugong was not ready to go to sea, he listened carefully. It is no harm to be knowledgeable, and it is irrelevant. Occupation. The conversation didn't end until more than 10 o'clock. Xiaokai, how much did this meal cost? Father Tang asked. It's not expensive, not much. Tang Kai shook his head and said. Tang Qing ordered the place and said that the meal can be eaten for free. He didn't know what Tang Qing and Lu were doing. He just felt that this nephew was becoming more and more mysterious. He became more and more worried. After years of business experience, he knew that there was no love for no reason. Tang Qing must rely on mystery to be worthy of Lu Gan's treatment. That's good. Next time I'm going to eat at home. The meal just now feels like eating my income for a year. Father Tang said. Seeing Tang Kai do not say that he will not ask the truth anymore, he was also afraid that he would go back to sleep if he knew it. Haha. Okay, next time I go to eat at home. Tang Kai smiled. After that, the second uncle stayed in Tianfu Hotel, and the bodyguard sent Lin Jiaxue and the others back first. Seeing that Qin Shichi could still play, he began to sing 2 more songs. After returning home, Brother, when will we come next time? Qin Shichi said with excitement, but she ate too much things she hadn't eaten before and saw too many fun things, so she couldn't calm down at all. Tang Qing estimated that Qin Shichi will show up everywhere in class every week. Next time, it is estimated that this time you will eat up your parents' salary for a year. Tang Qing did not speak, and his aunt said in an angry voice from the side. It's so expensive. Qin Shichi said in surprise, how much is that 1 year's salary? Isn't that enough for their family to eat for 2 years, just 1 meal for them? It's too expensive. What do you think? What was the meal you ate today? All you ate was money. Aunt said with emotion. This is too dramatic. My relative suddenly appeared a billionaire. It's pretty good. After Qin Shichi was surprised, her eyes rolled to her aunt and said coquettishly, "Mom, I'll discuss something for you. Don't talk about bank card matters." How could my aunt not know what her daughter thought? Then it's okay, Qin Shichi said with a frustrated expression. Puff. Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. Why are you laughing? Your aunt has not taken it away. Qin Shichi glanced at Tang Qing and said, La la la, I am happy. Tang Qing. It's starting to pick things up again. Make you happy, make you happy. Qin Shichi, who had been hit hard, didn't care about it, chasing Tang Qing and scratching him regardless of her image. The next day, weekend, Aunt and the others still habitually get up early and pick up Qin Shichi, who wants to sleep in. After experiencing the great joy and compassion of last night, Qin Shichi looked depressed early in the morning. When she thought that tens of thousands of big money would slip away in her hands, her face was full of secrets. Tang Qing estimated that she would be depressed for a long time, but the cute Qin Shiyu looked indifferent. She had no love for money. Anyway, her money was all with Qin Shichi, and she had no money in her hands, so she got up early. Just pack it up carefully and carefully. By the way, she wiped every leaf of the 6 potted plants she raised with a smile on her face. She was a very quiet girl. During breakfast, Qin Shichi finished eating quickly, walked to her aunt's side, pulled her aunt's clothes lightly, looked at her aunt pitifully, and said softly, Mom, money. The sound of the word was still very long, and the big eyes were full of longing, and the tone was full of prayers, and it was almost 2 drops of tears. Aunt also dumbfoundedly looked at her eldest daughter's Kai fan and said angrily, What money is it? You won't live without money. Look at your cousin, learn more. Qin Shichi pouted and said coquettishly, It's different. He can ask his aunt if he has no money, and ask his second uncle, but I can only ask you if you want it. By the way, he stared fiercely and looked at the side with relish. Tang Qing of play, you have no money again? Didn't you just give you 50 yuan yesterday? You spent your 2 sisters' pocket money for a week. Aunt said sternly. Of course she knows her daughter's little tricks, but she can't make her develop the bad habit of spending money randomly. Although Qin Shichi is very measured so far and has not spent money indiscriminately, she has to bargain with the merchant for a long time when she buys something. She is a little bit ashamed of her bargaining skills, but this kind of thing is a long-term job, and she can't relax educating her children. Qin Shichi quickly explained, No, I saw a nice dress on the way back 2 days ago. I was going to buy one for me and my sister, and I almost got the money. Her idea was simple. Take the money first. As for the clothes, just buy a similar amount of clothes when the time comes, so that her small vault will have a few more tickets, and when she thinks that the red tickets are getting more and more, Qin Shichi's heart is full of happiness. What's the difference? Aunt asked. This pit sister's sister had pulled Qin Shiyu in, and she didn't have much to say. If Tang Kai gave so much money to her daughter, it would be a bit unreasonable. Qin Shichi thought for a while and said, This, 3, not 500 yuan should be enough. In her opinion, 500 is already a lot of money. For more than 2 months of pocket money, she needs to blackmail 5 times. The fruits of labor that can only be obtained, her current small treasury has just passed 1,000 yuan. Are you sure? My aunt smiled helplessly at 500 yuan. Qin Shichi saw that the money was coming soon, and the chick nodded fiercely as if pecking at the rice, and said, Well, yeah, I'm sure. At the same time, she kept wondering how much she could have left for this huge sum of money. Buying 2 clothes at most more than 200. I still have 2 or 3 red tickets left, so the more I think about it, the happier I am. I really can't do anything with you. I'll let you later. Aunt said helplessly. Qin Shichi heard that she was resurrected in situ, and she immediately felt energetic. She kissed her aunt and said excitedly, Hee hee, thank you my dear, beautiful, and kind mother. After breakfast, Tang Qing went back to the room and called Lu Gan for the business of his parents' shop. If the Tang dynasty needed the shop, he would not be able to trouble Lu Gan anymore, but this was what his parents and mother-in-law's family wanted and took it by himself. Things must be done well. In addition to money, those good shops in Qingyan City are best used by Lu Gan. Xiaotang, what's the matter? Do you have a rest today? Lu Gan's voice came over the phone. Full of air, Tang Qing knows that Lu Gan has the habit of getting up early. At this point, It is estimated that breakfast and morning exercises are over. Otherwise, he hasn't been so uninterested to wake people up in the morning. Yeah, there is something I want to trouble Uncle Lu again. Tang Qing was too lazy to greet him and directly stated his purpose. What trouble is not troublesome? Your business is my business. Don't hesitate to tell me if you have anything. Lu Gan said immediately when he heard that Tang Qing had something to do. Tang Qing's strength and influence were beyond doubt. Tang Qing is willing to do anything that brings him closer. It's not a big deal. That is, I want to find 2 shops in Qingyan City with good locations. They don't need to be next to each other. They can be separated by a little bit, and the rent is affordable. Tang Qing briefly said the requirements, although they will basically be in the future. It's a family, but it's a companion. It's always bad to be too close. In order to avoid any conflicts that may exist in the future, it is certainly right to stay away. There are not enough stores in the Tang dynasty. That's okay. Lu Qian automatically thought that there were not enough stores in the Tang dynasty. This is not true. My parents want to open a shop to sell jewelry. Tang Qing explained. Your parents? Selling jewelry? Well, do you want to use Mengyun Group's brands and channels? Lu Gan said happily. He thought Tang Qing's purpose was to use the group's channels. Because Mengyun Groups there was a way to join in the model before, but Lu Gan stopped the new franchise plan after taking over and planned to engage in direct operation in the future. Those franchisees will no longer authorize them when they expire, but Tang Qing, the major shareholder, said, "What? There are exceptions to the rules. It's not necessary. I have channels and brands. To tell you the truth, my second uncle is also in the jewelry business, but he is abroad." Tang Qing explained that in order to avoid Lu Gan's misunderstanding, this kind of thing should still be mentioned. A little bit. Your second uncle? Well, when will he have time? When I come back to have a meal together. I still owe you a meal, Lu Gan said in surprise. Of course he knew that Tang Qing had a second uncle. However, it was limited to the disappearance, and the grievances with Lei Peng's family were unknown. Otherwise, the previous cooperation with Tang Qing would not necessarily be so harmonious, and Lei Peng was not an existence he was willing to resist. Okay, what about the day after tomorrow? Tang Qing thought for a while and agreed. 2 days after tomorrow, the second uncle will go back to pay homage to his grandparents. The day after tomorrow is the day to return. In the future, the second uncle will most likely enter the inland. Letting him and Lu Gan get to know the market will also help the second uncle's career development in the province in the future. At present, Tang Qing can only provide all kinds of protection in the dark. He can also solve the problem of money, but he can't get involved in official matters and other things like competition and cooperation. You can't compete with my second uncle. I'll get rid of you. He is not that mentally disabled. He is unwilling to use violence in normal business order, but with the help of Lu Gan, a local snake, the second uncle will have a much easier way to return to China. Then the day after tomorrow, let's talk about it. Come to my house for dinner when that time, and I will find you the business within 3 days. Lu Gan said. Although it was a bit earlier than the planned time to go back, there is nothing wrong with being able to get acquainted with Tang Qing's family. Especially the second uncle of Tang Qing attracted his attention. Like Li Kai, he was not conscious of it. Tang Qing's brain fills up Tang Qing's illusion of his second uncle. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Tang Qing said thankfully. Small things, I immediately order people to do it. Lu Gan said, this kind of thing is indeed a small thing. I don't need to show up at all. My name is a golden sign in Qingyan City, and few people dare not give face. Give face. After a few more words, Tang Qing hung up the phone. Lu Gan said that in 3 days, then he will definitely do it, because Lu Gan is a face-saving person. Then Tang Qing told his parents and Lin's father the news again. At this time, Tang's father and Tang's mother had already hung up the shop transfer sign, which surprised the people around him. After only a few days of opening, he transferred again. No few people came to ask the reason. Tang's father and Tang's mother didn't conceal it. They said that they would open a jewelry store because these little bosses are all potential customers. Those neighbor wholesalers were only envious when they heard this. They have a rich younger brother. This is not envious. Many people even come to inquire about the business model and want to join in discounts or something. But even their own shops are not envious. It didn't start. How could Tang's father and Tang's mother tell the second uncle's annual ending method? but said that it would cost a lot of money to suppress the goods. Although everyone knew that Tang's mother didn't tell the truth, they didn't blame her. That's someone else's business experience. Why should I tell you? After Tang Qing finished the notice, he left the door and came to the Tianfu Hotel. At this time, Tang Kai's Mercedes-Benz was already waiting at the entrance of the hotel. Seeing Tang Qing came, a soldier immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Tang Qing. Next, Tang Qingdu accompanied his second uncle to the tourist attractions near Qingyan City for a better circle, feeling the changes in his hometown, and Tang Kai was also deeply moved. Tang Qing and his second uncle stood in the pavilion on the top of Duanqing Mountain, the highest peak in Qingyan City. Stood two big men in suits, one not far away, and the other was looking at the car from the bottom of the mountain. Because it was the weekend, many people came to climb the mountain. Although they were dissatisfied with the four people occupying the pavilion, they were not easy to provoke and didn't dare to talk about it. Even the scenic service staff on one side were far away. Standing, Tang Qing once again felt that privilege is really a thing sometimes, some scolding some. When people have it, their position changes instantly and feels good. People's thoughts are completely determined by the ass. Tang, you will have the college entrance examination in 3 months, right? Tang Kai suddenly asked in silence. Tang Qing nodded and said, Yes. What's the matter, second uncle? After speaking, he looked at Tang Kai in confusion. What are your plans in the future? Tang Kai turned to look at Tang Qing and asked. Go to school. Tang Qing said without hesitation. What students do not go to school? Although his assets are now in the billions, but he has no interest in going to society, and it is not that he has never been to society. There is something wrong with society. There is no expectation of that kind of life. Do you want to be the boss? Tang Kai asked again. I don't want to. I'm too tired. Tang Qing smiled directly from his head. I added a sentence in my mind. The boss is improper. If you want to be, you can be the boss. Don't you want to be a rich man? Tang Kai asked with a smile. Tang Qing was very satisfied with this answer. A student thinks that money is not a good thing all day long. I don't want to. Then what do you want to be? Tang Kai asked again. Tang Qing looked at the unobstructed Qingyan City and the vast world in the distance, thought for a while, and said quietly, Maybe. It's a teacher. Oh, what? Tang Kai asked in surprise. Isn't this a question that domestic elementary school students should answer? The corner of Tang Qing's mouth was slightly raised, not knowing what he thought of, and he said softly, Because it's very calm, not so much intrigue. This idea came out of him suddenly. Maybe it was a whim. Maybe it really was. In fact, he didn't know that the banker's goal was given to him by the system, not his. The 2 generations have seen too many people, and he really wants to have a really clean place to stay in apart from issuing various killing orders in peacetime, so as not to make his heart more and more cold and gloomy. Maybe it's the campus, maybe it's other places in the future, he can't say for sure. Tang Kai felt the loneliness and emotion in Tang Qing's temperament. For a while, he felt like seeing an adult who had gone through vicissitudes of life, but he was surprised for only a second. Regarding Tang Qing's childhood dream, he also, I don't feel naive. The word teacher runs through the history of mankind and carries the inheritance of civilization. Most people only see them teaching students one by one in a streamlined manner, but at his level, they understand the true meaning of teachers better. Tang Kai smiled and said, No matter what you learn, I will support you. Money is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. Pursuing it will make people lose themselves. Yep. After, the 2 of them didn't talk for more than 10 minutes, but looked at the scenery in front of them, thinking about their own thoughts. The family did not get together that night. Tang Qing and his second uncle had dinner at the Tianfu Hotel before returning home. At the same time, Tang Qing also told Lu Gan about the treat to dinner. Tang Kai naturally had no objection. He was naturally happy to be able to make friends with Lu Gan, a dragon and a dragon. The next day, Tang Qing came to the school. Tang's father and Tang's mother also set off with his second uncle to return to the village in the morning. After the first class, Li Kai ran over and asked curiously, Old Tang, what does your second uncle do? He is so rich, he drives a Mercedes and hires bodyguards in the jewelry business, Tang Qing said. That must be a big one. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Li Kai said enviously. He does business in a foreign country. You have never heard of it, Tang Qing said. Li Kai turned to question and said, Say, did your second uncle give you the money? I can't help you think about it this way. Tang Qing said, It's better to have a misunderstanding about this kind of thing, and I can't explain it clearly. Li Kai listened to the expression of, I'll say it, and said, Huh, it must be, otherwise you can still exchange money for your face. What's wrong with my face? Little white face. You are jealous. No, you are jealous. You tell me to go for plastic surgery. On Wednesday, Tang Qing received a call from Lu Gan in the morning, saying that the shop had been done, and he sent him 2 addresses and the contact information of the person in charge over there. He took the time to visit the 2 shops at noon, and he was very satisfied, because these 2 shops had opened jewelry shops before, but they can save money on decoration, and they can open them with a little bit of tidying up. Both places are relatively prosperous areas, separated by more than a kilometer, and the conditions in all aspects are the same. This is good, and the 2 families choose wherever they choose. There is no question of who is better. However, what Tang Qing did not expect was that one of them was still a Mingyun jewelry store. He heard that it had been open for business 2 days ago. Yesterday, they suddenly said that they were going to move. They didn't know where to move. It was put into the warehouse first, standing at the door of the store looking at the employees of Mingyun Group, who were still cleaning up, and listening to the complaints that came from time to time. Tang Qing couldn't help but smile. Is it digging your own corner? Lu Gan really will do things. He has to praise Lu Gan for a good job. Thursday, Tang's father, Tang's mother, and his second uncle came back from the worship service this morning. By the way, they also settled the shop lease with the Lin family. Next, we will make arrangements and recruit some staff, just waiting for the second uncle to arrive. Evening. Tang Qing's family and his uncle's family came to Lu Gan's villa. After some greetings, everyone began to take their seats. At this time, the food was not ready, and a few people on the table chatted to increase their feelings. Where does Tang always do business? Lu Gan asked curiously. This is the biggest doubt he has in today's dinner. Before I heard that Tang Qing's second uncle was doing jewelry business abroad, he instinctively took the foreign exchange, and this mysterious, his second uncle got in touch. Otherwise, many things cannot be explained at all. If a high school student in Tang Qing dared to intervene in such a leisure business of remittance, then Tang Qing and the people behind him are definitely not an ordinary relationship. I am in the jewelry business in Bangkok, and I am going to enter the domestic market after a while, and I hope Mr. Lu will take care of it at that time. Tang Kai said politely. Oh, I don't know what company it is. Maybe I still know it. Lu Gan asked again. Haha, it's just a small company. Its name is Bangkok Kaihua Jewelry Group. Tang Kai said with a smile. Lu Gan said in shock. Kaihua Jewelry Group? Mr. Lu also knows? Tang Kai questioned. He and Lu Gan don't have business dealings now. Lu Gan smiled bitterly and said, Of course I know. Thailand's 3rd largest jade and jewelry wholesaler, and many of our group's suppliers get the goods from you. He did not expect that Tang Qing's second uncle turned out to be the owner of Kaihua Jewelry Group. Although Tang Kai's assets were definitely not as much as him, he was at least the overlord of one party. He had heard of the background of this company, but I only knew that there was a large armed force under him. But I didn't know that it was the Wei family who had been driven away. Haha, I didn't expect President Lu to also run this business. It seems that we can cooperate well in the future. Tang Kai laughed. Yes. Lu Gan nodded and said, integrating the supply chain of Mingyun Group is what he will do next. Now that Tang Kai has a relationship, the next step is much easier. After a few minutes, the dishes were all ready, and a group of people came to the table. The 4 waiters transferred by Lu Gan from Tianfu Hotel were watching carefully, not even changing their clothes. As bodyguards, the monkey and the gongzi and the 2 fighters finished their meal early and watched by the side. However, the monkey and the gongzi were not as vigilant as the 2 fighters. For the monkeys, the Tang Qing family, basically there is no threat, and it is impossible to do things here. But for the 2 fighters, no matter when and where, in addition to protecting the target, everyone else has a potential threat and needs to be on guard at all times. The 2 fighters neither chatted nor rested. The monkey and gongzi were naturally too embarrassed to sit on the sofa beside them. This is a silent competition. Seeing the monkey aiming at the 2 fighters, Gongzi leaned over and asked curiously, Monkey, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with the two of them? It's not that something is wrong, but something is very wrong. Those two people are so strong, the monkey said solemnly. Although the two warriors were expressionless, the indifference and extremely calm expressions in their eyes made him very uncomfortable, especially the occasional glance at each other, which caused him to get his hair up, and he was caught by the prey. A feeling of. Hearing this, Gongzi took a closer look at the two fighters and said strangely, "So strong? Why didn't I see it? The height is tall, but the muscles are not as strong as I am." The monkey glared at him and said with contempt, "I can't communicate with you anymore." Gongzi didn't get annoyed when he heard it. He rolled his eyes and said, grinning, "Do you want to fight him?" "Think, but this occasion is not appropriate, and I heard that they will leave tomorrow." The monkey nodded and admitted, "It's a bit wrong to say how to compete with other people's bodyguards on this occasion. But his hands are itchy again, and he doesn't know when he will be able to meet him again. How difficult is this? Go up to say hello to make a friend, and then invite to the side room to have a try." Gongzi said lightly, "I thought that this monkey is really a martial idiot. I just want to express what I want. Can I wait for the opportunity?" "That's right." The monkey nodded, "Isn't it? At least everyone knows it first. He doesn't even know his name now." Then the monkey walked slowly to one of the soldiers, smiled, and said, "Hello." The soldier turned his head and glanced at the monkey, but still said blankly, "Hello. Is there anything wrong?" Although what the soldier said seemed very polite, the monkey could still feel the feeling of rejecting people thousands of miles away, and the tone revealed a strong meaning of "don't bother me. I want to make friends with you and fight with you by the way." The monkey said directly. He didn't have the slightest complaint to the fighters. It's normal for the strong to have a temper. Isn't he too? He treats those who don't matter. He is not like this. The monkey thought the soldier would agree, but the soldier's answer was, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." "Not interested in? What's the answer?" The corner of the monkey's mouth twitched. "You?" The monkey was so stunned by the fighters that he didn't know what to say, and then he asked, "Why?" "This is not the scope of the mission," the soldier said lightly. The monkey is speechless. This guy is too rigid. Is this looking down on me? Also admired the professional ethics of the soldier in front of him. At this time, Lugan also noticed what the monkey and the soldier were talking about, but the monkey looked like he was eating a turtle, so he asked, "Monkey, what's wrong?" Hearing Lugan's voice, the eyes of other people also shifted to this side. The monkey was watched by everyone and quickly explained, "Mr. Lu, it's nothing. I just saw this brother's strong appearance. He's guilty of old problems. I want to learn from him." Lugan nodded his head when he heard it and smiled at Tang Qing and said, "I'm sorry, my bodyguard is like this, a martial idiot. I can't help but want to learn from a powerful person." "It doesn't matter, my bodyguard is the same. This is good. A bodyguard has to maintain this wildness, and practicing sandbags all day is not fitness." Tang Qing smiled. Lugan glanced at the two soldiers who hadn't said a word so far and asked, "Miss Tang, where did you find the bodyguard?" "I didn't find it, this is. After returning to China, a domestic friend found it for me. My original bodyguards were all in Bangkok and didn't come." Tang Qing said. Without Tang Qing's consent, he would not dare to speak out about his magical power friend. "Well, or just let them compete. Monkeys rarely find their opponents to compete. It seems that your bodyguard is really strong. You should be merciful when you come, haha," Lugan suggested. As soon as the monkey is so proactive in recruiting people to learn from others, he, as the boss of the monkey, can help. In a word, he wants to see how strong this bodyguard he is also curious about. Tang Qing glanced at Tang Qing, nodded when he saw his smile, and promised, "This. Then it's okay, so please don't get hurt." Seeing that Tang Qing gave such a face, Lugan turned his head and said to the monkey happily, "Okay, monkey, did you hear me?" President Tang agreed, "But the point is over, you understand." The monkey nodded happily, looking eager to try. But the soldier still didn't have the slightest expression, which made the monkey next to him very depressed. "Take it to the end, don't hurt people," Tang Qing also said. The soldier nodded, then looked at Tang Qing and asked, "How long will it take to defeat him?" This sentence caused many people present to change your complexion. The tone was obviously despised, but everyone could hear it. This made Lu Qian's face a little unnatural, and he felt that this person was too arrogant. Strictly speaking, apart from Tang Qing, everyone else felt that this soldier was too arrogant. If you don't hurt others, do your best. Tang Kai also said embarrassingly. He doesn't blame these two fighters. He knows that these two men really have professional ethics in the past few days. They don't know how effective they are. However, the vigilance and work attitude of all aspects have definitely thrown off his bodyguards in Bangkok. Above, this is a bodyguard who can really block bullets for you, even if it conflicts with people and words. Tang Qing originally wanted to stop, but he closed his mouth slightly because he also wanted to show his strength in front of Lu Qian. Now he estimates that Lu Qian thinks he has all the information about their family. This is not a good thing for the relationship between the two parties, and he still needs to be afraid of it. Then the two walked out, and the others put down their bowls and chopsticks and walked out like a play. The two came to the open space at the entrance of the villa. I want to stand up. Is 3 meters away. Please. The monkey made a free kick posture. Can you start? The soldier said flatly. Standing with his hands down like this made the monkey a little annoyed. Is this to look down on him? He didn't even move his hands. Yes, said the monkey. As soon as the voice fell, the monkey only felt the figure blooming in front of him. There was a pain in his chest, and the pictures around him changed. Boom. The monkey flew out and landed on the lawn. So fast. This is the only thing the monkey feels. Other than that, he doesn't feel any pain in his chest. Obviously, the person on the other side has a super strong control ability. A terrifying control. He thinks he can't do it at all. The monkey took a deep breath, eased his breath, stood up slowly, walked up to the soldier again, and assumed the same posture he had just taken. He would rather believe that he had just lost his mind. He wants to take the initiative. Hi. The monkey shouted and punched the soldier. Seeing that the warrior was still expressionless, the monkey felt humiliated, and his effort was greater, faster, and nearly full. He believed that the warrior in front of him had to deal with his punch carefully. However, just when the monkey's fist was about to touch the soldier's face, a hand stubbornly grabbed his wrist and couldn't move forward. Just before the monkey could react, the next moment, the soldier twisted his backhand. Behind the monkey, he grabbed his other hand again. The monkey wanted to break free, but this huge force made him unable to resist. The soldier raised his knee to press his spine. The subdued monkey lost consciousness. 2 seconds later, the warrior let go of his arms and took 2 steps back. The meaning was obvious. If I tried hard, it would be a broken hand or a broken spine. The released monkey took a deep breath, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but of course he couldn't admit defeat like that. Come again, the monkey said loudly. After speaking, the monkey stood up and turned around. His eyes were full of madness. This time it was just a whip leg, but the soldier was still like that. He gently took it down with his hand, and at the same time grabbed the monkey's leg directly. Throwing it out, the monkey lay on the lawn again. The monkey stood up and watched the soldier's expressionless expression vigilantly. At this moment, he finally understood one thing. Others were just playing with him. The whole situation was under the control of others from beginning to end. That kind of speed and strength, if you want to kill yourself, will not exceed 2 moves. 2 tricks? Thinking of this, the monkey couldn't help laughing. I thought I was already quite good. Even if I met the king of soldiers, I could fight for dozens of rounds, but I didn't expect that I would have the ability to kill myself immediately if I met a bodyguard today, and this is only one of them. How strong is the other one? I think it won't be bad. Where is this super pervert? How can you be a bodyguard for a private person? The monkey's brain is messed up. With this kind of strength, who is worthy of having this level of bodyguard? Zhang Nanhai's bodyguard is probably the same. Lu Gan on the side was also shocked. Of course, he knew the strength of the monkey. Otherwise, he would not have been a bodyguard for him for so many years. But with such a strong strength, he did not resist when facing Tang Kai's bodyguard. Even the opponent is just a simple defense up to now. There is no real attack at all. The kick at the beginning is not counted. If it is an attack, he can't imagine the consequences. People who were equally shocked were Tang Kai and Qin Yugong. Tang Kai was surprised that the bodyguard was so strong, but Qin Yugong was shocked even if the soldiers in the army were not so strong. He came out of the army, and he has seen a lot of soldiers. With this strength, those soldiers may not be able to beat the person in front of him. I really don't know what Tang Kai's friend came from. As for the others, they watched the excitement and found it very exciting. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.